Section 13 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Release. The summons to Vienna appeared like the fulfillment of Mozart's ardent and long-deferred wish, but his relation to the Archbishop, among whose followers he was obliged to consider himself, was only too well calculated to turn his delight into disappointment. He had apparently the best opportunity of gaining admission to the most distinguished society, and of earning fame and money in a city where music was the prevailing means of entertainment. But the Archbishop, desirous as he was to shine by virtue of the extraordinary performers and composers who were in his service, found equal satisfaction in keeping them constantly in mind that they were in his service. It was the custom for princes, when they were invited out, to be attended by the members of their suite, and the musicians were summoned also to provide music in strange houses. The Archbishop did not hesitate to show off Mozart, as well as Ceccarelli and Brunetti, in this way as his own private performers. But as often as Mozart found an advantageous opportunity for being heard independently, he refused him permission, and treated him in all respects like a servant in his house. It can be imagined how Mozart felt himself aggrieved by such undignified treatment, after the full freedom and recognition of his talents which he had enjoyed in Munich, and within reach of such brilliant successes as he might have had in Vienna. His letters to his father show how he must have longed to throw off his galling chains, and give us a lively picture of his position and feelings. Yesterday, March 16th, 1781, I arrived, God be praised, quite alone, in a post-chaise, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now about the Archbishop. I have a charming room in the same house as the Archbishop. Brunetti and Ceccarelli are lodged in another house. Che distinzione! My neighbor, Herr von Kleinmeyern, director of the council, overwhelmed me with civilities on my arrival. He is really a very pleasant fellow. We dine at 12 midday, a little too early for me, unfortunately. The two valets in attendance, the controller, E.M. Kolnberger, Herr Zesi, the court quartermaster, the confectioner, two cooks, Ceccarelli, Brunetti, and my littleness all dine together. The two valets sit at the head of the table, and I have the honor to be placed above the cooks. I can imagine myself in Salzburg. During dinner there is a good deal of coarse, silly joking, but not with me, for I do not speak a word but what I am obliged, and that with the greatest circumspection. When I have had my dinner, I go my way. There is no evening meal provided, but we each receive 3 ducats, and that, you know, goes a long way. The Archbishop is glad enough to glorify himself with his people, takes their services and gives them nothing in return. Yesterday we had music at 4 o'clock, when at least 20 persons of the high nobility were present. Ceccarelli has already sung at Palfi's, the Archbishop's brother-in-law. Today we are to go to Prince Galitzin, the Russian ambassador, who was present yesterday. I shall wait to see if I am paid anything. If not, I shall go to the Archbishop and tell him straight out that if he will not allow me to earn anything for myself, he must pay me, for that I cannot live on my own money. Leopold Mozart, who saw the storm coming, sought to pacify his son by telling him that as the Archbishop had summoned him to Vienna in order to glorify himself by his performances, he would certainly take care to give him opportunities for display. But Wolfgang answers (March 24, 1781), "You say that the Archbishop's vanity is tickled by having me in his possession. This may be true, but of what use is it to me? It is not a thing to live by. And believe me that he only stands in the way of my preferment. How does he treat me? Herr von Kleinmeyern and Bonnecke, secretary and councillor, have a special table with the illustrious Count Arco. It would be a distinction to sit at this table instead of being with the valets, who, when they are not taking the first places at table, light the candles, shut the doors, and remain in the antechambers, and with the cooks. And when we go to a concert anywhere, the valet waits outside until the Salzburgers arrive, and then lets them know by a footman that they have permission to enter. Brunetti told me all this, and I thought as I listened, 'Only wait till I come.' The other day when we went to Prince Galitzin, Brunetti said to me in his nice way, 'Mind you are here at 6 o'clock this evening, and we will go together to Prince Galitzin's. Engelbauer will conduct you.' I replied, 'Very well, but if I am not here at 6 punctually, do not wait for me. We shall be sure to meet there.' So I purposely went alone, and when I arrived, there stood Monsieur Engelbauer ready to inform Monsieur the footman that he might show me in. But I took not the least notice either of the valet or the footman, but went straight through into the music room, all the doors being open, and up to the prince, to whom, after paying my respects, I stood talking for some time. I had quite forgotten Brunetti and Ceccarelli, for they kept out of sight behind the orchestra, and stood leaning against the wall, without venturing a step forward. The Archbishop also made his musicians play for old Prince Rudolph Colloredo, his father, for which they received 5 ducats, and the demands he made on Mozart for his own concerts are shown by a letter to his father, April 8, 1781. Today we had a concert, for I am writing at 11 o'clock at night, at which 3 pieces by me were performed, new ones of course, a rondo to a concerto for Brunetti, a sonata with violin accompaniment for myself, which I composed last night, between 11 and 12 o'clock, but I had only time to write the accompaniment part for Brunetti, and I played my own part out of my head, and then a rondo for Ceccarelli, which was encored. For all this he received from the Archbishop, who had at least paid him 4 ducats for the first concert, nothing at all. This might pass, but shortly afterwards he writes, April 11th, 1781, "What makes me half desperate is that the same evening that we had that confounded concert, the Countess Thun invited me. Of course I could not go, and who do you think was there? The Emperor. Adamberger and Madame Wiggle were there, and each had 50 ducats, and what an opportunity!" He was right, certainly, in saying that the Archbishop stood in the way of his preferment, for he had very few opportunities for winning fame or success. He renewed his old acquaintance with the Mesmer family, with Herr von Auerhammer and his fat daughter, and with the old Kapellmeister Bono. Bono allowed a symphony by Mozart to be rehearsed in his house, which, as he reports, April 11th, 1781, went splendidly and was a great success. 40 violins played, the wind instruments were all doubled. He had no difficulty either in gaining admission to the most distinguished musical circles. I go this evening, March 24th, with Herr von Kleinmeyern to one of his friends, the Councillor Braun. who, everyone tells me, is a great amateur of the clavier. I have already dined twice with the Countess Thun, and go there almost every day. She is the most charming and amiable woman that I have ever seen, and she thinks a great deal of me. I have also dined with Count Cobenzl, Court and State Vice Chancellor. My principal object now is to make myself favorably known to the Emperor, for I am determined that he shall know me. I should like to play through my opera to him, and then some good fugues. That is what he has most taste for. Oh, if I had only known that I was to be in Vienna during Lent, I would have written a little oratorio, and performed it for my own benefit, as is the custom here. I could easily have written it beforehand, for I know all the voices here. How I should like to give a public concert! But it would not be allowed. I know for certain, for just imagine, you know that there is a society here which gives concerts for the benefit of the widows of musicians, and every one at all connected with music plays there gratis. The orchestra is 180 strong. No one who pretends to any philanthropy refuses to play when the society calls upon him to do so. It is a sure way also to the favor of the Emperor and of the public. Starzer was commissioned to request me to play, and I willingly agreed, subject to the consent of my prince, of which I had little doubt, seeing that it was a religious kind of performance, and gratuitous. He refused his permission, however, and all the nobility have taken it ill of him. I am only sorry on this account the Emperor is to be in the proscenium box, and I should have preluded quite alone, and then played a fugue and the variations. Je suis Lindor. The Countess Thun would have lent me her beautiful pianoforte by Stein for the purpose. Whenever I have played the variations in public, they have been greatly applauded. They are easily understood, and everyone finds something to his taste. In this instance, however, the Archbishop was obliged to give way. The institution for the widows and orphans of Vienna musicians, founded by the Kapellmeister Florian Gassmann in 1771, enjoyed the highest patronage, and the 4 concerts given annually for its benefit, 2 during Advent and 2 in Passion Week, were as well supported by celebrated composers and performers as by the public. Starzer went to the concert at Prince Gallitzin's, and he and all the nobility teased the Archbishop so long for his consent that he could not withhold it. "I am so glad," exclaims Mozart, when he informs his father of this. The program of the 34th concert for the benefit of the Society of Musicians at Vienna on April 3, 1781, contained the following: The Herr Ritter Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart will then perform alone on the pianoforte. He visited Vienna as a child of 7 years old, and then excited the universal admiration of the public by his compositions, his insight into the art of music, and his extraordinary facility of touch and execution. His success was all that could be desired. After yesterday, he writes, April 4th, I may well say that I am satisfied with the Vienna public. I played at the concert for the Widows' Institution, and was obliged to begin twice over, because there was no end to the applause. He refers to it again in his next letter, April 8th. That which most pleased and surprised me was the total silence, and then, in the middle of my playing, bursts of applause and bravos. For Vienna, where there are so many and such good clavier players, it has been really a wonderful success. After this, his prospects, if he could succeed in giving a concert on his own account, were sufficiently brilliant, and ladies of rank offered themselves to dispose of the tickets for him. What should I not make if I were to give a concert for myself, now that the Vienna public knows me? But the Archbishop will not allow it. He wishes his people to have loss rather than profit in his service. He contemplated shortly sending his musicians back to Salzburg. If Mozart were to be obliged to leave Vienna before he had established himself in the favor of the public, and to find himself in Salzburg again, with no hope of any further leave of absence, there would be an end to all his future prospects. Brunetti had told him that Count Arco had communicated to him the Archbishop's directions that they were to receive their traveling money, and to set out on the following Sunday. If any wished to remain longer, he might do so, but he must live on his own means. Mozart declared that until Count Arco himself told him that he was to go, he would entirely ignore it, and then he would tell him his mind on the subject. He would certainly remain in Vienna. He thought that if he could find only 2 pupils, he had one already in the Countess Rumbeck, he should be better off than in Salzburg. With a successful concert and some profitable invitations into society, it could not be but that he should send money home, while his father would be drawing pay for them both, and would be relieved from his support. Oh, I will turn the tables on the Archbishop in the most delightful manner, and as politely as possible, for he cannot do me any harm. The father was horrified at this news. He had a well-founded distrust of Wolfgang's financial plans, which were always built upon an uncertain future, and he feared that a complete rupture with the Archbishop would be the consequence of such a step, that he would lose his situation and be liable for the expenses of the journey to the capital. He earnestly begged his son to reflect well on the feasibility of his project. "Dear father," runs the answer, "I love you very dearly, as you may see from my renouncing for your sake my dearest wishes and desires. For if it were not for you, I declare on my honor I would not delay an instant, but would quit my service, give a grand concert, set to work with pupils, and in a year I should be succeeding so well in Vienna that I should be earning at least $1,000 per annum. I assure you it is very hard for me so to set aside my hopes of fortune. I am young, as you say, true, but to dawdle away one's youth in such a miserable hole is sad enough, and hurtful besides." The threatened departure was postponed for a time, for the Archbishop required his performers in Vienna. Then it was said that they were to return home on April 22nd. "When I think," wrote Wolfgang, April 11th, 1781, "of leaving Vienna without at least 1,000 florins in my pocket, my heart sinks within me. Am I to throw away 1,000 gulden because of a malicious prince, who does what he likes with me, for a miserable 400 florins? I should make quite that by a concert." And now he was to come to the knowledge that not only had he labored in vain for the Archbishop, but that he had thereby lost the opportunity of introducing himself to the notice of the Emperor. I cannot quite say to the Emperor that if he wants to hear me he must make haste about it, for that I am going away on such a day one has to wait for these things, and here I cannot and must not stay unless I give a concert, for although I should be better off here than at home, if I had only 2 pupils, it helps one along to have 1,000 or 1,200 florins in one's purse, and he will not allow it, the misanthrope, I must call him so, for so he is, as the whole of the nobility say." There were favorable prospects, too, of a permanent settlement in Vienna at no very distant date. The Kapellmeister Bano was very old. After his death Salieri would succeed him, and Starzer would take Salieri's place. For Starzer there was as yet no successor. Could a better be found than Mozart? Again his father warned him not to make uncertain plans, but to hold fast to what was secure, and to bear what was unavoidable. He warned him also against incautious expressions, which could only do harm. Wolfgang could only answer that his father was partly right and partly wrong, but that in which you are right far outweighs that in which you are wrong. Therefore I will certainly come, and with the greatest pleasure, since I am fully convinced that you would never come in the way of my advancement. April 18th, 1781. But it was hard to submit to the will of his father, and the Archbishop's continual insults did not make it any easier. He writes, April 28th, 1781, "You are expecting me with pleasure, my dearest father." That is, in fact, the one consideration which has brought me to the point of leaving Vienna, for the whole world may know that the Archbishop of Salzburg has only to thank you, my best of fathers, that he did not lose me yesterday forever. I mean, of course, from his suite. Yesterday we had a concert, probably the last. The concert went very well, and in spite of all the hindrances put in my way by his archiepiscopal grace, I had a better orchestra than Brunetti, as Ceccarelli can tell you. But the worry and trouble I had to arrange it all can be told better than written. But if, as I hope will not be the case, the same thing should happen again, I should certainly lose patience, and you would as certainly forgive me. And I must beg for your permission, my dear father, to return to Vienna next Lent. It depends upon you, not on the Archbishop, for even if he refuses permission, I shall go. It will do me no harm, not a bit. Oh, if he could read this, how glad I should be! But you must give your consent in your next letter, for it is only on this condition that I return to Salzburg, and I must keep my word to the ladies here. Stephanie will give me a German opera to write. I shall expect your answer to this. When and how I shall set out, I cannot tell you at present. It is lamentable that we are so kept in the dark by our Lord and Master. All at once it will be, Allons, weg! First we are told that a carriage is being made in which the controller Ceccarelli and I are to travel; then that we are to go by the diligence; then that we are to have the money for the diligence, and travel as we choose, which indeed I should like best of all. First we are to go in a week, then in a fortnight, then in 3 weeks, then again sooner. Good heavens, one does not know where one is with it all, and there is no help for it. Yesterday the ladies kept me quite an hour at the clavier, after the concert. I believe I should be sitting there still if I had not managed to steal away. Again he writes later, June 13th, 1781, "At the last concert, when it was all over, I played variations for a whole hour. The Archbishop gave me the subject, and the applause was so great that, if the Archbishop has ever so little of a human heart, he must have been pleased; and instead of showing me approbation and content, or at least taking no notice of me, he treats me like a beggar, and tells me to my face that I must take more pains, that he could get 100 who would serve him better than I do." Mozart's passionate excitement had risen to such a pitch that a drop was sufficient to overflow the cup of his wrath. The Archbishop paid no heed, and affairs came to an inevitable crisis. The following letter, May 9th, 1781, shows how far Hieronymus thought he might go with his dependence. I am still overflowing with gall, and you, my best and very dear father, will certainly sympathize with me. My patience has been tried for a long time. At last it has given way. I have no longer the misfortune to be in the Salzburg service. Today was the happy one of my release. Now listen. Twice already I do not know what to call him, has used the most impertinent and coarsest language to my face, which I refrained from writing to you, that I might not distress you, and which nothing but my love and duty to you prevented me from chastising on the spot. He called me a scoundrel, a miserable fellow, told me he would send me packing, and I bore it all, allowed not my own honor alone, but yours, to be so affronted because you wished it. So I was silent. Well, listen. A week ago the courier came up on a sudden and told me I was to leave immediately. The others all had the day fixed, but I had not. So I packed up my things as quickly as I could, and old Madame Weber was so kind as to offer me her house. There I have a pretty room, and I am with obliging people, who are ready to provide me with everything that I require, but could not get if I were living alone. I appointed my journey for Wednesday, that is, today the 9th, by stagecoach, but I could not collect the money owing to me in time, so I postponed my journey until Saturday. Being seen about today, one of the valets told me that the Archbishop had a parcel to give me. I asked if there was any hurry, and he replied that it was of the greatest importance. Then I am sorry not to be able to oblige his Grace, for, owing to the above reasons, I cannot set out before Saturday. I am out of the house, living on my own means, and it is therefore quite evident that I cannot go until I am ready, for no one will care to collect my debts for me. Klein Mayerne, Moll, Bonnecke, and the 2 valets thought I was right. When I went in to him, I must tell you that Schlocker had advised me to excuse myself by saying I had already taken my seat in the coach that would have most weight with him. When I went into him, then, he began at once. Archbishop: Well, when are you going, fellow? Mozart: I wished to go tonight, but I could not secure a seat. Then out it came, all in a breath, that I was the most miserable fellow he knew. No one served him so badly as I did. He advised me to be off today, or he would write home to stop my pay. There was no getting in a word. It went on like a flood. I listened to it all calmly. He lied to my face by saying that I had 500 florins salary, called me the most opprobrious names. Oh, I really cannot bring myself to write you all. At last, when my blood was boiling, I could hold out no longer, and said, Then your Serene Highness is not satisfied with me? What, do you mean to threaten me, you rascal, you villain? There is the door. I will have nothing more to do with such a wretched fellow. At last I said, Neither will I with you. Then be off. As I went, I said, Let it be so, then. Tomorrow you shall hear from me by letter. Tell me now, dear father, should I not have had to say this sooner or later? Now listen. My honor comes before everything to me, and I know that it is so with you also. Have no care for me. I am so certain of success here that I might have resigned even without a cause. As I have had very good cause, and that 3 times, it is no fault of mine, au contraire. I was a cowardly rascal twice, and the 3rd time I could not be so again. As long as the Archbishop is here, I will give no concert. Your idea that I shall lower myself in the opinion of the Emperor or of the nobility is entirely mistaken. The Archbishop is hated here, and most of all by the Emperor. That is his real grievance, that the Emperor has not invited him to Laxenburg. I will send you some calculations as to money by the next post to convince you that I shall not starve here. For the rest, I entreat you to keep up your spirits, for I consider that my good fortune is beginning now, and I hope that it will be yours also. Write to me privately that you are pleased, for indeed you may be so, and find fault heartily with me in public, so that no blame may attach to you. But if the Archbishop offers you the least impertinence, come to me at once in Vienna. We can all three live on my earnings, I assure you on my word. But I would rather you held out a year longer. Do not write to me any more at the residence, or by the mail. I want to hear nothing more of Salzburg. I hate the Archbishop to frenzy. But write to me here, and tell me you are pleased, for only that is now wanting to make my happiness complete. He carried out his determination, and writes to his father again on May 12th. You know by my last letter that I sent in my resignation to the Prince on May the 9th, because he himself ordered it. For in 2 previous audiences he had said to me, "Take yourself off, if you will not serve me properly." He will certainly deny it, but it is as true as the heavens above us. What wonder, then, that after being abused and vilified till I was quite beside myself, I ended by taking him at his word. The following day I gave Count Arco a petition to be presented to his Grace the Archbishop, asking for the money for the journey, 15 florins 10 kreuzers for the diligence, and 2 ducats for current expenses. He refused to take either, and assured me I could not resign without obtaining the consent of my father. "That is your duty," said he. I assured him that I knew my duty to my father as well as he, and perhaps better, and that I should be sorry if it were necessary to learn it from him at this time of day. "Very well, then," said he, "if he is satisfied, you may demand your dismissal, and if not, you may also demand it." A fine distinction, truly. All that the Archbishop said to me in the 3 audiences, especially in the last, and the language used by this truly worthy man of God, had so strong a physical effect on me that I was obliged to leave the opera at the end of the first act, and go home to bed, for I was quite feverish, trembled in every limb, and tottered along the street like a drunkard. I remained the next day, yesterday, in the house, and kept my bed in the morning, because I had taken the tamarind water. My Lord Count has had the kindness to write some fine things of me to his father, High Chamberlain, which you have doubtless had to swallow by this time. There will be some fabulous accounts, but when one writes a comedy one must turn and twist things so as to gain applause, without sticking to the truth of the affair, and you must take the obsequiousness of the Count into account. I will tell you without getting warm about it, for I have no wish to injure my health, and I am sorry enough when I am forced to be angry. I will tell you plainly the principal reproach made to me on account of my service. I did not know that I was to be a valet, and that undid me. I should have dawdled away a couple of hours every morning in the antechamber. I was in fact often told that I ought to show myself, but I could never remember that this was part of my duty, and contented myself with coming punctually when I was summoned by the Archbishop. Now I will briefly convey to you my unalterable determination, so that the whole world may hear it. If I was offered 2,000 florins by the Archbishop of Salzburg, and only 1,000 florins in any other place, I would go to the other place. For instead of the other 1,000 florins, I should enjoy health and contentment of mind. I pray you, therefore, by all the fatherly love that you have shown me in so rich a measure from my childhood, and for which I can never be sufficiently grateful, not to write to me on this matter, but to bury it in the deepest oblivion, if you want to see your son cheerful and well. A word would be quite enough to rekindle my anger, and yours, if you were in my place, as I am sure you will acknowledge. The same day on which Mozart sent this letter through the post, he wrote another to his father by a safe opportunity, in which he once more seeks to persuade him of the justice of his fixed resolve to leave the Archbishop's service, and of his own good prospects in Vienna. In the letter which you will have received by post, I spoke as though we were in the presence of the Archbishop. Now I speak to you quite alone, my dear father. We will be silent once for all on the subject of the Archbishop's conduct to me from the beginning of his reign, of the unceasing abuse, the impertinence and bad language which he has addressed to my face, of the unquestionable right I have to forsake his service. Not a word can be said against all this. I will only speak now of what has really induced me to leave him, laying aside all personal grounds of offense. I have made the highest and most valuable acquaintances here that can be. I am treated with favor and distinction in the best houses of the nobility, and I am paid for it into the bargain. And shall I sacrifice all this for 400 florins in Salzburg, without prospects, without encouragement, and unable to help you in any way, as I certainly shall hope to do here? What would be the end of it? It would come to the same thing. I should either fret myself to death or leave the service. I need say no more. You know it all yourself. I will only add that my story is known to the whole of Vienna, and all the nobility advise me not to suffer myself to be led about any longer. He will try to get over you with good words, my dear father. They are serpents, vipers. It is always so with such despicable creatures. They are so haughty and proud as to disgust one, and then they cringe and fawn. Horrible! The two valets de chambre understand the whole villainy of the affair. Schlocker said to somebody, "I cannot say I think Mozart at all in the wrong. He is quite right. I would have done just the same myself. He treated him like a beggar. I heard it myself. Shameful!" The Archbishop acknowledges to being in the wrong now, but had he not opportunities enough for acknowledging it before? And did he alter his conduct? Not a bit. Then away with all that. If I had not been afraid of doing you some harm, I would have brought it to an end long ago. But after all, what harm can he do you? None. If you know that I am doing well, you can dispense with the Archbishop's favor. He cannot deprive you of your salary as long as you perform your duties, and I will answer for it that I shall do well. Otherwise I should not have taken this step. Nevertheless, I acknowledge that after this insult I should have resigned, if I had had to beg my bread. If you are at all afraid, make a show of anger against me. Blame me as much as you like in your letters, if only we two know how the matter really stands. But do not be deceived by flattery. Be upon your guard. But Leopold Mozart did not see the affair in this light, and was far from strengthening his decision instead of dissuading him from it, as Wolfgang hoped. He considered the renunciation of the Salzburg situation as the first step to ruin, and hoped to check the passionate indignation of his son, and bring him back to the path of reason, as he considered it. But he had not calculated on the fact that Wolfgang was no longer an inexperienced youth, leaving his father's house for the first time. The oppressive circumstances of his late residence in Salzburg, and the clear insight into his own powers and capabilities which he had acquired in Munich, had given him a consciousness of the necessity of judging for himself, which had been strengthened by the contrast between the unworthy treatment of the Archbishop and the brilliant reception he had met with on the part of the musical public of Vienna. He saw clearly that the time had arrived when he must hold his own, even in opposition to his father. His comfort and convenience he was ready and willing to sacrifice to his father's wishes, but his honor and the credit of his whole existence were now at stake, and these he must save at all risks. He withstood, therefore, all his father's remonstrances and reproaches without betraying his wounded feelings. To his father's objection that he had never understood how to take care of his money, Wolfgang answers, May 21st, 1781, "Believe me, I have quite changed in that respect. Next to health, I know of nothing more necessary than money. I am indeed no niggard. I should find it very hard to be niggardly. And yet people consider me more inclined to thrift than extravagance, which is surely enough for a beginning. Thanks be to my pupils, I have as much as I want. But I will not have many pupils. I prefer few, and to be better paid than other teachers." He was more affected by the allusion to the obligation he was under to his father, by reason of the debts incurred by the latter on his behalf, especially since his father added that he would soon forget his family in Vienna, as his Aloysia had done. He answered, June 9th, 1781, "Your comparison of me to Madame Lang amazed me, and I was troubled by it the whole day. This girl lived dependent on her parents while she could earn nothing, and as soon as the time arrived when she might have shown her gratitude, her father died before she had received a kreutzer, she left her poor mother, took up with an actor, married him, and her mother has not a farthing from them. Good heavens! My one anxiety, God knows, is to help you and us all. How often must I write, that I can do it better here than in Salzburg? I beseech you, my dear, good father, write me no more such letters, for they serve no purpose but to annoy and trouble me, and if I am to go on composing as I do, I must keep a cool head and a calm mind." He sent his father at the same time 30 ducats, with an apology for not being able to spare more at present, and in following years we find repeated mention of money sent home. It had been reported to Leopold Mozart that Wolfgang was living a somewhat dissipated life in Vienna. Herr von Moll, in particular, made a wry face and said he hoped he would soon come to himself and return to Salzburg, for he only remained in Vienna for the sake of bad connections. It was reported to his father that Wolfgang had had dealings with a person of bad reputation, but he was able to reassure his father on this point. Leopold Mozart had been rendered uneasy, too, on the subject of his son's attention to religious duties. Wolfgang begs him to be under no apprehension. He is, no doubt, a foolish young fellow, but he would wish for his consolation that no one was more so than he. Eating meat on fast days he thought no sin, for fasting I consider to be abstaining, eating less than at other times. But he never made a boast of this. He heard Mass every Sunday and holiday, and as often as possible on ordinary days. Altogether, you may rest assured that I have not deserted my religion. You perhaps believe things of me that are not true, for my chief fault is that I cannot always act in appearance as I ought to act. June 13th, 1781. Wolfgang's renewed intercourse with the Weber family appeared to his father of ill omen. He dreaded another love affair. This also his son repudiates, May 16th, 1781. What you write concerning the Weber family is, I assure you, without foundation. I was a fool about Madame Lang, that is true, but who is not when he is in love? I loved her in very deed, and I still feel that she is not altogether indifferent to me. Luckily for me, her husband is a jealous fool, and never leaves her alone, so that I rarely see her. Believe me also that old Madame Weber is a very obliging person, and that I only fail in showing her the attention her obligingness deserves. I have not time for it." When finally his father went so far as to demand that Wolfgang should sacrifice his honor by recalling his resignation, he answered in the full consciousness of the justice of his position, May 19, 1781, "I scarcely know how to write to you, my dear father, for I cannot recover from my astonishment, and I shall never be able to do so as long as you continue so to write and to think. I must acknowledge that I scarcely recognize my father in some of the passages of your letter. It is a father who writes, certainly, but not the best, most loving father, the one most anxious for his own honor and that of his children, in a word, not my father. But it must have been a dream. You are awake by this time, and need no reply from me on the various points of your letter, in order to be convinced that I cannot, now less than ever, depart from my resolution. You say the only way to preserve my honor is to renounce my intention. How can you utter such a contradiction? You could not have realized in writing this that such a renunciation would turn me into one of the most cowardly fellows in the world. All Vienna knows that I have left the Archbishop, knows the reason to be my injured honor, knows of the thrice repeated insults of the Archbishop. And am I all at once to retract my word and belie myself? Shall I announce myself as a scoundrel, and the Archbishop as a worthy prince? The first no man shall ever do, and I least of all. And the second no one can do but God himself, if he should deign to enlighten him. To please you, my dear father, I would renounce my happiness, my health, and life itself. But my honor comes before all with me, and so it must with you. My dearest, best of fathers, demand of me what you will, only not that, anything but that. The very thought makes me tremble with rage." The Archbishop was not a little taken aback by the firmness with which Mozart held to his resolve, but which he only strengthened by his continual abuse, without bringing the Viennese round to his side. They all looked upon him as a haughty, ill-bred priest, despised by everybody, while Mozart was an agreeable fellow. The Archbishop imagined that Mozart's father would bring his son to a sense of his duty. Count Arco, who had received a letter from the elder Mozart, proposed an interview, in the hope of persuading him in a friendly way. Mozart remained all the firmer when he had convinced himself that his father in Salzburg had nothing to fear. He begged for an audience to take leave, but this was 3 times refused, because it was feared to irritate the Archbishop, and Mozart's submission was still hoped for. The latter was beside himself when he heard that the Archbishop was to leave next day, and that he had not been informed of it. He drew up a fresh memorial, in which he explained that he had waited 4 weeks for a final audience. As this had been postponed so long, from reasons unknown to him, he had no resource but to beg for it himself at the last moment. When he found himself in the antechamber, in pursuance of this intention, June 8th, and prayed for an audience, Count Arco put the finishing touch to the brutalities suffered by Mozart. After loading him with abusive epithets, he pushed him towards the door with his foot. This happened in the antechamber. There was therefore nothing for it but to make my escape, for I did not wish to forget the respect due to the prince's apartments, although Arco had done so. Whether this affront was offered by command of the Archbishop, Mozart did not know, certainly, but in any case the servant was worthy of his master, and neither of them could foresee the ineffaceable stigma that would thereby be attached to their names. Mozart boiled over with rage. He answered his father that he should return the insult in kind the next time he met Count Arco, even if it were in the public streets. I shall demand no satisfaction at the hands of the Archbishop, for he would not be in a position to offer it me in the way that I shall take it. But I shall at once write to the Count what he has to expect from me, the first time I am so fortunate as to meet him, wherever it may be, unless it should be some place to which I owe respect. The father was alarmed at such threats addressed to a nobleman, but Wolfgang answered, July 20th, 1781, "The heart shows the true nobleman, and, although I am no count, I am more honourable perhaps than many a count. And whether it be a footman or a count, whoever insults me is a scoundrel." I shall begin by representing to him how low and ungentlemanly his conduct was, but I shall conclude by telling him that he may certainly expect a thrashing from me the first time I meet him. His father having remarked that the matter might perhaps be arranged by the intervention of a lady, or of some other person of rank, Mozart answered that this was not necessary. I shall take counsel only of my good sense and my heart, and shall do what is right and proper. It was only with reluctance, and because he saw no other way of pacifying his father, that he consented to forego the threatening letter to Count Arco. End of Section 13. Section 14 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. First attempts in Vienna. When Mozart's withdrawal from the service of the Archbishop had become an established fact, the latter was anxious to show the world that it lay in his power to attract equally distinguished artists to his service, and he offered a salary of 1,000 gulden to Leopold Kozeluk, who was considered the first clavier player in Vienna, if he would come to Salzburg. Kozeluk refused, as Mozart wrote to his father, July 4th, 1781, because he was better off in Vienna, and he had said to his friends, "The affair with Mozart is what chiefly alarms me. If he could let such a man as that leave him, what would become of me?" Leopold Mozart, much against his will, was obliged to reconcile himself to the step his son had taken. He was full of anxiety, caused by his conviction of Wolfgang's incapacity in matters relating to his own advancement, by his fear lest he should not be able to withstand the seductions of the pleasure-loving capital, and also perhaps by an unconscious feeling of annoyance at his son's independent demeanor. This caused him to express his affectionate and really justifiable concern in so perverse a manner that, instead of lightening Wolfgang's difficult position, he embittered his life with reproaches and objections, which were generally exaggerated and often entirely unreasonable. For he was weak enough to place easy faith in rumors and gossip. He had so long been accustomed to undertake the care of all Wolfgang's affairs that he could not bring himself quietly to resign all interference in them. Mozart did not allow himself to be over-persuaded. He held fast to his independence, as well as to his reverence and love for his father, whose reproofs and accusations he repeatedly disclaimed. At first, indeed, the father's gloomy forebodings seemed more likely to be verified than the brilliant hopes of the son. Summer had arrived. Most of the nobility had gone to their country seats, and there was little to be done in the way of lessons or concerts. The Countess Rumbeck, née Cobenzl, who was afterwards considered a first-rate clavier player, remained his only pupil, since he would not abate his price of 6 ducats, but he managed to exist in spite of all. He consoled himself by the reflection that it was the dull season, and that he must employ his leisure by preparing for the winter. He worked diligently at 6 sonatas for the clavier, which were to be published by subscription. The Countess Thun and other ladies of rank undertook to collect subscriptions. They secured 17 during the summer, and hoped for more in the autumn. He set to work to arrange a concert to be given during Advent. Rossi wrote the words for an Italian cantata which was to be composed for the occasion. But what lay nearest his heart was the composition of an opera in Vienna, his conviction of his vocation as a dramatic composer having been strengthened by the performances at the Vienna theatre, and the lively interest taken in them by the public. "My only entertainment," he writes to his sister, July 4, 1781, "consists in the theatre. I wish you could see a tragedy performed here. I know no other theatre where every kind of play is given to perfection. Every part, even the smallest and the worst, is well filled." The performances of the Vienna stage had, in point of fact, reached the highest level of excellence known at that time. Since the time when the stage had joined in the struggle which ended in the triumph of German literature and art over buffoonery and extemporized pieces, the theatre had remained the gathering point of literary interests. The best authors of the day wrote for the stage with the avowed object of improving taste and aiding the spread of culture. Such were Klemm, Heufeld, Ehrenhoff, and Gebler, and their efforts were ably seconded by such actors as Müller and the brothers Stephanie. The new and difficult task appointed for them spurred the actors to extraordinary efforts. A general feeling of sympathy and esteem began to replace the contempt in which the dramatic art had been held, and the stage was soon looked upon as the gauge of a nation's moral and intellectual cultivation. This elevation of the art as a whole benefited the artists as individuals. The interdict which society had laid upon them was removed, and actors became favored members of the best and most cultivated circles. The Vienna theatre in especial, since Joseph II, in the year 1776, had saved it from the weakening influence of variable private patronage, and had constituted it the court and national theatre, had rapidly reached to an unprecedented height of excellence. This monarch looked upon the theatre as an important means of national cultivation, took a lively interest in it, and shared himself in its practical management. He also watched over the talents and the destinies of his actors with shrewd penetration and warm sympathy. He was careful, by lowering the prices of admission, to make attendance at the theatre more general than it had hitherto been, and an entertainment, which had borne almost exclusively the character of a court festival, or an assembly of persons of rank, was thus placed within the reach of the citizen class. Literary criticism, too, let loose by the introduction of the liberty of the press, turned its attention to the drama, and enlightened the general reader on the quality of the entertainment afforded to him by the author and by the actor. In this way a public was educated without reference to rank or class, to whom the poet and musician could appeal as an independent artist, instead of ministering, as heretofore exclusively, to the entertainment of his patrons, a state of affairs which must have had important influence on the position of artists, more especially of musicians. The theatrical public of Vienna at the time of which we are speaking had the reputation of being attentive, discerning, and appreciative, ready and liberal in its acknowledgment of what was good. And in truth it had cause. Shortly before Mozart came to Vienna, Schroeder and his wife had set the crown on admirable acting, and associated with them were Müller, Lang, Wiedmann, Brockmann, Jacquet, Bergopsummer, the brothers Stephanie, Mesdames Wiedner, Adamberger, Jacquet, Sacco, Sterl, Rousseau, affording proof that Mozart did not overrate the talent of his contemporaries. In the same spirit in which he had founded the National Theatre, Joseph II abolished the costly spectacular ballet and the Italian opera. In the place of the latter he instituted a national vaudeville, as he called the German opera. In December 1777 he resolved to make a modest beginning, with the forces which he had at his command. Umlauf, tenorist in the orchestra, had written the little operetta of Die Bergknappen, in which only 4 characters appeared. The principal part was intended for Mademoiselle Cavalieri, the second for Madame Sterl. The male parts were to be undertaken by Ruprecht, the tenor singer, and Fuchs, the bass. The chorus was composed of church choristers, and the management was entrusted to Müller, the actor. The rehearsals were very carefully made, and the Emperor having expressed his satisfaction at a dress rehearsal, the German opera was opened with Die Bergknappen on February 18, 1778. The performance was highly successful, and in the course of the following year 14 operas or vaudevilles were performed, partly translations, with Italian or French music, such as Robert und Calyste, La Sposa Fedeli by Guglielmi, Roschen und Colas by Monsigny, Lucille, Sylvain, Der Hausfreund by Grétry, Anton und Antoinette by Gossec, and partly original pieces composed in Vienna, such as Die Apotheke by Umlauf, Die Kinder der Natur by Aspelmeyer, Frühling und Liebe by Ulbrich, and Diesmal hat der Mann den Willen by Ordonez. The only singer of lasting reputation who took part in the first opera was Caterina Cavalieri, 1761 to 1801. Daughter of a poor schoolmaster named Cavalier in Waring, her talent was perceived and cultivated by Salieri, and she appeared in Italian opera as early as 1775. She soon became a bravura singer of the first rank. It was clearly necessary that she should be well supported if the opera was to compete with the drama proper. The first wife of the actor Lang, Marianne Schindler, was secured, but after having achieved great success in Gretter's Hansfreund and Lucille, and bidding fair to become a main support of the opera, both by her singing and acting, she died in the winter of 1779. The following summer, through the intervention of the ambassador, Count Hardegg, Aloysia Weber was summoned from Munich, and took her place not only on the stage, but in the affections of Lang, who shortly after made her his second wife. Aloysia Weber made her début in the part of the Rosenmädchen of Salentsy, and was received with general approbation. It was evident, therefore, that Mozart was not blinded by youthful inclination when he declared her one of the first singers of her time. a judgment which posterity has ratified. The second parts had been allotted before her arrival to Teresa Teyber, afterwards Madame Arnold, who pleased by her fresh, youthful voice, while that of Madame Fischer, née Strasser, from Mannheim, a clever singer and good actress, was already somewhat past. In the summer of 1781 they had been joined by Madame Bernasconi, by the desire, as it was said, of Gluck, who had used the influence of Count Dietrichstein to press her on the Emperor. But the position was not well suited to her talent. Mozart gives his opinion as follows, August 29, 1781. In the great parts of tragedy, Bernasconi remains inimitable, but small operettas are not in her style at all. And then, as she acknowledges herself, she is more Italian than German, speaks on the stage with the same Viennese accent as in common life, just imagine! And when she occasionally makes an effort, it is as if one heard a princess declaim in a marionette theatre. And she sings so badly that no one will consent to compose for her. And even before this, June 27, 1781, he had written derisively, "She has 300 ducats salary because she sings all her songs a division higher than they are written. It is really a great art, for she keeps well in tune. She has now promised to sing them half a tone higher, and then, of course, she will be paid more." There were male singers also who were quite on an equality with these female vocalists. Soon after the opening of the opera, the tenors Suter and Dower, a whimsical actor with a fine voice, were engaged, and at a later date Adamberger, one of the most admirable tenors, a singer of artistic style and cultivation, and a very respectable actor of lovers' parts. Fischer was secured as a bass. The compass, strength, and beauty of his voice, and his artistic cultivation, both as a singer and an actor, placed him in the very first rank among the singers of Germany. With him were associated Günther and Schmidt as bass singers, and Saal as a baritone. There were thus all the materials required for the production of German operas, except a composer who could write them. Umlauf and some others who imitated him were not the men for such an undertaking. Gluck had composed nothing since his Iphigenia in Taurus, and contented himself with putting on the stage in 1780 Die Pilgrim von Mecca, a comic opera which had been written for Vienna with French words, La Rencontre Imprévue, in 1764, and which was often played in its German adaptation. In the following year, by the express command of the Emperor Joseph, Salieri wrote a German comic opera, Der Rauchfangkehrer, the Chimney Sweep, the text of which, by Dr. Aumbrugger, was unusually bad. But Salieri was too much of an Italian to have much effect on German opera. The operetta was assiduously cultivated in North Germany, and a long list of those which were produced might be given. But the contrast between North and South Germany, founded on their political and religious differences, was visible unpleasantly enough in literature and art, and had a marked influence on their musical sympathies and antipathies. Nicolai relates that he had heard in Vienna many genuine and accomplished musical connoisseurs speak of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach not only with indifference, but with absolute dislike, and place Kazaluk and Stephan before all other clavier players. Adamberger, when asked his opinion concerning a celebrated singer from North Germany, answered that she sang like a Lutheran, and on being pressed for an explanation, replied, I call it singing like a Lutheran to have a beautiful voice as the gift of nature, and even to have received a good musical education, as is frequently the case in North Germany, but to show no signs of study in the Italian school of music, through which alone the true art of singing can be learnt. There was little demand in Vienna, therefore, for the compositions which Hiller's successful enterprise with German opera had brought into being. The works of men such as Benda, Schweitzer, Wolf, Neef, André, and Richard. Their operas were not performed, and still less was there any prospect of a field for their future labors in Vienna. Schweitzer was not summoned, in spite of Wieland's pressing recommendation. G. Benda had shown himself not disinclined to remove to Vienna, and report had pointed to him as probable Kapellmeister in 1778, but he had never been seriously thought of. It appeared, therefore, that a most fitting career stood open for Mozart, and he himself wished nothing more than to prove his powers in this branch of his art. He had brought with him his operetta Zaidi, in the hope of having it performed. The libretto, as he had feared, proved a stumbling block, but the younger Stephanie, at the time inspector of the opera, formed so favorable an opinion of the music that he promised to give Mozart a new and good piece, which he was to compose for the Vienna stage. His father warned him that Stephanie was not to be depended upon, and he was right. Stephanie the younger was an arrogant, selfish man, who had made himself hated everywhere by his intrigues and pretensions. Mozart knew that he was in ill repute, and was upon his guard. He resolved to write no opera without the express commission of Count Rosenberg, who had had supreme direction of the theatre since 1776. But Stephanie continued friendly, and there seemed no actual cause for personal distrust. Count Rosenberg had received Mozart well whenever he had waited upon him, and had joined in the applause of other connoisseurs upon the occasion of the performance of Idomeneo at the house of Countess Thun, Van Swieten, and Sonnenfels being also among the audience. It was not long, therefore, before Mozart was able to announce to his father the good news, June 9, 1781, that Count Rosenberg had commissioned Schroeder, the distinguished actor, to look out a good libretto, which was to be given to Mozart for composition. A few days afterwards Stephanie told him of a piece he had found in 4 acts, of which the first was excellent, but the others fell off, so that it was doubtful whether Schroeder would undertake the adaptation of it. "They may settle that between them," wrote Wolfgang, June 16, 1781. The book was rejected, but the matter did not rest. The Emperor was evidently anxious to give Mozart an opportunity of trying his powers as a German operatic composer, and at the end of July the latter found himself at the goal of his wishes, and able to inform his father, August 1, 1781, "Yesterday young Stephanie gave me a book for composition. It is very good. The subject is Turkish, and it is called Belmont und Constance, or Die Entführung aus dem SERAIL. The overture, the chorus in the first act, and the concluding chorus I shall compose in Turkish music. Mademoiselle Cavalieri, Mademoiselle Taiber, Monsieur Fischer, Monsieur Adamberger, Monsieur Power, and Monsieur Walter are to sing in the opera. I am so delighted at having it to compose that the first songs for Cavalieri and Adamberger, and the terzet at the close of the first act, are already finished. The time given is short, certainly, for it is to be performed in the middle of September. but the attendant circumstances will be all the more favorable. And indeed everything combines to raise my spirits, so that I hasten to my writing table with the greatest eagerness, and it is with difficulty I tear myself away. The favorable circumstances which made Mozart so hopeful chiefly consisted in the expected visit of the Grand Duke Paul and his wife. The opera was to be among the festivities given in their honor, and it was safely to be expected that the Emperor and Count Rosenberg would consider it to his credit if he prepared the work in such haste for them. But all this was to be a secret. It was now very convenient to him to be in a house with good friends, who would provide him with dinner and supper, and so enable him to sit writing all day. "You know of old how hungry I get when I am composing." He continued in this whirl of excitement, and was able to write on August 8th. I have just finished the chorus of Janissaries. Adamberger, Cavalieri, and Fischer are thoroughly pleased with their songs. I let the Countess Thun hear as much as is ready. She told me afterwards that she was ready to stake her life on it that what I had written so far would please. On this point, however, I listen to no man's praise or blame before the whole has been heard or seen, but I follow entirely my own feelings. Only you may see from it how greatly she was pleased with the music herself. On August 22nd he wrote that the first act was finished. Soon after he learnt, to his relief, that the Grand Duke was not coming until November, so that he could write his opera with greater deliberation (September 5th, 1781). Shortly afterwards he informs his father (September 26, 1781), "The first act was ready 3 weeks ago, and an aria in the second act, and the drinking duet, which consists of nothing but my Turkish tattoo. But I cannot do any more at present, the whole thing being upset, and by my own desire. At the beginning of the third act there is a charming quintet, or rather finale, and this I mean to transfer to the end of the second act. But it will necessitate considerable alterations and the introduction of a fresh intrigue, and Stephanie is over head and ears in work." Another circumstance also interfered with the completion of Mozart's opera. It was proposed in honor of the distinguished visitors to perform 2 of Gluck's operas, viz., Iphigenia, in a German adaptation, and Alceste, in Italian, in order, as a contemporary announcement puts it, to show what we Germans are able to accomplish. Certainly the choice was well made with this object in view, although it was said in Vienna, as Mozart wrote to his father, August 29, 1781, that it had been difficult to persuade the Emperor into it, for he was at heart as little partial to Gluck as to Gluck's favorite singer, Bernasconi. The projected performance of these operas disturbed all Mozart's calculations. The applause which had been bestowed on his Idomeneo by capable and influential judges, and the readiness of the singers to appear in it, had raised the hope of producing it on this occasion in a German adaptation, which would have involved alterations in the composition. But a third grand opera would have been too much, and it could not have been studied together with Gluck's. Even the comic opera had to be temporarily laid aside until Gluck's 2 operas were ready, and there is plenty of study to be got through still, he wrote to his father, October 6, 1781. He was at work at it again in the middle of November, but the original intention of having it completed by the arrival of the Grand Duke was no longer feasible. On November 21st That grand animal, the Grand Duke, arrived under the name of Count von Naarden, and on the 25th a brilliant festival was given at Schönbrunn. "Tomorrow Alceste is given at Schönbrunn," writes Mozart sorrowfully (November 24, 1781). "I have been looking up Russian popular songs in order to play variations on them." Shortly before the arrival of the Grand Duke, the Duke of Württemberg, with his consort, the Princess Elizabeth, intended bride of the Archduke Franz, and her brother, Prince Ferdinand, had entered Vienna. The Duke is a charming man, and the Duchess and Princess also, but the Prince is an octogenarian stick and a real blockhead, was Mozart's concise description, November 17, 1781. But the arrival of the trio opened a favorable prospect for him. The Princess, who had come to have the finishing touches put to her education in Vienna, required a teacher of music, and this position, which, besides making a welcome addition to his income, would bring him into contact with very influential persons, Mozart hoped to obtain. His chief supporter was the Emperor's youngest brother, the Archduke Maximilian, at that time coadjutor of the Elector of Cologne. The Archduke was musical, and had an excellent band of wind instruments in his pay. He had a favorable remembrance of Mozart from his visit to Salzburg in 1775, and proved a very warm patron. Mozart wrote to his father, November 1781, "Yesterday at 3 o'clock I was summoned by the Archduke. When I went in, he was standing in the first room by the stove, and he came straight up to me and asked if I had anything to do today. 'No, your Royal Highness, nothing at all; but even were it otherwise, I should be delighted to place my time at the disposal of your Royal Highness. No, no, I do not want to disturb anybody.' Then he said that he had a mind to give a concert in the evening at the Württemberg court, and would like me to play something, and to accompany the songs. I was to go to him again at 6 o'clock. I played there last evening accordingly." At the same time, Mozart could not conceal from himself that the Archduke had changed very much to his disadvantage. Before he was a priest he was much wittier and more intellectual, and spoke less but more sensibly. You should see him now. Stupidity stares out of his eyes, he talks and chatters without stopping, and all in a sort of falsetto voice. He has a swollen neck. In short, the whole man is transformed. Nevertheless, he continued to patronize Mozart, drew him out on every occasion, and if he had only been Elector of Cologne, Mozart would have been Kapellmeister by this time, as he told his father. He had used his influence with the Princess to take Mozart as her music master, but received for answer that if it depended on herself she would certainly have chosen him, but the Emperor, who cares for no one but Salieri, cries Mozart in disgust, had recommended Salieri to her on account of his singing, and she felt obliged to engage him, to her great regret. It was quite true that Salieri stood high in the favour of Joseph II. He had been pupil of the Emperor's special favourite Gassman, and had, in a sense, grown up under the royal eye. He was regularly engaged at the imperial private concerts, and retained possession of his patron's favour by means both of his music and his personal demeanour. It was plain, therefore, that the preference for Salieri, shown by the Emperor on this occasion, did not arise from any ill will towards Mozart. He was in close personal intercourse with Salieri, and esteemed him highly as a vocal composer, while Mozart was only known to him as a clavier player. As such, he had great admiration for him, and Mozart informed his father, December 26, 1781, that the Emperor had lately passed the greatest éloge on him in the words, "C'est un talent décidé." He had also, on December 14th, commanded Mozart to play at court, and had arranged for him a contest of skill with Clementi, who had come to Vienna with the reputation of a clavier player of unheard of excellence. Clementi relates the encounter to his pupil L. Berger. I had only been a few days in Vienna when I received an invitation to play before the Emperor on the pianoforte. On entering the music room, I beheld an individual whose elegant attire led me to mistake him for an imperial valet de chambre. But we had no sooner entered into conversation than it turned on musical topics, and we soon recognized in each other with sincere pleasure brother artists, Mozart and Clementi. Mozart continues the description of the scene, January 16, 1782. After we had paid each other all manner of compliments, the Emperor gave the signal that Clementi should begin. "La Santa Chiesa Cattolica," said the Emperor, Clementi being a native of Rome. He preluded and played a sonata. It is worthy of note here, says Berger, that Clementi was peculiarly fond of extemporizing long and very interesting and elaborate interludes and cadenzas in the pauses of his sonatas. It was this propensity which led him to select a sonata for performance which lent itself easily to such treatment. Although in every other respect this sonata stands behind his earlier compositions of the same kind. It was the following, and we have perhaps to thank this subject for the allegro in the overture to the Zauberflaute, a composition never surpassed of its kind. The Emperor then said to me, "Allons, drauf los!" Now then, fire away! I preluded and played some variations. Then the Grand Duchess produced some sonatas by Paisiello, in his own miserable manuscript, of which I was to play the allegro, and Clementi the andante and rondo. Then we each took a subject and carried it out on 2 pianofortes. By the way, I had borrowed the Countess Thun's pianoforte for myself, but only played upon it when I played alone. The Emperor wished it to be so. The other instrument was out of tune, and had 3 of its keys sticking. "Never mind," said the Emperor. I looked upon it that the Emperor knows my musical powers and knowledge, and wishes to do me justice in the eyes of the foreigners. I know upon very good authority that he was thoroughly satisfied with me. Dittersdorf confirms this view, and extracts the following from a conversation with Joseph II. Emperor: "Have you heard Mozart?" Myself: "3 times already." "How do you like him?" "As every connoisseur must like him." "Have you heard Clementi also?" "I have heard him also." "Some people prefer him to Mozart, which makes Greybig wild. What is your opinion? Speak out." "In Clementi's playing there is merely art, but in Mozart's both art and taste." "That is just what I said myself." After the competition the Emperor sent Mozart 50 ducats, which were very acceptable at the time. Clementi was delighted with Mozart's playing. I had never heard so delicate and graceful an execution. I was especially delighted with an adagio, and with several of his extemporized variations. The Emperor gave the subject, and we varied it, alternately accompanying each other. On the other hand, Mozart's judgment of Clementi was sharp and severe. Clementi is a good player, and that is all one can say. He plays well as far as the execution of his right hand is concerned. His forte lies in passages in thirds, but he has not an atom of taste or feeling. In fact, he is a mere mechanist. When his sister in Salzburg had made acquaintance with Clementi's sonatas, he wrote to her June 7th, 1783. Now I must say a word to my sister on the subject of Clementi's sonatas. Everyone who plays them must be aware that as compositions they are valueless. There are no striking passages except the sixths and octaves, and I should strongly advise you not to be too much taken with these, for they are the ruin of a firm and quiet hand, and would soon deprive it of its lightness, flexibility, and flowing rapidity. For what is the object of these passages after all? They must be executed with the utmost rapidity, which not even Clementi himself can accomplish, and a lamentable hash is the result. Nothing else in the world, Clementi is a charlatan, like all the Italians. He writes presto on a sonata, or even prestissimo or alia breve, and plays it allegro in 3/4 time. I have heard him do it. What he does really well are passages in thirds. He worked at them day and night in London, but he can do nothing else, and he has not the least execution or taste, and far less any sentiment in his playing. In justification of this censure, Berger mentions Clementi having told him that, at the time of which Mozart writes, he devoted his attention to brilliant execution, and in particular to double runs and extemporized passages. It was only later that he adopted a more expressive style, which was perfected by the study of the best vocal music of the day, and by the gradual improvements made in the instrument known as the English pianoforte, the primitive construction of which had been too defective to allow of an expressive legato execution. Berger remarks further that Mozart's honorable and upright character prevents any suspicion of underhand motives for the severity of his judgment. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. First Attempts in Vienna, Part 2. Mozart sought to gain favor with the Emperor by securing the support of his groom of the chamber, Strack, who possessed great influence in musical affairs. He tells his father, November 3rd, 1781, that on his name day, October 31st, which he had celebrated at the house of Baroness Waldstatten, he had been surprised by a serenade of his own composition, 375 K, which he had composed on St. Teresa's Day, October 15th, for the daughter-in-law of the court painter Hickel. The chief reason I wrote it, he continues, was to let Herr von Strack, who goes there almost daily, hear something of mine, and I made it somewhat serious accordingly. It was very much admired. He ventured at a later date to count upon Strack as his friend with the Emperor, although, as he cautiously adds, the courtier is never to be trusted. January 23rd, 1782. The report having reached Salzburg that the Emperor intended taking Mozart into his service, he answers his father, April 10th, 1782, "The reason that I have not written to you about it is because I know nothing of it myself. It is certain, however, that the whole town is full of it, and that I am congratulated on all sides. I would fain believe, too, that the Emperor has been spoken to on the subject, and has it in his mind, But so far I have not heard a word. It has gone so far that the Emperor is thinking of it, and that without my having moved a step in the matter. I have been sundry times to see Herr von Strack, who is on my side, both to keep him in mind of me, and because I like him, but not often enough to be tiresome, or to appear to have any motive in it. And he must acknowledge as an honest man that he has not heard a word from me which could give him occasion to say that I wished to remain, far less to be engaged, by the Emperor. We talk of nothing but music. It is of his own free will and quite disinterestedly that he speaks of me to the Emperor. Since it has gone so far without my cooperation, it may come to something. If one appears anxious, there is less chance of a good salary, for the Emperor is certainly a niggard. If he wants to have me, he must pay me for it, for the honor of being in the Emperor's service does not go very far with me. Joseph II was accustomed to have a concert in his own apartments every afternoon. He generally dined alone in the music room, which did not usually occupy more than a quarter of an hour. If there was no important business to be transacted, the concert began as soon as the cloth was removed, and lasted for about an hour, so that the Emperor might visit the theatre. 3 times a week there was a grand concert, at which Gassman and later Salieri, or sometimes Umlauf, were expected to appear. There was no audience, and the Archduke Maximilian, when he was present, took an active part in the performance. Joseph II possessed a thorough musical education, and preferred the severe style. His fine bass voice had been trained in the Italian school, and he played the violoncello and viola as well as the clavier. He also read both vocal and instrumental music with great facility, and was a skillful player from score. Usually separate pieces were selected from operas and oratorios. The Emperor accompanied from the score on the clavier, and also took a tenor or bass part, a pathetic one by preference. The pieces chosen were sometimes old favorites of the Emperor, sometimes new works with which he thus became acquainted. The operas which were afterwards to be performed were generally gone through in this way by the Emperor and the Archduke Maximilian. The pieces were generally played and sung at sight. It amused the Emperor to put the executants on their trial, and he was delighted at the confusion which often ensued. The more energetic and distracted the conductor Kriebig became, the more heartily the Emperor laughed. At the ordinary concerts, the Emperor only took part in the quartet. The first violin was played by Kriebig, or Greibig, a man who was made for a conductor. He has a capital insight into the theory of music, but, unfortunately for his art, affects a certain degree of charlatanry. His timidity prevents his executing solo parts with distinctness and elegance, and his bowing is not sufficiently round and firm. This nervousness, joined to a pompous manner, made him the butt of the jokes and squibs of the musical circle; and though not at all ill-natured, he was not in a position to make his opinion of value, but allowed himself to be made the tool of others who were willing enough to let him appear to the Emperor and the public as the leader of all that related to the chamber music. With him were associated the violinists Warborzel, who led the orchestra in the German opera, Hoffmann, Panheim, and Krottendorfer, mediocre artists and unimportant men. Of the last it was only said that he flattered Strack, and was his marionette. Strack was in fact the soul of these concerts. He had the direction of the musicians, played the violoncello, and was present on every occasion. while the others took it by turns. This, together with his personal position, gave him overpowering influence with the emperor. You know the kind of men who, as Schiller says, come in as makeshifts when anyone is wanted. Strack has always been with Joseph, and has used his opportunities so well that in the musical line he can do exactly as he likes. It was a fact that good music, especially good instrumental music, was seldom performed in the closet. If a quartet was played, it was by a second-rate composer, and the masters who were then founding a new epoch in this province, Haydn, for whose tricks the emperor did not care much, and Mozart, together with their imitators Pleyel and Kozelik, were excluded, or as good as excluded. This was considered to be owing to Strack's influence, and it was wondered at that Salieri, the idol of the emperor, who invariably took part in the private concerts, did not assert his opinion, but he was too politic to come into collision with the shadow of his emperor. How far, after all, was Salieri capable of influencing the music of his day? Joseph's taste had been formed on the tradition of Italian music, represented by Hasse and Piccini, and his predilections retained the same direction. His wish to develop a national school of music proceeded from rational conviction, and though he was intellectually capable of appreciating the works of Gluck and Mozart, they were not really after his own heart. He had avowedly accustomed himself to look for entertainment in music, and was overpowered by the independent power and fullness which Gluck, Haydn, and Mozart brought to bear upon their art. Salieri had no reason for combating the emperor's inclinations, since they were also his own. He skilfully sought to turn to account the acquisitions which music had made in various directions, and to make Italian opera capable of satisfying the demands of a more enlightened taste. With the exception of the operas written for Paris, in which he consciously followed Gluck's manner, he remained throughout true to the tradition of Italian opera, introduced no new element into it, and did not possess originality enough to make an indelible mark on the music of the day. But it was just this mediocrity of talent, skill, and taste which won for him the favor of his imperial master and of the public. It would have required the possession of a singular union of moral and artistic greatness and magnanimity to acknowledge rising genius as superior to his own, and to bow himself down before it, and Salieri was not capable of this. He is described as a benevolent and good-tempered man, amiable in his private life, and adorned with the well-deserved fame of noble and generous actions. But these good qualities did not preserve from envy either his reputation or his position. In the year 1780 he had just returned from a lengthened tour in Italy, which had brought him new fame and honor, and had confirmed him in the favor of the emperor. At this point Mozart made his appearance as a rival, dangerous by reason of his brilliant powers of execution, which most readily win the applause of the multitude, as well as by his compositions. The ENTFÜHRUNG threatening to throw Salieri's Rochefenquera completely into the shade, and Idomeneo establishing its composer as a formidable competitor on his own ground, it was impossible that Salieri, who instinctively felt Mozart's superiority, could long pretend indifference to it. There was no interruption of their personal intercourse. Mozart was friendly and unconstrained in his behavior to his fellow artists, even to Salieri, who could not bear him, as Frau Sophie Heibel, Mozart's sister-in-law, relates, and Salieri was too politic to make any show of his dislike to Mozart. It was understood in Vienna, however, that he did dislike him, and that he secretly strove to check his progress, not only by depreciatory criticism, but by every sort of obstacle thrown in his way from the very first. Salieri had been appointed maestro to the Princess Elizabeth, but he was unable to instruct her on the clavier, and Mozart had clearly the next claim. "He may take the trouble," writes he to his father, August 31st, 1782, "to do me harm in this matter, but the Emperor knows me. The Princess would have liked to learn from me from the first, and I know that my name stands in the book where the list of all those appointed to her service is kept." But Salieri was much too cautious to allow Mozart to attain to such a position. An unknown musician named Summerer was appointed teacher of the clavier to the Princess Elizabeth. Mozart consoled himself, when he heard that the salary was only 400 florins, by the reflection that it would not leave much over when the waiting, travelling, and other expenses contingent on such a service had been paid for. October 12th, 1782. Under these circumstances, Salieri and Strack were naturally sworn allies in the Emperor's music room, and resisted together the introduction of any elements which would undermine their influence, by giving the Emperor's taste a new direction. Although, therefore, Mozart was encouraged by the Emperor's expressions of liking for him, more especially as great rulers are not too fond of saying such things for fear of a dagger thrust from an envious rival, yet the obstacles which he had to overcome in the surroundings of the Emperor were likely to prove too powerful for him. The Emperor's parsimony also restrained him from adding another Kapellmeister to those who were already in receipt of salaries from the court. Another chance of such a fixed situation as his father was continually urging upon him to secure offered itself through Prince Alois Liechtenstein, the eldest son of the reigning prince, whose income was estimated at 900,000 imperial gulden. He proposed enrolling a band of wind instruments in his service, and wished to engage Mozart to arrange pieces for it. For this he could not expect a high salary, but it would be a certain one, for he had quite resolved to accept none but a permanent engagement. But this hope too was disappointed, and he continued to exist on the uncertain proceeds of lessons, concerts, and composition. The state of affairs improved somewhat in the winter. He had constant pupils in the Countess Rumbeck and Frau von Tottenham, to whom was later added the Countess Zichy. He gave each of them a lesson daily, and received 6 ducats for 12, which sufficed for absolute necessities. 6 sonatas for clavier and violin, for which his patronesses had opened a subscription of 3 ducats, were completed and printed in November 1781. In Lent he gave a concert, at which, following the advice of his patrons, he played selections from Idomeneo, and his concerto in D major (175 K.), for which he had composed a new rondo (382 K.). The rondo made a great sensation, and was sent to Salzburg with a request that it might be treasured as a jewel. I wrote it especially for myself, and no one else shall play it except my dear sister. March 2nd, 1782. As a conclusion he played a fantasia. He had been advised to do this because he would be thereby most certain of outrivaling Clementi, who was giving a concert at about the same time. Mozart had plenty of invitations to play at other people's concerts and in society, on which occasions a new composition had generally to be written. At Ehrenhammer's concert, for instance, he played with the daughter a Sonata for Two, 381 K., which he had composed on purpose, and which was a great success (November 24, 1781). He wrote easier pieces for his pupils. "I must close my letter," he writes, June 20th, 1781, "for I have to prepare some variations for a pupil." And soon after he wrote to his sister, July 4th, 1781, "I have written 3 airs with variations, which are not worth the trouble of sending alone. I will wait until there is something to accompany them." His time was fully occupied, therefore, and he had no difficulty in proving the injustice of his sister's reproaches to him for not writing oftener (February 13th, 1782). "You must not conclude that you do not give me pleasure by writing to me, because I do not always answer you. I always look forward with great pleasure to receiving a letter from you, my dear sister. If I were not prevented by pressing engagements, God knows I would always answer you. Is it true that I have never answered you? It certainly has not been from forgetfulness nor carelessness, but from simple impossibility. Bad enough, you will say, but do I write often even to my father? You both know Vienna. You ought to know that a man who has no regular income must work day and night in such a city. Our father, when he has finished his church service, and you, when you have dismissed your few pupils, can do as you like all the rest of the day, and you may write letters long enough to contain the whole litany if you like, but I can do no such thing. I gave my father a description of my mode of life a short time ago. I will repeat it for you now. At 6 o'clock my barber comes. At 7 I am dressed, and write until 9. From 9 o'clock till 1 I give lessons. Then I dine, if I am not invited out, in which case we dine at 2 or even 3 o'clock, as we shall today and tomorrow at the Countess Zichy's and Countess Thun's. I cannot begin to work again till 5 or 6 o'clock, and am often even then prevented by a concert. If not, I write. The continual concerts and the uncertainty as to whether I shall be called away here or there prevent my writing in the evening. So it is my custom, especially when I come home early, to compose something before I go to bed. I often write on until 1 o'clock, and am up again at 6. My dearest sister, if you really believe that I can forget you or my father, then... But no, God knows it, and that is enough for me. Let Him punish me if I ever forget you." Instances are not wanting of his affection and thought for his father and sister. He sends his father, March 23rd, 1782, a snuff box and a pair of watch ribbons. The snuff box is a good one, and the picture on it is from an English story. The watch ribbons are not very valuable, but they are high fashion here just now. He did not buy either of them, he adds, for his father's consolation, but was presented with them by Count Zepari. To his sister also he sent different bits of finery, and begged her to entrust him with any commission in Vienna. He also testified the warmest sympathy in her love affairs. He did not forget his old Salzburg friends in Vienna, begs for news of them from his sister, the walking register of Salzburg, and wished still to be considered as an active member of the White Club. During these manifold occupations the opera had still the first place in his thoughts, but it was at a standstill owing to the production of Gluck's 2 operas and the numerous alterations which were necessary in the libretto. He hoped that it would be ready for representation, however, directly after Easter. This was not the case, but on May 8th he writes: "Yesterday I was with the Countess Thun, and ran over the second act for her. She is as pleased with it as she was with the first." And on May 29th: "Next Monday is to be the first rehearsal. I must admit that I am delighted with this opera." And he had good cause to be so, for its ultimate success was assured. But he had to fight against strong cabals, and it needed the express command of the Emperor to bring the opera to performance on July 13th. High as had been the expectations of the public, they were fully justified by the result. The house was crammed full, there was no end to the applause and cheering, and performances followed one another in quick succession. After having given his father a short account of the first performance, he reports more fully on the second, July 20th, 1782. "Yesterday my opera was given for the second time. Can you believe that the opposition was even stronger than on the first evening? The whole of the first act was drowned, but they could not prevent the bravos after every song. My hope was in the closing terzet, but Fischer had been rendered nervous and went wrong, as did Dower, and Adamberger alone could not put things right, so that the whole effect was lost, and this time it was not encored. I was beside myself with rage, and so was Adamberger. We agreed that the opera should not be given again without a rehearsal for the singers. In the second act the two duets were encored, and also Belmonte's rondo, Wenn der Freud Thränen fließen, etc. The theatre was almost more crowded than on the first performance. The day before not a seat was to be had, either on the noble parterre or in the third story, and not a single box. The opera has brought 1,200 florins in the 2 days." In the next letter, July 27th, 1782, he continues: "My opera was given yesterday, St. Anne's Day, in honor of all Nannerls, for the third time, and the theatre, in spite of the stifling heat, was again crammed full. It was to have been played again next Friday, but I have protested, for I do not want it to be run to death. People are quite foolish about the opera, I must say, but it does one good to receive such applause." Notwithstanding this, it was given again on July 30th, and also on the Friday, and the theatre swarmed with people in every part. Mozart was busily employed in arranging his opera for harmony wind music when he received a commission from the Hafner family in Salzburg to compose a new serenata. Leopold Mozart had first been applied to, and he thought it becoming that Wolfgang should lighten his father's labors by undertaking a work which cost him no exertion, and would be of direct advantage to his father. He therefore begged him to write a serenata without delay, for the time was approaching when it was to be performed. Wolfgang was quite ready to consent, inconvenient as it might be to him. July 20th, 1782. "I have certainly enough to do, for by Sunday week my opera must be arranged for wind instruments, or someone else will get the start of me and reap the profit, and now I have to write a new symphony. I hardly see how it will be possible. You would not believe how difficult it is to arrange a work like this for harmony, so that it may preserve its effects, and yet be suitable for wind instruments. Well, I must give up my nights to it, for it cannot be done any other way. And to you, my dear father, they shall be devoted. You shall certainly receive something every post day, and I will work as quickly as I can, and as well as I can compatibly with such haste." He kept his word, although not quite so soon as he himself wished. In his next letter he writes, July 27th, 1782, "You will make a wry face when you see only the first allegro, but it could not be helped, for I was called upon to compose a serenade in great haste, but only for wind instruments, or else I could have used it for you. On Wednesday the 31st I will send the 2 minuets, the andante, and the last movement. If I can, I will send a march also. If not, you must take that belonging to the Hafner music, which is very little known, 249 K. I have written it in D because you prefer it." But the serenata was not ready within the next few days, for he says in his letter of July 31st, "You see that my will is good, but if one cannot do a thing, why, one cannot. I cannot slur over anything, so it will be next post day before I can send you the whole symphony." A week later he wrote, August 7th, 1782, "Herewith I send you a short march, probably 445 K. I hope all will arrive in good time, and that you will find it to your taste. The first allegro must be fiery, and the last as quick as possible." 6 months later, when he had this symphony sent back to him for performance at one of his concerts, he wrote to his father, February 15th, 1783, "The new Hafner symphony has quite astonished me, for I did not remember a word of it, and it must be very effective." These little incidents show us the true Mozart, in his good nature and readiness to oblige his father, and in his power of productiveness and elasticity of mind. He excuses himself for not having the symphony ready in a fortnight, and that at a time when not only his opera, but also his courtship and marriage were filling his head and his heart. And then he is astonished at himself for having done the thing so well. The serenata which was thus composed is the lovely one in C minor, 388 K. Meanwhile the opera pursued its successful course. In the course of the year it was performed 16 times, and in the beginning of October, when the Archduke and his wife returned to Vienna on their homeward journey, the ENTFÜHRUNG was given in their honor, on which occasion I thought it as well to sit at the piano again and conduct, he writes to his father, October 19th, 1782, partly to wake up the somewhat slumbering energies of the orchestra, partly to show the great people present that I am the father of my offspring. Kaiser Joseph had attained the object of his ambition. The German opera was established. But he scarcely seemed to appreciate the importance of the movement thus set on foot. His criticism on the Entführung, "too fine for our ears, and an immense number of notes, my dear Mozart," referring no doubt to the accompaniment, which was also found fault with by Dittersdorf as overpowering the voices, is indicative of his taste. Mozart's spirited answer, "Just as many notes, your Majesty, as are necessary," was worthy of an artist. Generally speaking, the opera received unmitigated praise. Prince Kaunitz, an accomplished amateur and passionate friend of the theatre, sent for the young composer, received him in the most flattering manner, and remained henceforth his friend and patron. The veteran Gluck, the most distinguished person in the musical world, expressed a desire to hear the opera, which was making so much sensation. It was performed at his request, as Mozart writes to his father, August 7th, 1782, although it had been given only a few days before. He paid the composer many compliments on it, and invited him to dinner. The opera had decided Mozart's musical position in Vienna. It speedily caused his fame to spread throughout Germany. The Prussian minister, Baron Riedesel, the well-known traveler and friend of Winckelmann, begged Mozart for a copy of the score for performance in Berlin, for which he was to receive suitable remuneration. This was the more flattering, since André's version of the ENTFÜHRUNG had been well received in Berlin only the year before. Mozart had sent the original score to his father immediately after the first performance, that he might become acquainted with the composition before seeing the opera, which he was not to do until the end of 1784 in Salzburg. I have just promised to have it copied. As I have not got the opera, I am obliged to borrow it from the copyist, which is very inconvenient, since I never can keep it 3 days together. The Emperor continually sends for it, as he did yesterday, and it is so often performed. It has been performed 10 times since August 16th. My idea was, therefore, to have it copied in Salzburg, where it can be done more secretly and cheaper. The father, who watched his son's proceedings with jealousy and suspicion, thought he detected something underhand in the objection to have the copying done in Vienna. He had reminded his son, apropos of Idomeneo, that the score should remain the property of the composer, and he now cautioned him as to whether he had the right to dispose of the score. Would it not cause unpleasantness in Vienna? And that for the sake of an uncertain verbal promise of payment. To this Wolfgang answered, October 5th, 1782, I waited on the Baron von Riedesel myself. He is a charming man, and I promised him, in the belief that the opera was already in the hands of the copyist, that he should have it at the end of this month, or at the latest at the beginning of November. I must beg you to take care that I have it by that time. To relieve you of all anxiety, which I thankfully acknowledge as a proof of your fatherly love, I cannot say anything more convincing than that I am under great obligation to the Baron for having asked me for the opera, instead of going direct to the copyist, as is the custom in Italy, who would have given it to him directly for ready money. And besides this, I should have been very sorry if my talent could be paid for in that way, especially by 100 ducats. This time, because there is no occasion, I shall say nothing about it. If it is performed, as it is certain to be, and that is what pleases me most about it, it will be known soon enough, and my enemies will have no excuse for ridiculing me and treating me as a poor fellow. They will be quite ready to ask me for another opera if I will write it, but I do not know that I shall, certainly not if I am to be paid 100 ducats, and see the theatre make 4 times that sum in a fortnight. I shall bring out my next opera at my own expense, make at least 1,200 florins in 3 representations, and then the management may have it for 50 ducats. If not, I shall be paid, and can produce it anywhere. Meanwhile, I hope you will never find in me the least trace of any evil intentions. I would fain not be a bad fellow, but I do not want to be a stupid one who lets other people reap the advantage of his labor and study, and gives up his rightful claim to his own works. The father's distrustful prudence prevented his putting the work in hand at once, and such haste was then necessary that no copyist in Salzburg would undertake it. Mozart had no resource but to explain the cause of the delay to the ambassador. But in the end the score was copied in Salzburg. The Entführung was performed the following year at Prague with extraordinary success. I cannot describe the applause and sensation which it excited at Vienna. From my own observation, says Němeček, but I was a witness of the enthusiasm with which it was received at Prague by connoisseurs and non-connoisseurs. It made what one had hitherto heard and known appear not to be music at all. Everyone was transported, amazed at the novel harmonies and at the original passages for the wind instruments. It was given at Leipzig in 1783, at Mannheim, Salzburg, and Schwedt in 1784, at Kassel in 1785, at Berlin not until 1788. The applause was great on all occasions, and very soon the smaller stages sought to master the favorite piece. The actor Philipp Hasenuth used to relate how the theatrical manager Wilhelm at Baden in 1783 or 1784 undertook the production of the ENTFÜHRUNG with a very weak company. At the rehearsal of the quartet there was no tenor player. Hasenuth, who had just begun to learn the violin, and hardly knew one string from another, was put down to the tenor. A little man who had come in as a spectator sat down by him, and when he saw the deficiency, seized a viola, and they played together. But the little man soon showed his impatience of his stumbling neighbor, and giving vent to his anger more and more plainly as the quartet proceeded, he ended by flinging away the viola, exclaiming, "The man is a veritable donkey! Der Herr ist ein wahrer Krautsel!" and running out of the room. The opera, however, was a great success, and the well-satisfied manager gave his company a farewell supper, to which, hearing that Mozart was in Baden, he invited the composer. Hasenuth was astonished to recognize in him the tenor player at the rehearsal, but Mozart relieved him from all awkwardness by saying good-humoredly, "I was somewhat impolite when we last met, but I did not know who you were, and the devil himself could not have stood the wrong notes." The judgment of contemporary critics of the opera was almost unanimously of accord with that of the public. It is not probable that Mozart obtained any share of the rich profits which accrued from the production of his opera on these various stages. He was even cheated out of the production of a clavier score. "Now it has come to pass, exactly as I foretold to my son," wrote Leopold Mozart to his daughter, December 16, 1785. "The Entführung aus dem SERAIL has appeared in clavier score at Augsburg, and has also been printed at Mayence. Since March, when he began it, my son has not found time to finish it. He has lost his time, and Torricella, who was to publish it at Vienna, his profits." End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Chapter 25, Die Entführung aus dem SERAIL, Part 1. The gradual decline of the German festival and spectacle operas was consummated in 1742, when Gottsched, who had waged incessant war against them throughout his career, had the satisfaction of chronicling the opera of Atalanta in Dresden as the last of its kind. But they were succeeded by a sort of aftergrowth in the form of the operetta. The theatrical managers could not altogether dispense with similar means of attraction, and attempts were made to introduce the musical intermezzo, together with the now fairly well-established ballet. In 1743, Schoenemann produced in Berlin Coffey's Devil to Pay, Der Teufel ist los, adapted by von Bach with the English melodies, but this attempt, as well as the performance of Schürer's Vaudeville Doris in Dresden in 1747, remained without result. In 1752, Koch of Leipzig who had recourse to the performance of Italian intermezzi, commissioned Christian Felix Weisse to make a new adaptation of Coffey's Devil to Pay or The Bewitched Wives, which was set to music by Standfuss, the assistant manager of Koch's company. Gottsched and his wife renewed the old strife against this attempt, but were completely defeated. The second part of the opera, Der Teufel ist los, Der lustige Schuster, was produced by Koch in 1759 at Lübeck, but not until his return to Leipzig in 1765 did he give his serious attention to vaudeville. Weisse revised his old opera of Der Teufel ist los, which, with partially new music by Hiller, was performed in 1766 and received with fresh applause. Koch found in Johann Adam Hiller what had always hitherto been wanting, that is, a composer of good musical and general education, having a decided talent for light, easy, and characteristic music, more especially comic music, and full of zeal for the elevation of a national art. He endeavoured to make another step in advance, and by the composition of Schibler's romantic poem of Lisuart and Dariolette, performed November 25, 1766, to lay the foundation of serious German opera. Educated in the tradition of Hasse and Graun, with the additional influence of Philipp Emanuel Bach, he followed with interest the attempts to gain favour for Italian music in Paris by reconciling it with the demands of French taste, and he wished to establish a national German opera on the same principles. He denied that the German language was unfitted for song, if only the poet would take the trouble of accommodating it to the music, and if artists were trained for German singing with as much care as for Italian. Since German taste was more Italian than French, but the French were superior to the Italians in dramatic treatment, a French plan in Italian form was most likely to be approved of by Germans. The insufficient appointments of the Leipzig stage must, however, have dissuaded him from any idea of a grand opera. To this was added his connection with Weisse, who during his residence in Paris had taken a lively interest in the comic opera and had exerted himself to transplant it into Germany. His first opera, Lottchen am Hofe, after Ninette à la Cour, and Die Liebe auf dem Lande, after Annette et Lubin and La Clochette, had so great a success in 1767 and 1768 that they prepared the way for other similar attempts. These simple dramas, which occupied the mind without exerting it, and moved the feelings without unduly exciting them, were so much in keeping with Weisse's own nature that he was able to give them characteristic and appropriate form. They opened a field, too, for Hiller's simple, hearty spirit, embodied in a popular form which made his style appeal at once to the multitude, while an endeavour after higher things would only have turned him into an imitator of Hasse. A rapid succession of operas by Weisse and Hiller, which were received with unanimous approbation and spread with incredible rapidity, soon established a definite type of German operetta and raised up a host of imitators. The interest of the public, especially in North Germany, was almost exclusively confined to operetta, so that in Berlin, for instance, during the years 1781 to 83, 117, 141, and 151 operettas were performed. This implies an extraordinary production. Besides translations from French operettas by Douny, Philidor, Monsigny, Grétry, and Italian intermezzi, there were innumerable German vaudevilles, for the most part also founded on foreign originals. Some idea may be formed of the fertility of these composers by the fact that between 1765 and 1785 Hiller composed 13 operas, Wolf 18, Niefe 10, Holly 13, André 22, Schweitzer 16, Stegmann 10, G. Bender 8. To whom may be added a host of other less productive and less celebrated composers. This activity had indeed drawbacks, for it was practised with great ease, and many amateurs of very inferior musical education intruded themselves among the operatic musicians. The careless dilettantism of a poet went hand in hand with that of a composer. A host of unskilful verse-makers allied themselves with Weisse, Michaelis, and Gotta, and threatened to degrade the operetta to the lower level of the opera buffa. A further drawback consisted in the very defective performances which in most instances resulted from the insufficient powers of the operetta companies. "We must remember," says Reichert in his history of a comic opera, "how much Hiller was hampered by the miserable state of our operatic companies. He was fully aware of this, and what I admire in him is that he never lost sight of the fact that he was writing not for singers, but for actors who had scarcely music enough in them to sing over their wine. The state of things had not altered much since Hiller began to write. The Italian operas alone were supported by the courts. The German operettas remained in the hands of private speculators who did not possess the means of attracting vocalists of artistic cultivation. No singer of any reputation would have thought it consistent with his dignity to appear in German vaudeville. The vaudeville, therefore, remained in the hands of actors, who had seldom any vocal powers and still seldomer any but a superficial cultivation, but who willingly appeared in operettas on account of the high fees and great applause they might reckon upon. Footnote: Operettas are the favourite pieces in Berlin and cost a great deal of money, wrote Ramier to Knebel in 1772. Literarischer Nachlass, Volume 2, page 36. He paid the actors of the first part 1 louis d'or, of the second 1 ducat, and the rest 2 gulden for the first performance. Blümeke, Entwurf einer Theatergeschichte von Berlin, page 274. End of footnote. Reichert gives an appalling description of the German opera in Berlin in 1774. He heard one of Hiller's operas sung by a wide-mouthed, screeching woman and a lover with a voice like a night watchman, and that before an audience which had the reputation of very refined taste. He was no better pleased at Leipzig. Müller says of a performance of Wolf's Treuenkohle at Dresden in 1776, "As only 2 of the performers were at all musical, you may imagine how the opera was rendered." It is conceivable, therefore, that the growing partiality for German opera was regarded with disfavour by earnest men as prejudicial alike to the dramatic interests which were still struggling to assert themselves in Germany and to the artistic development of operatic music proper. Footnote: Comic operas push out all tragedies and legitimate drama, complained Ramier in 1771. Knebel, Literarischer Nachlass, Volume 2, page 33. Boyer writes to Knebel to the same effect in 1771, Literarischer Nachlass, page 108. I do not like operettas. The taste which our public is developing for them threatens to extinguish all hope of the revival of true comedy. End of footnote. The actor Müller, during his professional tour in 1776, made himself acquainted with the views of competent judges as to the admissibility of German operettas. The different opinions which he collected are characteristic enough. Lessing, who held the union of poetry and music as the most perfect in existence, so that nature herself appears to have destined them not so much for union as to be considered as one and the same art, was against vaudevilles. They are the ruin of our stage. Such works are easily written. Every comedy affords material to the author. He scatters a few songs about, and the thing is done. Our new dramatic poets find this a far easier task than writing a good character piece. Gleim was even more violently opposed to vaudeville than Lessing, and gave Müller an epigram upon the witch, die schlau wie Schlange und Krokodil sich schleicht in aller Menschen Herzen und drinnen sitzt als wie ein Huhn auf seinem Nest und lehrt nur kleine Taten tun und über große Taten scherzen. Weisse smiled when Müller repeated the lines to him and declared himself, as became the founder of German opera, in its favour. He was too modest, however, to maintain that operettas were dramatic works of art, or to hope thereby to raise the taste of his countrymen. He could only disclaim all intention of degrading it, or of doing more than encouraging German people to come together, and providing pleasant and popular entertainments for them when they did so. Goethe preserved a discreet neutrality on the subject, since he had had a direct interest in more than one operatic libretto. He would not declare for either side, and was of opinion that variety was the root of all pleasure. Wieland was more explicit, and declared that the national stage could only be rendered of importance by German music. Comic and serious German vaudevilles were wanted, but good poets would soon come forward to supply the need. He was not only able to point to his own Alceste, and the success it had obtained. He had developed his views on the cultivation of German vaudeville with a lively acknowledgment of the achievements of Schweitzer, and he possessed genuine feeling and interest for music. Even a musician like Reichert declared himself against the operetta, but thought as it was there it ought at least to be improved, and made as useful as possible. The interest which was taken by great poets in the elevation of a vaudeville is exemplified by Goethe. After Elwin und Elmire and Claudina von Villabella were written, his intercourse with his early friend Christoph Kaiser, born 1736, caused him to attempt the construction of vaudeville after the received type of the Italian operetta. His first experiment was Scherz, List und Rache, which he began in 1784 and sent at once to Kaiser for composition. The two first acts were ready the following year, and were well thought of in Weimar. In Rome, whither Goethe was followed by Kaiser at the end of 1787, they finished the operetta together. But Goethe thought that the operetta was extravagantly mounted, and complains himself that a defective conception of the intermezzo had led him to spin out the trivial subject into innumerable musical pieces, which had been treated by Kaiser quite after the old-fashioned models. Unhappily, says Goethe, adherence to the old principles caused it to suffer from poverty of parts. It never went beyond a tercet, and one felt inclined to wish that the doctor's medical books might be endowed with life to form a chorus. All the pains we took, therefore, to confine ourselves within narrow and simple limits went for nothing when Mozart appeared. The Entführung aus dem SERAIL threw all else into the shade, and our carefully worked-out piece was never heard of again at any theatre. A closer examination of Mozart's opera will make it clear to us why it threw all others into the shade. The plot of Bretzner's Entführung aus dem SERAIL, written for André in 1781, is simple and in no way original. Constanze, the beloved of Belmont, is in the power of a Pasha Selim, who has confined her in his seraglio and sues in vain for her love. Belmont has been made aware of her place of confinement by Pedrillo, his former servant, who has also fallen into the hands of a pasha and become the overseer of his gardens. Belmont hastens to liberate his beloved. In seeking Pedrillo, he stumbles upon Osmin, overseer of a country house in which the action takes place, and both he and Pedrillo, who is even more obnoxious to Osmin from his known love to Blondchen, Constance's waiting maid whom Osmin seeks to win, are rudely repulsed by Osmin. In the meantime, Pedrillo succeeds in recommending Belmont to his master as an accomplished architect. Selim takes him into his service, and Osmin is reluctantly obliged to admit him to the country house. In the second act, Blondchen makes short work of Osmin's arrogant jealousy in respect of her, and Constanze remains constant against the renewed attempts of the pasha. Hereupon, Pedrillo inveigles Osmin into drinking with him, and renders him harmless by means of a sleeping potion. The freedom thus obtained is employed by the lovers in an interview at which their flight the following night is determined on. In the third act, this is put into effect. Pedrillo gives the sign. Belmont escapes with Constanze. As Pedrillo is carrying off Blondchen, Osmin enters still half asleep. They contrive to escape, but he causes them to be pursued, and both couples are brought before the pasha. They are condemned to death, but the pasha, moved at last by their self-sacrificing love and fidelity, pardons and unites them. The original libretto is arranged for a genuine vaudeville. All the dramatic interest lies in the spoken dialogue. The songs are, with a few exceptions, superfluous additions, and imply a very moderate amount of execution. Mozart undertook to indicate to Steffani where and how, in the interests of a composer, alterations should be made, and only left to him the framing of the text, with which it was not necessary to be so particular, if only the situations were well arranged in their main features. The principal point, next to giving to the musical element of a piece its due prominence as the most fitting expression of lyric sentiment, was the proper consideration of the individualities of the performers themselves. Fortunately, this task was not complicated in the way which had so often been the case. Madame Cavalieri was certainly more of a bravura singer than anything else, and neither her appearance nor her acting was effective, but Adamberger and Fischer were just as Mozart would have had them, both as singers and actors, and Fischer especially was an extraordinarily gifted artist. The part of Osmin, which was created for him, shows the influence of a congenial spirit on the conceptions of a creating artist. When Mozart was fairly embarked in the work, he wrote to his father about the libretto and the alterations already made in it, September 26, 1781. The opera began with a soliloquy, which I have begged Herr Steffani to turn into a little ariette, and also, instead of the two chattering together after Osmin's song, to make a duet out of a dialogue. As we have given the part to Fischer, who has an excellent bass voice, although the Archbishop once told me he sang too low for a bass, and I assured his Grace that he would sing higher next time, we must give him something to do, especially as he is such a favourite with the public. In the original book, Osman has only one little song and nothing else but the terzet and finale. I have given him an aria in the first act, and he is to have another in the second. I have trusted the aria altogether to Stefani. The music was ready before he knew a word about it. These alterations were of specifically good dramatic effect in the first scene, and Osman's song called to life the first German comic aria which deserves to be called great. In the second act, the dialogue between Blondchen and Osman becomes a duet. On the other hand, a superfluous duet between Constanze and Blondchen is very rightly omitted. Instead of it, Constanze has the great bravura song, Martin aller Arten, chiefly as a concession to the singer, for the repetition of a scene in which she scornfully rejects the Sultan's proposals is in every way superfluous. Blondchen's second song, newly inserted, is, however, quite appropriate. In it she expresses her joy at her approaching deliverance, so that the original duet is really embodied to a certain extent in these two songs. But the chief alteration which Mozart contemplated was in the conclusion of the second act. In Brezsny's text, the abduction scene is treated as a grand ensemble movement, with which the third act commences. A long and elaborate duet between Belmont and Pedrillo, who are lying in ambush, makes the beginning, and then Constanze appears and is carried off by Belmont. After Pedrillo has climbed up to Blondchen in the window, Osman comes out of a house, still heavy with sleep, but he sees the fugitives and has them pursued and brought back by his guard. They beg for mercy, seek to regain their liberty by bribery. In vain. Osman rages and all the characters are in a state of excitement. Mozart's quick eye saw that this scene, bringing together all the characters in a succession of rapidly varying and contrasting situations, forms the culminating point of the opera. He wished, therefore, that this charming quintet, or rather finale, should be placed at the close of a second act. He also saw that this transposition would necessitate other important alterations. The second act could be kept together very well by the mutual understanding of the two lovers, but the third act, for which nothing was reserved but the unravelling of the knot by the clemency of the Sultan, if it was to have any substance or interest, must be provided with an entirely new intrigue. The difficulty of finding this seems to have put a stop to the alteration, and the original arrangement remained. But for Brezsny's insignificant finale to the second act, there was substituted an elaborate quartet, which expresses in music the reunion of the lovers in its various aspects of joy and jealousy, of disputes and reconciliation. An air for Belmont precedes this. It is well fitted for the situation, and is intended also as a concession to the singer, for in this act, where all the other characters come to the front, Belmont had originally nothing to sing but the ensemble music. Mozart began the composition of the ensemble movement at the commencement of the third act. The greater part of a duet between Belmont and Pedrillo before the Romanze was sketched out by him in his usual way, the voices and bass written in full, the accompaniment indicated here and there. It breaks off, however, in the middle, and Mozart appears to have purposely laid it aside, convinced that the scene must be differently treated. The ensemble was given up. Mozart saw that it would throw the whole opera out of gear, and would concentrate the interest and the action at the wrong place. The abduction scene was confined to dialogue, only Pedrillo's Romanze being left. In addition, songs for Belmont and Osman were inserted, both highly characteristic. The duet for Belmont and Constanze, which follows, is altered only in the words, not in the situation. The closing catastrophe it was thought well to modify. In Brezsny's version, the Pasha Selim, who is a renegade, recognizes in Belmont his son, which leads to the denouement. But Stefani makes him pardon the lovers from generosity and magnanimity, which, as a critic remarked, were the fashion of the day in Vienna. Constanze's song of gratitude at the close is very rightly omitted, and replaced by the then customary vaudeville, in which all the characters declare in turn, Wer solche Huld vergessen kann, den seh man mit Verachtung an. Mozart's father had raised objections to the libretto and the alterations in it. He was particularly concerned that the verses were not in regular rhyme throughout. Thereupon his son made him the following remarkable answer, October. Now, about the text of the opera, as far as Stefani's work is concerned, you are quite right, but the poetry is very well suited to the character of a stupid, boorish, and malicious Osman. I am quite aware that the versification is not of the best, but it goes so well with my musical thoughts, which were running in my head long before, that I cannot but be pleased, and I would wager that no fault will be found in performance. Belmont's aria, O wie ängstlich, could scarcely be written better for the music. Constance's aria, too, is not bad, with the exception of the hui, and the line, sorrow reposes in my bosom, for sorrow cannot repose. Footnote. In Constance's aria the words run, Mozart had previously written to his father, September 26, 1781, have altered hui into schnell, thus, doch wie schnell schwand meine Freude. I do not know what our German poets are thinking of, even if they do not trouble themselves to understand what is best fitted for dramatic or operatic treatment. They need not make human beings converse like pigs. End of footnote. After all, in an opera, the poetry must be the handmaid of the music. Why do Italian comic operas always please, in spite of their wretched librettos, even in Paris, as I was witness myself? Because the music is supreme, and everything else is forgotten. All the more then will an opera be likely to please, in which the plan of a piece is well carried out, and the words are written simply to suit the music, not turned and twisted so as to ruin the composition for the sake of a miserable rhyme, which God knows does far more harm than good in a dramatic representation. Verse indeed is indispensable for music, but rhyme is bad in its very nature, and poets who go to work so pedantically will certainly come to grief together with the music. It would be by far the best if a good composer who understands the theatre and know how to produce a piece, and a clever poet could be, like a veritable phoenix, united in one. There would be no reason to be afraid as to the applause of the ignorant then. The poet seems to me something like trumpeters, with their mechanical tricks. If we composers were to adhere so closely to our rules, which were well enough as long as we knew no better, we should soon produce music just as worthless as their worthless books. Footnote. It must be kept in mind that German operatic poets confined themselves to imitating Italian opera libretti, which were all cast in the same mould. Krauss's pamphlet, highly esteemed by contemporaries, Von der musikalischen Poesie, Berlin, 1752, takes this for granted. Hiller, über Metastasio, 1786, page 6, refers the German librettist to Metastasio. Even Goethe, although in another way, endeavoured to form German vaudeville after an Italian type. Views of the subject, similar to those of Mozart and Reichert, are carried out in detail in Kramer's Magazin der Musik, Volume 2, page 1061. End of footnote. Now I think I have talked nonsense enough for this time. So Mozart concludes this interesting letter, as he was fond of doing when his desire to justify himself had led him into general aesthetic questions, on which he was averse to expatiating at any length. His opinion as to the relative positions of music and poetry in operatic works is unusually interesting. In complete opposition to Gluck, who considered music as subordinate to poetry, Mozart requires that poetry shall be the handmaid of music. In the sense in which the context shows him to have meant it, he is undoubtedly right. He exacts that the plan of a piece shall be well laid out, that is, that the plot shall be interesting and shall, as it proceeds, afford dramatic situations fitted for musical expression. He requires further that the words shall be written merely for the music, that is, that the poetical conceptions shall be of a kind to stimulate the composer, to elevate and support him, while allowing him perfect freedom of thought and action. He had mentioned Osmund's song to Stephanie, and the music was ready before the latter had written a word of the poetry. The words he then prepared accorded so admirably with the musical ideas which had been running in Mozart's head, that faults here and there in the versification did not seem to him of much consequence. The impulse he required for his musical conceptions was the representation of the dramatis persona in certain definite situations, not the verbal framing of a poet's ideas. The points which were contained in the verse and influenced the construction of a musical idea were to him cooperating but not dominating elements. The words of an opera have a definite object. They provide foundation and support for the musical expression, and are not, therefore, absolutely independent, as in the drama, but are obliged to recognize and respect the laws of music as well as those of poetry. To attain this end, a compromise is as indispensable as in every other union of the sister arts. Architecture, in her highest achievements, turns for embellishment to sculpture and painting, and no one has ever doubted that in such cooperation each art must make some concession to the other. The architectural plan must be so conceived as to afford fitting space and position for the sculpture and painting. These, on the other hand, must be introduced with a view to the essential conditions of a building. The pediment, the arch, the metope are not freely selected forms, but constitute the limitations which arise from the necessities of a building. The sculptor modifies his style to suit the character of a building. The painter knows how to give significance to the whole design by skillful composition and combinations of colour on the flat surface of the walls. Doubtless, architecture with her severe laws and inflexible forms imposes restrictions on the fancies of the artist, but who can imagine that Phidias in the sculptures of the Parthenon, Raphael in the Loggia of the Vatican, renounced their freedom of design or their independence of execution in obedience to the will of the architect? The relation between poetry and music is of the same kind. Mozart saw the necessity for cooperation between the musician and the poet if the right effect was to be given in its just proportions. The musician must be ready to give some hints which shall put the poet in possession of his intentions and of the conditions necessitated by the rules of his art. The poet must be intelligent, clever, and cultivated enough to fall in with the intentions of a musician, and poet enough to retain his poetical powers in spite of these limitations. Mozart is quite right in asserting that cooperation of this kind is the surest pledge for an altogether satisfactory opera. Unhappily, he is quite right also in declaring such a cooperation to be attainable only by a veritable phoenix. To a certain degree, a mutual understanding is of course indispensable, but it confines itself, as a rule, to an unwilling concession on this or the other side. Music finally assumes the mastery in opera, where it is the actual medium of expression. No one could deny that good music would make the poorest verse pass muster, whereas bad music could not be made acceptable even when wedded to immortal verse. But the very fact that music appeals direct to the senses gives it an advantage when opposed to poetry, which reaches the imagination through the intellect, just as a poetical description of a work of art falls far short of the effect produced directly on the mind by contemplation of the work itself. Music works on the sense of hearing in an as yet inexplicable manner, rousing emotions and fancies with an instantaneous power surpassing that of poetry. Even if this be disputed, it must be allowed that music does not appeal immediately to the intellect as language does. Even the species of music which is said to occupy the intellect most especially, that is, music in strict forms of counterpoint, does not do it in such a way as to enable the hearer to discover the meaning of the composition by means of its actual utterances. It exercises his intellect otherwise by rousing the desire in him to grasp and hold the artistic forms as such, and the laws upon which they depend. Music must borrow from poetry what it does not possess for itself, namely the ability to call forth a well-defined image which shall identify itself with the sentiment evoked by the music, and give to this its exact significance. This point is, of course, of special importance in opera, although the fact must not be lost sight of that the stage accessories in pantomimic representation come greatly to the aid of the music, so that it is quite possible for an audience to follow an opera with interest and gratification, without understanding the language in which it is written. This is a further proof that, important as the poetic details doubtless are, the plot and situations are the really essential points. For the paradox that a libretto, if it is to be musical, cannot be poetical, but can only have certain external forms of poetic delivery, is certainly false. The conditions of poetic delivery and musical execution are essentially the same, and a distinction between them is impossible. But the means of delivery which the poet has at his disposal are manifold and varied, and not all applicable in the same place. If a poet is master of his art, and has a clear conception of what he is striving after, he will know what are the particular means he ought to employ to be in accord with the musical part of a work. Brezsner was very indignant at the proposed alterations in his libretto, and inserted the following notice in the Berliner Literatur- und Theaterzeitung, No. 1783. It has pleased some hitherto unknown person in Vienna to take in hand my opera Belmont und Constanze, or Die Entführung aus dem SERAIL, and to publish the piece in a very altered form. The alterations in the dialogue are not considerable and may be passed over, but the adapter has inserted a vast number of songs, the words of which are in many cases edifying and touching in the highest possible degree. I would not willingly deprive the improver of the glory belonging to this work, and I therefore take this opportunity of specifying these inserted songs as belonging to the Vienna edition and Mozart's competition. In conclusion, and after giving a specimen of the improver's work from the quartet, Brezna exclaims, "And this is called improvement." Nevertheless, the text was improved, and although far from first-rate, it had been rendered a fairly satisfactory and practicable libretto, which has not yet been very far surpassed in the literature of German comic opera. The plot is certainly not thrilling, but it allows the natural development of a succession of musical situations. It was, as we have seen, Mozart's merit to recognize these in his musical representation, to make them available in such a way as to distinguish the Entführung from all earlier vaudevilles and operettas. Mozart's performance was not confined to the adoption of certain ready-developed forms of Italian opera, pressed into the service of a German opera, partly from necessity, partly from the narrow principle that the songs were to be sung by personages of supposed high position. This would have been no sufficient reason for substituting the aria for the lead. It was done to give full scope to musical construction, and to make the standard and measure of the execution to consist only in the artistic conditions of the dramatic situations, and in the nature of a musical expression. Footnote: he was perfectly aware that comic opera must follow its own laws. "You cannot imagine," he wrote to his father, June 16, 1781, "that I should write an opera comique in the same style as an opera seria. Just as in an opera seria there must be a display of much learning and good sense, and very little playfulness, so in an opera buffa there must be very little display of learning, and a great deal of playful merriment. It cannot be helped if people will have comic music in an opera seria, but there is a great difference. I believe that buffoonery is not quite rooted out of music yet, and in this case the French are right." End of footnote. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2 by Otto Jahn. Chapter 25, Die Entführung aus dem SERAIL, Part 2. At home as he was in Italian, French, and German opera, in sacred and instrumental music, he had obtained such a mastery over musical forms as gave him a freedom of action which his favourable circumstances in Vienna allowed him to make use of, and the fact that he was composing a German opera gave him a sense of a still higher freedom. He was German in every thought and feeling, and German music was his natural way of expressing himself as an artist, requiring no unusual form, no special characterization, nothing but freedom of thought and action. In the Entführung, German sentiment, emotion, and disposition found expression for the first time at the hands of a true artist. It is easy to understand how the fullness of life and truth in such a work would throw into the shade all who believed solely in those forms which were borrowed from foreign sources, and only superficially remodelled. Footnote: the autograph score of The Entführung, 384K in 3 volumes, 453 pages, was presented by Mozart to his sister-in-law, Madame Hofer, one evening when she had especially gratified him by her singing. It is now in the possession of Paul Mendelssohn Bartholdy of Berlin. Some of the odd sheets are in André's collection. Wolfgang writes to his father, July 20th, 1782, "You will find many erasures, because I knew that the score would be copied at once, so I let my ideas have free play, and made my alterations and abbreviations before sending it to the copyist." End of footnote. This truly German and truly Mozart-like style is nowhere more decidedly exemplified than in the part of Belmont. It is only necessary to note the contrast between the male sopranos of the opera seria, or the comic lovers of the opera buffa, and this Belmont, who expresses manly love in all its force and intensity. It is plain that his love is not the wild and transitory gleam of passion, but an emotion having its roots deep in the heart, sanctified by sorrow, and held with the constancy of a true moral nature. Manliness is the ground tone of all his agitated sentiments. The steady glow of a well-balanced mind penetrates every expression of his feelings. It is an easier task to portray the wild excitement of passion than to depict a mind and character in its totality by means of each separate expression. Footnote: the ancients indicated this distinction by the terms pathos and ethos. End of footnote. And the conception of love, the essential motive power of musical drama from this point of view, marks an era in musical representation important alike for its national character and its artistic construction. It was not by mere chance that Mozart made the tenor voice, which had been virtually deprived of its proper province in Italian opera, into the organ of manly love and tenderness. Belmont has become a type in German opera. Adamberger, judging from contemporary testimony, was the most fitting representative of such a character. Various songs composed for him by Mozart characterize him as a singer of noble and expressive delivery. Footnote: these are the beautiful air Per pietà non ricercate, 420 the air written in 1785 for the oratorio Davide Penitente, 469 6, A te, fra tanti affani, and a grand air belonging to 1783, 431 Part 3, which is one of the most beautiful. It supposes a faithful lover waking to find himself in prison, and expressing his surprise and anger in an agitated recitative, Misero o sogno. In the Andante, ora che in torno spiri, his thoughts turn to his beloved one for whom he is suffering, a simple and dignified cantilene full of warm, deep feeling. The Allegro, expressive of his horror at his position, is full of wild excitement and anguish. The whole song is simple and full of manly dignity without bravura, which seems to have been Adamberger's peculiar style. The musical treatment is rich in interesting detail. The wind instruments, flutes, bassoons, and horns are employed to give individual colouring. End of footnote. Belmont's character and tone of mind are drawn in firm lines in his first cavatina. His state of anxious suspense is implied rather than fully indicated by his expression of secret devotion, but this little song, which none but a master hand could have thrown off so lightly and so surely, is of most significance by reason of its connection with the overture. Mozart makes no remark to his father on the overture except that it was short and that it alternates between forte and piano, the Turkish music being always forte, modulated by changes of key, and I do not think anyone can go to sleep over it, even if they have lain awake all the night before. September 26, 1781. As usual, when he speaks of his compositions, he only indicates the means employed and the external effect, and does not attempt any verbal description of the music itself. It is certainly true that a lively and incessant suspense is kept up by the constant modulatory changes, especially from major to minor, and by sharp contrasts of forte and piano. But this is not all. The character of the overture is so singularly fanciful that a few bars suffice to place the hearer in an imaginative mood. The most varied emotions of joy and sorrow are lightly touched, but never held. The tone of the whole is so fresh and cheerful that the listener involuntarily yields to the spell, and the impressions of the new world in which he finds himself are heightened by the highly original tone-colouring. Then comes a slower movement, expressing longing desires in the tenderest, most appealing tones. It has scarcely died away before we are again whirled along our fantastic course, which ends in an appealing cry, followed without a pause by Belmont's cavatina, Hier soll ich dich denn sehen, Constanze. We recognize at once the middle movement of the overture, but changed from the minor to the major key. This change, and the difference of shading between the arrangement for the voice and that for the orchestra, give to the charming little movement two distinct expressions, just as the same landscape has two different aspects seen at noon or in the moonlight. The overture renders us free to receive the effect of the work of art as such, prepared by what forms the starting point of the work, and the first song sets the crown on the overture, while it transports us at once into the frame of mind which predominates throughout the opera. Still more important in its climax and composition is Belmont's second song. The situation is more definitely developed. Belmont knows now that Constanze is there, that he will soon see her, and this certainty condenses all the emotions roused by the memory of a sorrowful past and the prospect of a perilous future into the one feeling of their speedy reunion. Mozart was so taken with this song that he wrote it down as soon as he received the libretto. This is the favourite song of all who have heard it, myself included, he wrote to his father, September 26, 1781, and is exactly calculated for Adamberger's voice. O wie ängstlich, o wie feurig! You can imagine how it is expressed with the very beating of the heart. The violins in octaves, one can see the trembling, the hesitation, the very swelling of the breast is expressed by a crescendo. One can hear the sighs, the whispers, rendered by the violins muted with one flute in unison. It would be doing Mozart an injustice to consider this sound painting as his first object. It is in reality but a subordinate, although a very effective and useful element of a whole musical conception. Belmont's two other songs, one in the second act, before the meeting with Constanza. Footnote: this air was considerably abbreviated by Mozart. In the Adagio there was originally a distinct middle movement following the second occurrence of the subject. It passed into the key of E-flat major, and at the 17th bar closed in D minor, whereupon the first subject recurred. The allegro was also shortened. End of footnote. And the other at the beginning of the third act, before the abduction, are much quieter in tone and are characterized by manly composure combined with warm sensibility. These qualities are visible also in the musical construction of the broad and expressive cantilene, which allows free scope for the display of a full tenor voice in its best position. The structure of the melodies diverges in a remarkable degree from that which predominates in Mozart's Italian operas, and approaches nearer to that employed in his instrumental music. And yet the national character of the melodies is not so pronounced in the Entführung as in the Zauberflöte, nor are the songs in their whole design so completely absolved from Italian forms. The part of Constanza, so far as musical characterization is concerned, is not nearly so well thought out as that of Belmont. "I have been obliged," writes Mozart to his father, September 26, 1781, "to sacrifice Constanza's song in some degree to the voluble organ of Mademoiselle Cavalieri. But I have sought to express Trennung war mein banges Los und nun schwimmt mein Aug in Tränen as far as is compatible with an Italian bravura song." Footnote: the same may almost be said of the air Tra l'oscure ombre funeste, which Mozart composed in 1785 for Mademoiselle Cavalieri in the Oratorio Davide Penitente, 469 K. 8. The first movement is expressive of earnest feeling, the second has more of bravura. End of footnote. We shall readily allow that he has been so far successful, and that apart from the inserted bravura passages, the song is not only fine from a musical point of view, but appropriate to the situation. But in the great bravura song of the second act, everything has been sacrificed to Mademoiselle Cavalieri's voluble organ, and, as Gluck would have said, it smells of music. Footnote: Salieri narrates that Gluck was dissatisfied with one part of his Danaides, without knowing the reason why. After many repetitions he exclaimed at last, "I have it! The passage smells of music." Morsel, Salieri, page 79. End of footnote. It is, as we have seen, inserted without reference to the plot, and this may have led to the further consequence of treating it altogether as an extraneous piece. As regards length and difficulty, it is one of the greatest of bravura songs, and is accompanied by 4 obbligato instruments, flute, oboe, violin, and violoncello. Footnote: the bravura part was originally extended into 11 bars from bar 5, page 153, with the voices and instruments contending. The close was also longer, 15 bars, being inserted at page 175, bar 7. Rochlitz asserts in Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung, Volume 1, page 145, that in later years Mozart undertook a searching revision of the Entführung, making numerous alterations, especially abbreviations. "I heard him play one of Constanza's principal airs, after twofold revision, and deplored some of the omitted passages. They may do for the piano," said he, "but not on the stage. When I wrote that, I was too fond of hearing myself, and did not know when to leave off." This is the only instance known of such hypercriticism on Mozart's part. End of footnote. Considered as a concert piece, it is of importance by reason of a plan, artistic in design and execution, which permits the treatment of the 5 obbligato parts as integral divisions of the whole, while making due provision for sound effects and musical interest. The song is still often sung, although the glitter surrounding mere execution has passed away, but it does not belong to the Entführung. Together with the brilliant execution there is a certain heroic tone in the song which is quite out of keeping with the opera, and with the character of Constanza in it. The true Constanza, as Mozart imagined her, is found in the second air, which expresses with much truth and intensity the ardent longing of a maiden sorrowing for her lover. firmness and assurance are manly attributes, but a dreamy, resigned absorption in the contemplation of vanished happiness is proper to a woman, and to this maidenly sentiment Mozart has given beautiful expression. This feminine tone gives the song a certain resemblance to that of Ilya in Idomeneo, but the latter is, as the situation requires, drawn in darker lines and takes more hold on the mind. Here, as elsewhere, the same point is noticeable, that is, that when Mozart works outward from the heart of an individual situation, the separate elements of a musical construction are more striking, and the form is freer and more lifelike than it would otherwise be. The instrumentation also is peculiarly effective, especially by the employment of wind instruments which shed a gentle glow over the whole. Mozart, against his custom, makes use of a basset horn instead of the clarinet in this song. In the part of Belmont, too, the instrumentation is modified to some extent. The second song is very delicate and tender in its instrumentation, the wind instruments being treated as solos, although not concertant. In the others there is a very pithy, forcible tone, which in the last becomes almost brilliant. The duet, owing to the singularity of the situation, differs materially in character from an ordinary love duet. Within sight of death, each of the lovers has the painful consciousness of having led the other to destruction, and their mutual endeavour to console one another with the certainty of their love, which death may consummate but cannot destroy, raises them to the height of enthusiastic inspiration. This sentiment is excellently well expressed in the first calm movement with fervour and clearness, and a perceptible blending of painful emotion and loving consolation. The second movement does not quite reach the same high level. Not only do some of the passages, and the very tedious conclusion, make concessions to passing effect, but the expression does not rise to the ecstatic strain which is implied in the situation. Footnote: Tieck, Dramaturgischen Blätter, Volume 2, page 315. The duet is one which may draw tears from the eyes of the most insensible. Even Berlioz, À travers Chants, page 243, thought highly of it. End of footnote. The noble forms of the two lovers stand in the sharpest contrast to that of Osman, which is altogether Mozart's creation, and certainly one of the most original characters of dramatic music. The very way in which he is introduced is masterly. After Belmont has sung his cavatina, which breathes the noblest love and constancy, Osman comes out of a house to gather figs. He sings a song for his pastime. It is a love song, but one suggested by painful jealousy. The minor key of Osman's song gives it a wild, desolate expression, in strong contrast to the cheerful candour of the cavatina. Many popular songs have this expression, and Osman's song is successfully imitated from the popular style. The phrasing is clumsy in spite of a marked rhythm, but the effect is quite startling when Osman, in a complacent hum, repeats the last words an octave lower, and then at once breaks out into a wild tra-la-la-la. The uncouth fellow lolls and stretches, so completely at his ease that there cannot be a moment's doubt of how unamiable he will prove to be if anyone should venture to cross his path. This is soon put to the proof. He refuses with assumed indifference to answer Belmont's repeated inquiries, and on the latter interrupting him, involuntarily as it were with a melody of his own song, which has so irritated Belmont, the unabashed rudeness of Osman breaks out in speech. It is as interesting as instructive to note how in this duet the simplest and easiest means of musical representation are used to produce a continuous climax and the most lively characterization. While it is still in full train, Pedrillo enters, and Osman turns upon him with a fresh outbreak of rage in the song which Mozart has spoken of to his father. Again changing his tactics, he endeavours to repress his opponent with all the weight of his dignity and cleverness. Gravity and importance expressed by the rhythm, the pompous intervals, the syncopated accompaniment, alternate with impatience and haste when the singer becomes irritated. Very characteristic is the demeanour of Osman as he complacently nurses the thought, "I have my wits about me. Ich hab auch Verstand." He works himself gradually up into a rage, and the threats which he pours forth in a breath fall like blows on the head of the hapless Pedrillo. The effect is produced by the accentuation given to the rapid flow of words. The first fourth of every bar is forcibly given by the orchestra, and the second is taken up by the voice in fifths, and then in octaves. At last he comes to a triumphant close, and one thinks it is all over, but he has only stopped to take breath, and at once resuming his furious course, he ends by completely overpowering his opponent. Mozart writes to his father on the conclusion of this song, September 26, 1781, "The Drum beim Barte des Propheten is in the same time, but the notes are more rapid, and as his anger grows one imagines the climax must be close at hand. The Allegro assai follows in quite a different time and key, and has an excellent effect. A man in such violent rage oversteps all bounds of moderation, and loses all command over himself, and so must the music. But since," he continues, expressing in simple words that wherein lies the charm of all true art, "since the passions, violent or not, must never be carried to the point of producing disgust, and the music, however thrilling, must never fail to satisfy the ear, consequently must always remain music, I have not chosen a distant key to follow the F, the key of the song, but an allied one, not the nearest key of all, D minor, but the farther one of A minor." In point of fact, the effect of a minor key is extraordinary, both here and in other places, where it is only cursorially touched. It adds to the frenzied wildness of a character in which lust and cruelty are blended, and it is emphasized by the strongly marked though monotonous rhythm. And how wonderfully all these characteristics are enhanced by the instrumentation! Osman's rage, writes Mozart, acquires a comic element by the introduction of a Turkish music. The effect is enhanced by the simplicity which has hitherto characterized the instrumentation. The oboes with bassoons and horns predominate until, in the last verse, Sonderlich beim Mondenscheine, a flute insinuates itself with very good effect. There are many characteristic touches in spite of a scanty means at disposal, as for instance the mocking entry of the oboe at the words "Ich hab auch Verstand." The Turkish music serves for far more than local colour and characterization. The expression of fanaticism is coloured as well as heightened by the shrill sound of a piccolo flute, the blows of a drum and cymbals, and the tingle of the triangles. Footnote: a singular effect is given by the sustained notes of the oboes and bassoons with the appoggiatura. Mozart has made a similar use of them in the wedding march in Figaro, where he was equally desirous of imparting peculiarity of colouring. End of footnote. The bewilderment produced by these instruments, the breathless rapidity of the movement, and the monotony of a rhythm makes one feel that giddiness must ensue if it goes on much longer. But Mozart never makes us giddy. He makes use of the most forcible means for characterization, but never to the point of becoming painful, and all with so much cheerfulness and humour that the total effect is decidedly pleasing. We make acquaintance with Osman's boorish character in many different situations. He is true to himself in them all. The second great song contrasts in some measure with the first. He is triumphant, he has his enemies in his power, and he is beside himself with joy. But he retains the same savage nature, and in the midst of all his rejoicing, the main point for him is that he can now loll and stretch himself comfortably, which he proceeds to do to his heart's content on the long sustained A and D, to which he easily carries his scale. Especially characteristic is the middle movement of this song. One seems to see a wild beast, now yawning and stretching, now crouching for a spring. Grim cruelty and lustful indolence are wonderfully characterized by the alternation of octaves and dissonant suspensions in the accompaniment, as well as by the triplet passages, which are given by the orchestra in unison, as if there could be no harmony here. The expression of joy is mingled with unspeakable brutality, and comes to a climax in the shrill note of exultation at the close. Footnote: Mozart has used only the piccolo flute here, as specially adapted for the tattoo-like principal subject and its wild, shrill conclusion. The clarinets are very originally treated, particularly in those places where they are apart from other wind instruments and support the voice with sustained notes. End of footnote. But Osman shows himself a true poltroon in the duet with Blondchen. Her snappish impudence completely gets the better of him, and although he endeavours to overawe her with the deepest notes of his deep bass voice, her persiflage drives her unwieldy antagonist quite out of the field. The lament which he thereupon sings, Ihr Engländer seid ihr nicht Toren, ihr lasst euren Weibern den Willen, you Englishmen, what fools you are to leave your wives their freedom, is in contrast to his love song, and completes the conception of it. Here there is nothing of a barbarous nature which showed itself in lust and jealousy, but only the pitiful whining of a slavish soul which trembles before a resolute woman's will. The characterization of the last movement, when Osmond gives up all appearance of superiority and yields upon every point, is charming, and produced by the simplest musical means. He displays another side of his character in the duet, in which Pedrillo induces him to drink. Footnote: Mozart's expression in his letter to his father, September 26, 1781. The drinking duet, which consists entirely of my Turkish tattoo, Zapfenstreich, leads to the conclusion that he has here made use of an earlier composition with which I am not acquainted. The Turkish music, in conjunction with trumpets, no drums, is admirably suggestive of Osmond's excited, half-tipsy state. End of footnote. His senses are soon overcome, and he endeavours to outvie Pedrillo. It is of advantage to the situation that the personality of the singers required that even here Osmond must be considered the chief person. One only needs to hear the arrogance with which he delivers the principal subject, in order to feel sure on whom the wine will take strongest effect, and even when the rapidly concluded entente cordiale is expressed in unison, Osmond's low-pitched octave keep the upper hand. Footnote: This motif was evidently composed just as Osmond sings it. Fischer's flexible and melodious voice made it doubly effective, in contrast to the less voluble tenor, so characteristic of the insignificant Pedrillo. At the outset, an admirable effect is produced by the violins, strengthened by piccolo and ordinary flutes, which gently accentuate the melody detached from its simple but agitated accompaniment. There is something peculiarly seductive in this melodious rippling sound, of which there is another instance in the Moor song in the Zauberflöte. End of footnote. But here too Mozart keeps within bounds, and never goes beyond a joke. Osmond's drunken sleep is excluded from his representation. Osmond's character is least strongly characterized in the terzet, of which Mozart writes to his father as follows, September 26, 1781. Now for the terzet, which concludes the first act. Pedrillo has represented his master as an architect, which affords him an opportunity of meeting his Constanze in the garden. The Pasha has taken him into his service, and Osmond, as overseer, and knowing nothing of this, is insolent to him as a stranger, being himself an unmannerly churl and the arch-enemy of all strangers, and refuses to allow him to enter the garden. The first movement is short, and as the words allowed of it, I have kept the three voices fairly well together, but then begins the major pianissimo, which must go very fast, and the conclusion will draw many tears, which is just what the conclusion of a first act should do. The more tears the better, but the shorter the better, so that the audience may not forget the applause. We see from this that Mozart thought more in this instance of a vivid expression of a situation than of minute characterization, and all the three characters are alike in their urging and scolding. The advisability, therefore, of keeping the three voices fairly well together, their imitative arrangement keeping up the impression of great excitement, is indicated by the situation, although, owing to the necessity for stricter attention to form, the individual characterization is thereby limited. Osmond's last appearance in the finale is very amusing. While all the other characters are expressing their gratitude, in the favourite form of a round, Osmond tries in vain to keep in the same track, but the round sticks in his throat, and his angry spite will have vent. The hunting song of the first act, with the obbligato janissaries music, rushes once more past our ears. Although some elements borrowed from the conventional forms of the Italian bass buffo are discernible in the part of Osmond, yet Mozart has made use of them in such an entirely original manner that they are closely interwoven in his own creation. It is, however, the consistency of the individual characterization which distinguishes the part of Osmond and raises it far above the ordinary buffo parts, causing it to afford a striking instance of Mozart's eminent talent for dramatic construction. The part requires a performer such as Fischer, of whom Reichhardt writes, "He is an excellent bass singer. His voice has the depth of a violoncello and the height of an ordinary tenor. Its compass is so that his deep notes are never harsh, nor his high ones shrill. His voice flows with ease and certainty, and is full of charm. In praise of his style, I need only say that he is a worthy pupil of the great tenor Raff, who was, and still is, considered the best tenor in all Europe. Fischer has a more flexible organ than perhaps any other bass singer, and his acting is as good in serious drama as in comic. Such materials as this are calculated to bring forth good effects. Among them may be noted the original sense of climax which Mozart produces by repeating a passage an octave lower. This is done in the lead and in both of Osmund's airs at the words Ich hab auch Verstand and Denn nun hab ich vor euch Ruhe. The same effect occurs in the beautiful song Non so donde viene, composed also for Fischer. An expressive and sustained passage is repeated an octave lower, and the effect is very beautiful. In order to give an adequate idea of Fischer's powers, the two serious songs composed for him by Mozart must be considered along with this decidedly comic part. The above-mentioned Non so donde viene, 512 K, broad in conception and style, displays the whole compass and wealth of Fischer's organ in the most favourable light. The other, Aspri di morse atroce, 432 K, composed in 1783, is remarkable for the expression of a gloomy, agitated mood, not illumined by any ray of light. An expressive recitative is followed by a single movement, allegro, F minor, in incessant agitation, the almost uninterrupted triplets of a stringed instruments giving it the character of trembling unrest. The voice part is very striking by reason of its decided rhythm and frequent dissonant intervals, but it is mostly declamatory, and there is no appearance of a cantilene proper. The wind instruments give effect to the strong accents. The whole song pursues its rapid course like a gloomy nocturne, and dies away at last in a dull moan. This song is distinguished among all that Mozart has written by its uninterrupted expression of gloomy passion, and it would be almost inconceivable that he intended it for concert singing, did we not know that Fischer was to sing it. He was unsurpassed in every species of delivery. The parts of Blondchen and Pedrillo are not by any means so important in their characterization as those of the principal personages, neither have they much influence on the development of a plot. Blondchen, besides her share in the duet with Osmund, has two songs, of which the first is in no way remarkable, written evidently for a seconda donna. The only point to be noted is a passage going up to which gives proof of Mademoiselle Tiber's vocal powers. Footnote: in its design, this air was considerably longer. The second part began at page 111, bar 9, instead of page 109, bar 19. It was in D major instead of A major, and led back into the first subject, bringing the whole to a conclusion after 29 interpolated bars. End of footnote. The second song is far fresher and more original, and expresses heartfelt joy in so lively and charming a manner, without ever overstepping the province of a good-humoured soubrette, that the hearer is involuntarily beguiled into the same cheerful frame of mind. A German element is unmistakably present. We are reminded of the Zauberflöte, and we may note the first appearance of those naive girl parts common to German opera. Footnote: the instrumentation of this air is full, and the orchestral parts carefully worked out. The accompaniment at the words Ohne Aufschub will ich eilen is unusually charming and animated. It also has been shortened by Mozart. End of footnote. Mozart has given to Pedrillo's song somewhat of a military tone, suggested perhaps by the opening words Frisch zum Kampfe, and although his servile nature is indicated here and there in the accompaniment, the effect of the whole is too forcible and brilliant for the character. Footnote: Arnold, Mozart's Geist, page 375, interprets the words as though Pedrillo was trying to assume a courage which he did not possess. End of footnote. On the other hand, the Romanze, which he sings in the third act to the guitar, is a jewel of delicate characterization. Not, however, with any reference to Pedrillo himself, for he sings the song not from personal impulse, but as something he has heard and learnt. But the strange effect of harmony and rhythm, the mixture of bold knightly impulse with timid dismay, is so fantastic, so unreal, that we seem to be ourselves in Moorish lands, and are readily persuaded that we are listening to genuine Moorish music. But we are listening, in fact, to no music but Mozart's, whose own mind evolved the music which the situation demanded, without any previous philological study of Moorish national melodies. The two choruses of Janissaries, so Mozart calls them in the score, are not only characterized by the Turkish airs they embody, but by original harmonies and rhythm, which give them a foreign and national character, without any special regard as to whether it is actually Turkish or not. Footnote. He writes to his father of the 1st, September 26, 1781, "The Janissary chorus is all that can be desired, short and merry, and very well suited for the Viennese public." Ulibichev, who makes some striking observations on this chorus, notices its many points of resemblance, such as the alternation of relative major and minor keys, to Russian national melodies, with which Mozart may have become acquainted at Prince Galitzин's. End of footnote. We have already had occasion to remark how the ensemble movements proceed naturally from the exigencies of the situation, and are therefore essential to the musical characterization of the work. This is especially true of a quartet, which forms the conclusion of the second act. Belmont and Constanze meet for the first time in the Pasha's garden, where are also Blondchen and Pedrillo. The meeting of the lovers is the more significant, since it is in anticipation of their approaching flight. An unusually elevated tone of sentiment is therefore common to them all, but the particular circumstances produce many different shades of feeling, and each character has its own distinct peculiarities. It is the task of a composer to combine this multifariousness into an artistic whole. The scenic accessories come very happily to his aid. The two pairs of lovers wander about the garden in close converse, so that they are heard sometimes apart, sometimes one after the other, sometimes together, according to the requirements of a situation and of a musical grouping. The beginning is a simple matter. Constanze and Belmont express their feelings in a short duet-like movement, full of heart, such as Mozart has made proper to lovers. When they turn aside, Pedrillo and Blondchen advance, deep in consultation on the flight, so that the music assumes a lighter and more cheerful tone, but their thoughts are also occupied with the approaching happy turn in their fortunes, and when Belmont and Constanze draw near, they all spontaneously join in the expression of joyful emotion. Small touches betray the master. The consultation between Pedrillo and Blondchen is in A major, and closes with an easy phrase on the words "Wär der Augenblick schon da," "Oh, that the moment had come," very expressive of the girl's character. The orchestra at once takes up this phrase with great emphasis, produced both by the sudden change to the key of D major and by the forcible unison of the instruments, as if they were exclaiming, "It has come," and then leads back simply and expressively to the leading motif, which now for the first time asserts its full significance. But now the tone grows troubled. Belmont cannot repress a feeling of jealousy, and, embarrassed and confused, he seeks to express his doubts to Constanze, who does not understand him. Pedrillo follows in the same direction to Blondchen, who is far more ready in apprehending his meaning. The oboe gives charming expression to the feelings which the jealous lovers scarcely dare to clothe in words. Then Belmont and Constanze come forward again. The two men speak together, each after his manner, Belmont noble and open, Pedrillo with chattering haste. Constanze bursts into tears. Blondchen answers Pedrillo with a box on the ears. The women lament together, and the men are aware that they have gone too far. After the lively expression of these contrasting emotions in rapid alternation, the lovers emerge from the confusion, explain themselves as to their true feelings, and so prepare for the reconciliation. The short ensemble movement in which Mozart consummates this dénouement, Andante 6-8, is one of those passages of which a friend used to say that der liebe Gott himself could not have done it better. The purest beauty and a truly holy expression of satisfaction penetrates the simple and unpretending phrase. The magic of such conceptions cannot be rendered in words, nor can it be satisfactorily indicated by what actual means the effect is attained, and yet it is always of interest to see the master in his workshop. It is easy to see in this case that the key selected, A major, combines with the rhythm and the harmonic treatment to produce the wished-for effect. It gives the voices a pitch allowing of the clearest and most melodious tones, heightened in their effect by the deeper pitch of the accompanying stringed instruments, and it also, although in fact the nearest key to the principal one, produces an impression of surprise as great as though it were a more distant one. This is due to what precedes the adoption of the A major key. The first movement in D major is followed by one in G minor, which leads to E flat major, B minor, F major. D minor is just touched, but only to pass again through C minor and B flat major into G minor, with a rapid transition into E major. After this restless change of key, the passage into A major has a wonderfully tranquilizing effect, and the adherence to the key throughout the movement gives it a peculiar charm. But the reconciliation has not yet taken place. The lovers sue for pardon, but the two women allow them first to feel their injustice, and here Blanchen assumes the lead by virtue of her fluent tongue, while the men supplicate more and more earnestly until at last peace is concluded. This movement is a model of dramatic characterization. An excellent effect is produced by Blanchen singing throughout in triplets, 12/8 against 4/4, in contrast to the calm, flowing melodies for the other voices. The movement only acquires its full significance by contrast with what has preceded it. When pardon has been granted, every trace of past sorrow is obliterated by the feeling of complete satisfaction. After so much mental strain, a complete relaxation is necessary from a musical point of view. The last movement is therefore very simple, although appropriately brilliant and fiery. It seldom departs from a principal key, and is frequently in canon form. Very light passages for the voices, rapid instrumentation, and an unusually effective crescendo at the close give it an impulsive and quickening effect. This was the first really dramatic ensemble movement in a German opera, and in it we find concentrated all Mozart's services to the German opera, a full and free employment of all the means afforded by song and orchestra to give musical expression to emotion, without subservience to any more binding forms than those laws which are founded on the nature of music. The masterly treatment of the orchestra in the Entführung has been repeatedly pointed out, and there is no need to repeat that Mozart turned to account all the advantages offered to him by the Vienna orchestra. In comparison with Idomeneo, the instrumentation is not exactly scantier, but it is clearer and simpler. The tendency to employ the different instruments independently to bring forward subordinate subjects, etc., is held in check, and the details are more lightly treated on account of stage effects. I think I may venture to lay down, says Weber, that in the Entführung Mozart's artist experience comes to maturity, and that his experience of the world alone was to lead him to further efforts. The world might look for several operas from him like Figaro and Don Juan, but with the best will possible he could only write one Entführung. I seem to perceive in it what the happy years of youth are to every man. Their bloom never returns, and the extirpation of their defects carries with it some charms which can never be recovered. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Chapter 26. Courtship. It has often been pointed out that Mozart wrote the Entführung as an accepted lover, and many analogies have been drawn between his own love affairs and those represented in the opera, with a view of accounting for the depth and truth of his expression of the tenderest of passions. It is true that Mozart could not have rendered love so truly without having felt it in its full intensity. But if we stop to realize the difficulties and vexations with which Mozart had to struggle as a lover, we shall rather wonder that he could compose at all under such circumstances, and the Entführung becomes a striking proof that creative genius sets the artist free from the pressure of life, and raises him into the region of beauty in which true art is begotten. We have already seen the relief it was to Mozart, when obliged to quit the house of the Archbishop, to find a lodging with Madame Weber, his old Mannheim friend. After Aloysia's marriage to the actor Lang, the mother lived in somewhat reduced circumstances with her other 3 daughters, and was glad to let her spare rooms. It was a comfort to Mozart to be relieved by friendly hands of the little housekeeping cares which he was ill-fitted to attend to himself. But his father was averse to the arrangement. He feared that the Webers would make a tool of him, as they had, in his opinion, in Mannheim. He was not at all satisfied with Wolfgang's reassurances on the subject, and pressed him to take another lodging. Wolfgang declared himself quite willing if he could find one equally comfortable. As this did not seem likely, and a report reached Salzburg that Mozart was engaged to be married to one of Madame Weber's daughters, his father insisted on compliance with his desire. Wolfgang answered, July 25th, 1781, "I repeat that I have long wished to take another lodging, if only to stop people's chatter, and it annoys me to have to do it for the sake of absurd gossip in which there is not a word of truth. I should like to know what pleasure it can be to certain people to spread such baseless reports. Because I am living with the family, I must, forsooth, marry the daughter. There is no talk of affection. They jump over all that. I simply go to the house and then get married. If ever in my life I was far from thinking of marriage, it is at this moment. I wish for nothing less than a rich wife, and even if I could make a good marriage now, I must perforce wait, for I have other things in my head. God has not given me my talent that I might cripple it with a wife, and waste my prime in inactivity. Shall I embitter my life at its very opening? I have nothing to say against matrimony, but for me, at present, it would be an unmitigated evil. Well, if there is no other way, false as it all is, I must avoid even the appearance of it, although the appearance has no foundation except my lodging in the house. No one who does not live in the house can imagine how very little intercourse I have with them, for the children seldom go out, never except to the play, and I cannot accompany them because I am seldom at home at that hour. We have been on the Prater once or twice, but the mother was with us. Being in the house, I could not avoid going, and I heard no such foolish gossip then. I must tell you, too, that I paid only my own share, and the mother, having become aware of the gossip from others as well as from myself, objects to our going anywhere together again, and has herself advised me to move my quarters to avoid further annoyance, for she says she would not willingly injure me, however innocently. This is my only reason for leaving, and this is no valid reason, but people's mouths must be stopped. It would not be difficult to find a better room, but very difficult to meet with such kind and obliging people. I will not say that I am uncivil and never speak to the young lady to whom report has wedded me, but I am not in love with her. I chat and joke with her when I have time, that is, in the evenings when I sup at home. In the morning I write in my own room, and in the afternoon I am nearly always out, and so that is really all about it. If I am to marry all the girls I have made fun with, I shall have at least 100 wives. Now farewell, my dear father, and trust your son, who really has the best intentions towards all honest people. Trust him, and believe him sooner than certain people who have nothing better to do than to calumniate honest folk. An unfinished allegro to a clavier sonata, 400 K, remains as a curious and amusing instance of the influence exerted on a composer by his immediate surroundings. After a very cheerful first part, a plaintive tone is struck in the second, and a very strongly accentuated musical dialogue occurs. The names of the two sisters Weber are written against the characterizing phrases of the music. The Mesmer family had offered Mozart apartments in their house in the suburbs, but he could not make up his mind to accept the offer. The house is not what it was, he writes to his sister, December 15th, 1781. Mesmer had been staying with him at the time Vincenzo Reghini, 1856-1812, formerly an opera buffa singer and then a composer. They were on very intimate terms, and Madame Mesmer was especially friendly to Reghini. The latter, as Mozart informs his father in answer to his inquiries, makes a great deal of money by giving lessons, and his cantata, probably Il Natale do Palo, had been given twice during Lent with great success. He writes prettily, is not superficial, but a great thief. He gives back his stolen goods so unblushingly and in such overflowing abundance that people can hardly digest them. August 29th, 1781. Another musical family would have been glad to receive him as an inmate, and his father appears to have been not unwilling that he should form a closer connection in this case. Wolfgang had been introduced to Herr Arnhammer, whose fat lady daughter, Josephine, was considered one of the first clavier players of the day. They received him kindly, and often invited him, as he informs his father, June 27, 1781, "I dine almost daily with Herr Arnhammer. The young lady is a horror, but she plays divinely. She seems to lose her really refined taste in singing, however, and drags everything." It would have been convenient to them that Mozart should be in their immediate neighborhood, but he was far from satisfied with the quarters which they offered him. It was a room for rats and mice, but not for human beings. The stairs need a lantern to light them at noonday, and the room might be called a cell. The wife herself called the house a rat's nest. In fact, it was really dreadful. Nor did he feel any inclination for closer intercourse with this family, whose motives in wishing for him he believed that he saw through. Seeing that his father had set his mind upon his going, he felt constrained to set the two sides of the question before him. The description which follows is somewhat schlimm, certainly, but too characteristic of the writer to be omitted. He is the best-natured man in the world, too much so, indeed, for his wife, a stupid, silly chatterer, has quite the upper hand, so that when she speaks he has not a word to say. Whenever we go for a walk together, he begs me not to mention in his wife's presence that we took a fiacre or drank some beer. Now, I cannot possibly have confidence in such a man. He is a good fellow and my very good friend, and I can dine with him when I please, but I am not used to be paid for my civilities. Indeed, a dinner would scarcely be fitting payment, but people like these think so much of what they do. I will not attempt to describe the mother to you. One has enough to do at table to refrain from laughing at her. You know Frau Adelgasser? This creature is worse, for she is ill-natured as well as stupid. As for the daughter, if a painter wanted a model for the evil one, he might have recourse to her face. She is as fat as a peasant girl, and once seeing her is enough to make one wretched for the whole day. Pfui Teufel! I wrote to you how she plays the clavier, and why she begged me to assist her. She is not content that I should pass 2 hours every day with her. She would like me to spend the whole day there, and then she makes herself agreeable, or rather, worse than that, she is seriously in love with me. I thought it was a joke, but I know it for certain now. When I first observed it, for she took liberties, reproaching me for coming later than usual, or not staying long enough, and other such things, I felt constrained to tell her the truth, politely, for fear she should make a fool of herself. But it was of no use. She became more deeply in love. Then I tried being very polite until she began her nonsense, when I turned cross. Then she took me by the hand and said, "Dear Mozart, do not be so angry, and you may say what you like, I am so fond of you." It was the talk of the whole town that we were going to be married, and people wondered at my choice. She told me that when anything of the kind was said to her, she laughed at it, but I know from a certain person that she acknowledged it, with the addition that we should set out on our travels together as soon as we were married. That made me really angry. I gave her my true opinion on the subject, and reproached her with abusing my kindness. I have left off going there every day, and only go every other day, so as to break it off by degrees. She is an infatuated fool. Before she knew me, she said, when she heard me at the theatre, "He is coming to me tomorrow, and I shall play him his variations in the same style." For this very reason I did not go. It was a conceited speech and an untrue one, for I had no intention of going there the following day. All this did not prevent Mozart from assisting Fräulein Arnhammer in his usual amiable manner. November 24th, 1781, he played the Concerto a Due, 365 K, with her, and a sonata which was composed expressly, and went remarkably well, 381 K. A few months later he played a duet with her at one of his own concerts, May 25th, 1782. And postponed a journey to Salzburg because he had promised to play at her concert in the theatre, October 26, 1782. He also dedicated to her the sonatas for piano and violin which appeared in 1781, 376 to 380 K. In September he actually found a new lodging, but he was far from comfortable there. It was like travelling in a post-chaise instead of one's own carriage. He had made the sacrifice for his father's sake, and he now took occasion to beg the latter not to listen to gossip, but to believe that he meant to remain the same honest fellow as ever. September 5th, 1781. But the discomfort of his domestic circumstances in the midst of incessant work only increased his desire to set up an establishment of his own. The gossip of the town and his father's exhortations had produced a contrary effect to that intended, and his liking for Constanze Weber grew more decided day by day. He felt persuaded that she would make him happy, and since she returned his affection, they became betrothed lovers. He could not disguise from himself that his father would certainly disapprove of this step, and he laid before him, with great candor, all that had led to it. After setting forth his prospects of an assured position, and the steps which he had taken towards obtaining it, he continues, December 15th, 1781, "My desire is to have something certain to fall back upon, and then one can live very well on the chance here, and to get married. Nature speaks as loud in me as in any other, perhaps louder than in a great heavy blockhead. I have no inclination to live like most young men of the present day. In the first place, I have too much love for religion, and in the second place, too much love for my neighbor, and too much good feeling to lead astray an innocent girl. I can take my oath that I have never done so. But I know that this reason, strong as it is not elevated enough. But my temperament, which is inclined for a quiet domestic life, my want of habit of attending to my clothing, washing, and other such things, make a wife indispensable to me. I am quite persuaded that I could live better on the same income with a wife than as I am now. And how many unnecessary expenses would be done away with, others would arise, but one knows them and can calculate on them. In fact, one leads a regular life. An unmarried man only half lives, in my opinion. That is my opinion. I cannot help it. I have reflected and considered enough, and have quite made up my mind. But who, you will ask, is the object of my love? Do not be horrified, I beg. What? Not a Weber? Yes, a Weber. Not Josepha, nor Sophia, but Constanze, the middle one. I have never seen such dissimilarity of mind in any family as in this. The oldest, Josepha, is lazy and cross. Aloysia Lang is a false, unprincipled woman and a coquette. The youngest, Sophie, is too young to be anything yet but the good, thoughtless creature she is. God keep her from temptation. But the middle one, my dear good Constanze, is the martyr of the family, and on that very account, perhaps, the best natured, the cleverest, in a word, the best of them all. She looks after everything in the house, and yet can never do right. She is not ugly, but she is far from being beautiful. Her whole beauty consists in her dark eyes and good figure. She is not intellectual, but has common sense enough to fulfill her duties as a wife and mother. She is not inclined to extravagance, that is quite untrue. On the contrary, she is always badly dressed, for the little her mother can do is done for the two others, never for her. True, she likes to be neat and clean, but not smart, and almost all that a woman needs she can make for herself. She understands housekeeping, has the best heart in the world. She loves me, and I love her. Tell me if I could wish for a better wife. I must tell you that when I wrote before, love was not there, but was born of her tender care and attention when I was living in the house. My earnest wish now is to get something settled to do, of which, God be praised, I have great hope, and I shall then hasten to beg your permission to rescue my poor darling, and make her and myself, indeed I may say all of us, happy, for does not my being happy render you so? This confirmation of the news which had already reached him from other quarters was a heavy blow to L. Mozart. The perspective of dying on a sack of straw in a room full of starving brats, which he had once before held out to his son, Volume 1, page 426, opened itself to him anew. Marriage without a certain and sufficient income was, in his opinion, and knowing his son as he did, the first step to certain ruin. And then the Weber family! The description which Wolfgang gave of them was not calculated to inspire confidence. If he had been so completely deceived in Aloysia, who could answer for his better judgment with respect to Constanze? But his father knew more than he had learnt from Wolfgang. He knew that the latter had given a written promise of marriage, and, from all the communications he received, he could not but believe that both mother and daughter had been playing upon the young man's inexperience and sense of honor to entice him into their net. L. Mozart sought by every means in his power to influence his son. He demanded information as to the written agreement, that he might be satisfied that it did not exist, and that Wolfgang was bound only by his word. But Wolfgang showed himself firmer and more independent at this juncture than ever before. He had made up his mind, and it was not to be shaken. He did not hesitate to explain the circumstances of the marriage contract. December 22nd, 1781. After the death of their father, the Weber children had been placed under the guardianship of Johann Torwart, court manager and inspector of the theatrical wardrobe, a man of considerable influence in matters theatrical, and well thought of by Count Rosenberg and Baron Keinmeyer, a sworn enemy of the Italians. This man had been prejudiced against Mozart by calumniators, who represented that he had no certain income, and that he did not mean honestly by Constanze. This so disturbed the mother that she did not rest until she had induced Mozart to request an interview with the guardian. The interview took place, but the guardian was so little satisfied that he insisted on all intercourse with Mozart being broken off unless he would agree to a written contract. Madame Weber declared that this could not be, that all the intercourse consisted in Mozart's coming daily to their house, and that she could not possibly put a stop to it, seeing that she was under such an obligation to him as a friend, and that she placed every confidence in his truth and honor. If the guardian thought such a step necessary, he must undertake it himself. Hereupon Torwart prohibited all intercourse unless Mozart would give a written agreement. He must make his choice. Having no intention of giving up Constanze or affording ground for suspicion to her friends, he signed an agreement, by virtue of which he bound himself to espouse Mademoiselle Constanze Weber within 3 years, or, in case of such an impossibility as changing his mind, he was to pay her 300 florins a year. He assured his father that there was no sort of risk in this, as he was finally resolved never to forsake her. But if such an unheard-of event were to occur, he would think himself easily bought off with 300 florins. Besides that, his Constanze would, he knew, be far too proud to accept a price. And what did the devoted girl do, he continues? As soon as the guardian had gone, she took the agreement from her mother, tore it up, and said, "Dear Mozart, I need no written assurance from you. I can believe your simple word." It was thought best by them all to keep this transaction secret, but it gradually oozed out, until all Vienna knew of it. It might be wrong, and this part of the affair was blamable, thus much he acknowledged to his father, but neither the guardian nor the mother deserved to be branded as misleaders of youthful innocence. It was a falsehood that they had made him free of the house, and then bound him in spite of himself. It was quite the contrary, and he would have known better than to give in to such conduct. His indignation was raised to the highest pitch when he heard from his father that the most disgraceful falsehoods as to his dealings with Constanze had reached Salzburg by way of Munich, and were attributable to that scoundrel Winter, who had always hated him on Vogler's account. Winter had been staying in Vienna with the bassoonist Rainer, and Mozart had sought him out as an old acquaintance. It was all the more infamous, since this very Winter, who deserved the name neither of a man nor a human being, and to whose infamous lies Mozart would not condescend to oppose infamous truths, had once said to him, "You will be foolish to marry, you can earn enough. Why should you not keep a mistress? What prevents you? Is it your damned religion?" December 22nd, 1781. But against such calumnies he was powerless. "My maxim is," he says, January 9th, 1782, "that what does not concern me is not worth the trouble of talking about. I am ashamed to defend myself from false accusations, for I always think that the truth is sure to come to light." He therefore refused to stir in the matter, and left free course to all the falsehood and misrepresentation. L. Mozart was naturally not much reassured by this explanation. He called his son's attention to Madame Weber's failings, which rendered a good education of her daughters very unlikely, and Wolfgang could not deny (April 10, 1782) that "she is fond of drink, and takes more than a woman should. But I have never seen her intoxicated, I can quite deny that. The children drink nothing but water." The father further pointed out that she would certainly be a burden on him after his marriage, and that she made no secret of her intentions in this respect. Wolfgang could not but perceive for himself that the mother was seeking her own advantage in the marriage of her daughter (January 30th, 1782). But she will find herself very much mistaken. She wished us, when we were married, to lodge with her, but that will come to nothing, for I would never agree to it, and Constanza still less. Au contraire, she intends to see very little of her mother, and I shall do my utmost to prevent it. We know her. But Wolfgang was deeply wounded at his father's depreciation of Constanza herself (January 30th, 1782). Only one thing more, and without saying it I could not sleep quietly. Do not ascribe such motives to my dear Constanza. Believe me, I could not love her as I do if she deserved your censure. My dear, good father, I only wish that we may soon meet, for that you will love her, as you love all true hearts, I know for certain. He remained proof against all his father's remonstrances (January 9, 1782). I cannot be happy without my beloved Constanza, and I should be only half happy without your consent. Make me quite happy then, my dearest, best of fathers. He confided to his sister, whom he had befriended in her own need, what he and Constanza had to suffer from her mother's temper. He used to work until 9 o'clock in the evening, he writes (February 13, 1782). And then I go to my beloved Constanza, but our pleasure in being together is often embittered by her mother's angry tongue, as I shall explain to my father in my next letter, and make it the ground of my wish to liberate and rescue her as soon as possible. I go home at 10:30 or 11. It depends upon her mother's powers of holding out or mine of resisting. Constanza, at Wolfgang's instigation, sought to gain his sister's affection by many little acts of attention. She sent her caps made by herself after the latest Vienna fashion, and on another occasion a little cross, of no great value, but of a kind very much worn in Vienna, and again a heart with an arrow that Wolfgang thought particularly appropriate to his sister (March 23, 1782). She took courage at last, in a letter (April 20th, 1782), to petition for her friendship as sister of her very worthy brother. She felt that she half deserved it already, and would try to deserve it altogether, as well as to gain the good opinion of the father of them both. Both the lovers were delighted at the favourable reception of these overtures, although the father's views were not thereby anywise altered. He was especially against any idea of marriage before Wolfgang had some secure means of livelihood, and in spite of many attempts and tedious negotiations, there did not seem much likelihood of this at present. "If only I could have it in writing from der lieber Gott," he writes to his father, January 23, 1782, "that I should continue in good health and never be ill. Oh, would I not marry my dear, faithful sweetheart this very day!" His 3 pupils brought him 18 ducats a month. If only he could get one more, it would make 102 florins, 24 kreutzers, on which he and his wife could maintain themselves quietly and plainly as we wished to live. In case of sickness, indeed, his income would cease altogether, but he could write an opera once a year, give a concert, publish some compositions, or raise subscriptions for them. Accidents could not always be taken into account. But, he concludes, if we cannot succeed, we must just fail, and I would rather we did so together than wait any longer. I cannot be worse off, things must improve with me. My reasons for not waiting any longer are not so much on my own account as on hers. I must release her as soon as possible. The father did not grant the urgent necessity, and seeing in Wolfgang's calculations on the possibilities of an uncertain future a sure proof that he had not yet learnt what the foundation of a well-ordered household should be, he persisted in his refusal to consent to an immediate marriage. Difficult as Mozart's position was rendered by the displeasure of his father and the ill temper of Frau Weber, his beloved Constanze herself did not always improve matters. The violence of her feelings sometimes put his constancy to the trial, and added to his perplexities. The lovers' quarrel soon blew over, but Mozart's position became daily more insupportable as his affairs became known and talked of. Even the Emperor, who felt a warm interest in the family affairs of the artists who had access to him, had expressed himself graciously as to Mozart's marriage when the latter played before him with Clementi. His condescension raised hopes which were not destined to be fulfilled. When the success of his opera had directed public attention towards him, the curiosity as to his relations with Constanze became still more general. "What are we to do?" he writes mournfully to his father, July 27, 1782. "Most people believe that we are married already. The mother is wild about it, and the poor girl and myself are tormented to death." The earnest tone of mind in which he passed through this time of trial is illustrated in a later letter to his father, August 17, 1782, in which he says that he has long since heard Mass and confessed with Constanze, and I found that I never prayed so heartily or confessed and communicated so devoutly as by her side. She felt the same, and it would really seem that we are made for each other, and that God, who orders all things, has ordained our union also, and will not forsake us. At this juncture a distinguished musical patroness espoused the cause of the lovers. The Baroness von Waldstatten, famous as a clavier player as early as the year 1766, was one of the ladies who had taken Mozart under their protection from his first arrival, and interesting herself, womanlike, as much in his affairs of the heart as in his musical performances, she sought by every means in her power to bring his relations with Constanze to a happy conclusion. In order to withdraw Constanze from the tyranny of her mother, and to facilitate Wolfgang's intercourse with his betrothed, she took the latter more than once, for a considerable time, into her own house in the Leopoldstrasse. There were, indeed, reasons which rendered this intimacy undesirable. The Baroness had led an unhappy life, and sought to indemnify herself for it by indulgence in the frivolous habits then only too frequent among the higher ranks of society. Her reputation was not of the best. Mozart knew this, as all Vienna knew it. He had reason to dread the influence of such a friendship for Constanze, but he was convinced that the Baroness meant well by them both, and he felt that he had no resource but to accept her help, and to be very grateful for it. But Constanze's mother had at least some show of right in forbidding her daughter to continue in communication with the Baroness, and, fearful lest she be taken altogether out of her power, she endeavoured to force her to return home. An undated letter, addressed in great tribulation to the Baroness, gives us full insight into Mozart's trying circumstances. Most honoured Baroness, I received my music by the hands of Madame Weber's maid, and was obliged to give a written receipt for it. The servant confided to me what, if true, is a lasting disgrace to the whole family. I can only believe it from my knowledge of Madame Weber's character, and it afflicts me greatly. Sophie had come out weeping, and when her maid asked her the cause of her tears, she said, "Tell Mozart in secret that Constanze had better return home, for my mother insists upon sending the police for her." But surely the police would not dare thus to enter any house. Perhaps it is only a ruse to get her home again. If this threat is really fulfilled, I see nothing for it but to marry my Constanze early tomorrow, or, if it can be done, today, for I would not allow of this affront to my beloved, and it could not happen to my wife. Another thing, Torwart was appointed to his place today. I beg your ladyship to give me your kind advice, and to render us poor creatures all the assistance you can. I am always at home. In the greatest haste. Constanze knows nothing of all this, Has Herr von Torwart waited on your ladyship already? Is it necessary that we should both go to him after dinner today?" Under these circumstances Mozart was ready to espouse his Constanza without a moment's delay. He reiterates his entreaties for his father's consent, July 31st, 1782. "You will have received my last letter by this time, and I have no doubt that your next will bring your consent to our union. You can have nothing really to object to in it, and your letters show that you have not, for she is a good honest girl, and I am in a position to provide her with bread. We love each other and wish for each other, so there is no reason for delay." But his father still withheld his consent. He was so deeply affected by the affair that he scarcely took proper interest in the success of the Entführung, and Wolfgang complained of the coolness with which his father received his opera. The latter retorted that he was making himself detested in Vienna by his arrogant manners. Wolfgang answered, July 31st, 1782, "And so the whole world declares that my boasting and criticizing have made enemies for me of all the professors of music and others. What world? Presumably the Salzburg world, for whoever was here would hear and see enough to the contrary, and that shall be my answer to the charge." The Baroness Waldstatten had in the meantime, by what means we know not, smoothed away all difficulties, and the wedding was celebrated on August 4th, before the arrival of the father's formal consent, for which they had waited 2 post days. Wolfgang's conviction that the consent could not now be withheld was justified. On the day after the wedding, the longed-for letters from the father and sister arrived, and Wolfgang answered in his overflowing happiness. August 7th, 1782. "I kiss your hand, and thank you with all the tenderness which a son can feel for his father for your very kind consent and paternal blessing. My dear wife will write by the next post to beg our best of fathers for his blessing, and our beloved sister for the continuance of her valued friendship. There was no one present at the ceremony except the mother and the youngest sister, Herr von Torwart as guardian and supporter, bystand, to us both, Herr Landrath von Chetto supporting, the bride, and Galowski supporting me. When we were actually united, my wife and I both began to weep. Everyone, including the officiating priest, was moved to tears by the sight of our happiness. Our wedding festivities consisted solely in a supper given us by the Baroness von Waldstatten, which was rather princely than baronial. Now my dear Constanza is rejoicing in the thought of a journey to Salzburg, and I wager, yes, I will wager that you will be happy in my happiness when you have learned to know her, as I do, for the most upright, virtuous, and loving wife that ever made the happiness of a man." The father considered it necessary to draw attention to the fact that he could no longer expect Wolfgang to assist him in extricating him from the debts he had incurred on his son's behalf. On the other hand, Wolfgang must neither now nor at any future time reckon upon him for support, and he begged him to make his bride fully aware of this circumstance. Mozart answered, August 7th, 1782, "My dear Constanza, now, thank God, my own lawful wife, has long known my circumstances and all that I have to expect from you. But her friendship and her love for me were so great that she willingly sacrificed her whole future life to my destinies." Such was Mozart's courtship. Such was his Entführung aus dem Auge Gottes, as he used jokingly to call his marriage, because the house in which Madame Weber lived on the Petersplatz was called Zum Auge Gottes. Truly this time brought him none of the peaceful happiness which the certainty of mutual love bestows under more prosperous circumstances, but it afforded him abundant opportunity for the display of his freedom as an artist, and of his inflexible constancy to what he thought true and right. Unaffected by the vulgarity from the atmosphere of which he had resolved upon rescuing his Constanza, unchanged by the violence and hastiness of his beloved herself, unmoved by the hard and often unjust judgment of his father, he preserved both the firmness of his conviction and will, and the tender susceptibility and charm of his affectionate heart. The mental and moral development of every man depends in no small degree upon whether his course of life has been smooth and his happiness easy of attainment, or whether he has obtained the conditions of his existence only after a long and severe struggle. We must not, therefore, turn aside our glance from the trials and troubles which have beset the lives of great artists and noble men. It was through adversity that they became what they were. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Married Life, Part 1. The newly married couple began their housekeeping upon an uncertain and barely sufficing income, and so it remained to the end. Limited means, sometimes even actual want, failed either to increase the carefulness or to damp the spirits of husband or wife. Mozart's sincere and upright love for his wife has been clearly demonstrated already. It was the talk of Vienna. One day, soon after his marriage, as he and his wife were walking in the public gardens, they amused themselves by playing with her little pet dog. Constanze told Mozart to make believe to beat her in order to see the indignation of the dog. As he was doing so, the Emperor came out of his summer house and said, "What, only 3 weeks married, and come to blows already?" Whereupon Mozart laughingly explained the joke. Later, in 1785, when there was much talk, even in the newspapers, of the unhappy relations between Aloysia Lang and her husband, the Emperor met Constanze Mozart and said, after some remark on the sad position of her sister, "What a difference it makes to have a good husband." At about the same time the English tenor Kelly was introduced at a musical party to Mozart and his wife, whom he loved passionately. His affection betrays itself in many amiable traits, and most clearly in the letters addressed to his wife on his later journeys, to which she herself expressly appeals as proof of his rare affection and excessive tenderness for her. An expression of Nissen's that Constanze cared perhaps more for his talent than himself might lead to a belief that his love was not returned in full measure. But against this view we have the testimony of worthy Nimitschek, who knew them both, and says, "Mozart was happy in his union with Constanze Weber. She made him a good loving wife, who accommodated herself admirably to his ways, and gained his full confidence and a power over him which she often used to restrain him from rash actions. He loved her sincerely, confided all to her, even his faults, and she rewarded him with tenderness and faithful care. All Vienna knew of their mutual affection, and the widow can never think without emotion of her days of wedded life." Constanze had, as Mozart had written before their marriage, not much intellect, but enough common sense to fulfill her duties as a wife and mother. It can indeed be gathered from contemporary letters and notices that she had neither natural capacity nor what we call education enough to render her on an equality with Mozart, or to elevate him by her intellectual influence. Nay, rather, she failed fully to appreciate or understand him. Like all the Weber family, she had musical talent, which had been cultivated up to a certain point. She played the clavier and sang nicely. At the Mozarteum in Salzburg there is the commencement of a Sonata a due cembali, unfinished, with the superscription "Per la Signora Constanze Weber." A sonata for pianoforte and violin in C major, which only wants the concluding bars of the last movement, 403 K, belonging to the year 1782, is inscribed Sonate première par moi W. A. Mozart pour ma très chère épouse. In a letter to Artel, February 25, 1799, the widow mentions a march for the piano which her husband had composed for her. Although her voice was not so fine as those of her sisters, Aloysia and Josepha, she sang very well, especially by sight, so that Mozart used to try his compositions with her. Solfeggi by Mozart are preserved, with the inscription Per la mia cara Costanza, or Per la mia cara consorte, 393 K. Some of them exercises of a few bars' length, others elaborate passages in varied tempo and style, which give abundant practice for execution and delivery. There is a song also, In te spero, o sposa amato, Metastasio Demofonte, mentioned by the widow in a letter to Artel, February 25, 1799, as composed per la cara mia consorte, which implies a compass and volubility, reminding us of her sister Aloysia. It was natural, therefore, that Constanza should take the soprano parts in any private performance among their friends, and we know that she once sang the soprano soli of the Mass in C minor, 427 K. at Salzburg, which require a first-rate singer. We must also give her credit for more than ordinary musical taste and cultivation, from her partiality for fugues, of which Mozart writes to his sister, April 20, 1782, when he sent her a prelude and fugue, 394 K., which he had composed for her. The cause of this fugue coming into the world is in reality my dear Constanza. Baron von Swieten, to whom I go every Sunday, allowed me to take home all the works of Handel and Sebastian Bach, after I had played them to him. When Constanza heard the fugues, she quite fell in love with them. She cares for nothing but fugues now, especially those of Handel and Bach. Having often heard me play fugues out of my head, she asked me if I had never written any down, and when I said no, she scolded me roundly for not writing the most artistic and beautiful things in music. She would not leave me any peace until I had written down a fugue, and so it came to pass. Mozart would hardly have been happy with a wife who possessed neither taste nor understanding for music, but neither would his creative power have been strengthened by an intellectually excitable and exciting wife. It was far more beneficial for him to find womanly sympathy in his household affairs, and to be soothed rather than urged to greater efforts. She patiently bore his abstraction when his mind was intent upon musical ideas, and gave in to many little whims, which in Mozart seldom proceeded from ill temper. He was never disturbed by the conversation and noise going on around him when he was writing down his compositions. It was rather agreeable to him to have his attention so far occupied in other directions, that his excessive productivity was held, as it were, in check. His wife would sit by him and tell him stories and nursery tales, over which he would laugh heartily, working all the time. The more ludicrous they were, the better he was pleased. She was always ready to cut up his meat for him at table, an operation which he tried to avoid, lest in his abstraction he should do himself an injury, an oddity which is only mentioned as a proof of how much of a child Mozart always remained in many of the ways of life. He was severely tried by his wife's delicacy. Her health was undermined by frequent and often dangerous confinements, and she was often, especially in the year 1789, for many months in a critical condition. He bestowed the tenderest care upon her, and spared nothing that was likely to benefit her. even when the remedy proposed, as for instance repeated visits to Baden for some years, was a severe tax upon his slender resources. Instances of liberality like that displayed to him on one occasion of his wife's illness by a comparative stranger were few and far between. A certain honest tripe boiler, Rindum by name, who knew nothing of Mozart personally, but who delighted in his music, heard that his wife, suffering from lameness, had been ordered foot baths of the water in which tripe had been cooked. He begged her to go to his house for them as often as she pleased, and at the termination of the cure he could not be induced to accept any payment either for them or for board and lodging during a considerable time. As for Mozart himself, the care that he bestowed upon her was tender and loving to an uncommon degree. He used to ride every morning at 5 o'clock, but he never went without leaving a paper in the form of a prescription upon his wife's bed, with some directions of this kind: "Good morning, my darling wife. I hope that you have slept well, and that nothing has disturbed you. I desire you not to get up too early, not to take cold, not to stoop, not to stretch, not to scold the servants, not to fall over the doorstep. Do not be vexed at anything until I return. May nothing happen to you. I shall be back at o'clock." The tenderest anxiety for his wife's health is expressed in his letters, and he especially cautions her to spare her weak foot. Frau Hebel, Sophie Weber, narrates how troubled Mozart was when anything ailed his dear little wife. On one occasion she had been ill for fully 8 months, and I had nursed her. I was sitting by her bed, and so was Mozart. He was composing, and I was watching the sleep into which she had at last fallen. We were as quiet as the grave for fear of disturbing her. A rough maidservant came suddenly into the room. Mozart, fearing that his wife would be awakened, wished to beckon for silence, and pushed his chair backwards with an open knife in his hand. The knife struck between his chair and his thigh, and went almost up to the handle in his flesh. Mozart was usually very susceptible of pain, but now he controlled himself and made no sign of pain, but beckoned me to follow him out of the room. We went into another room, in which our good mother was concealed, because we did not wish Mozart to know how ill his wife was, and yet the mother's presence was necessary in case of emergency. She bound the wound and cured it with healing oil. He went lame for some time, but took care that his wife should know nothing of it. He became so accustomed during this long illness to receive every visitor with his finger on his lip, and the low exclamation "Cht!" that even some time after her recovery, when he saw an acquaintance in the street, he would walk on tiptoe and whisper "Cht!" with his finger on his lip. The contemplation of such deep-seated affection as this causes us to be more surprised to hear that Mozart, whose unmarried life had been without a blemish, was nevertheless unfaithful to his wife. She told herself how Mozart acknowledged his indiscretions to her, and how she forgave him. He was so good, it was impossible to be angry with him; one was obliged to forgive him. Her sister, however, betrays that Constanze was not always so patient, and that there were occasional violent outbreaks, which is quite conceivable. But it is also abundantly evident, and Mozart's letters to his wife fully confirm the fact, that the close and tender relations of each to the other were not seriously disturbed by these failings. They might on this account alone be lightly dismissed, and in addition it must be remembered that rumor was busy among the public and in the press, and magnified solitary instances of weakness on Mozart's part into distinguishing features of his character. He was credited with intrigues with every pupil he had, and every singer for whom he wrote a song. It was considered a witty remark to designate him as the actual prototype of his Don Juan, and his dissipated life was even considered as the proper confirmation of his artistic genius. Exceptional gifts and accomplishments cannot do away with the equality of all men before the moral law. Transgressions of the moral law may be judged leniently or severely, as the case may be, but weaknesses which in ordinary men are judged lightly, or passed over altogether, must not be measured by another standard, or made the sign of complete moral degradation, when they are committed by an artist and a genius, whose very faults interest us more than the virtues of other men. Nor should implicit confidence be placed in the gossip and chatter which surround this side of a great man's private life, and turn errors into crimes. The free and easy manners and ideas of the day, which found special favor in Vienna, the peculiar temptations to which an artist's temperament and mode of life expose him, make Mozart's failings conceivable. If it be remembered further how imprudently Mozart behaved, how professional envy and meanness designedly tarnished his fame, it will be readily conceded that better grounds for a fair estimate of Mozart's character are to be found in numerous well authenticated and consistent instances of his true nobility of mind, than in idle and malicious gossip. The earnest spirit in which he looked upon these things is well displayed in a letter to his best and dearest friend, Gottfried von Jacquin. Prague, November 4th, 1787. Now, my dear friend, how are you? I hope that you are all as hale and hearty as we are. You cannot but be content, dear friend, since you possess all that you can desire at your age and in your position, especially since you seem altogether to have renounced your former somewhat unsettled life. Do you not daily grow more convinced of the truth of my little lecture? Is not the pleasure of a fickle and capricious love 1,000 times removed from the blessedness accompanying a sincere and rational affection? I am sure you often thank me in your heart for my advice. You will make me quite proud. But without a joke, you owe me a little gratitude if you have really made yourself worthy of Fräulein N., for I played no unimportant part in your improvement or reformation. Hummel, who was received into Mozart's house as his pupil, wrote in 1831, when he lay dying at Kissingen, "I declare it to be untrue that Mozart abandoned himself to excess, except on those rare occasions on which he was enticed by Schikaneder, which had chiefly to do with the Zauberflaut. His intimacy with the notorious profligate Schikaneder during the summer of 1791, when his wife was an invalid at Baden, and the excesses to which he then gave way, have been magnified by report, and made the foundation of the exaggerated representation of Mozart's thoughtless life. The further reproach brought against him of extravagance and bad management of his household must not be left altogether unnoticed, illiberal as it may seem to hold up for the examination of posterity the trivial cares of housekeeping and money-getting, which, when ordinary mortals are concerned, are kept sacred within the four walls of the home. But this part of Mozart's life has been intruded so often into the foreground that a concise statement of the facts belonging to it seems indispensable. By some, his contemporaries have been condemned for allowing his mind to be hampered by unworthy cares; by others, he has himself been reproved for having brought himself to poverty by thoughtless extravagance. Both these views are exaggerated, and in this sense unjust. It is true that Mozart was not so highly esteemed in Vienna during his life as after his death. The general public admired him chiefly as a pianoforte player. The downfall of German opera prevented his continuance along the successful path which his "Entführung" had opened to him, and his Italian operas did not obtain so great a measure of applause as the lighter ones of his contemporaries. When the Zauberflaut made its effect, it was too late. It is scarcely surprising, therefore, that he failed to reach the position before the world which should by right have been his. But though it is easy for posterity to decide that Mozart had just claims to a place by the side of Gluck and above Bono, Salieri and Starzer, it must not be forgotten that his contemporaries had before them a young and struggling artist, and that those veterans had long been in possession of their distinguished places. Without laying too much stress upon the intrigues of opponents or the Emperor's parsimony, it is plain that Mozart could not readily attain a position which had first to be created for him. He himself was encouraged by the brilliant success of the "Entführung" and the universal applause which he received as a pianist, to hope for a secure and respectable position, and he was bitterly disappointed that his good recommendations failed to procure him the post of teacher to the Princess Elizabeth. In his usual impulsive style, he resolved on quitting Vienna at once, and wrote to his father, August 17th, 1782: "The Vienna gentlemen, among whom the Emperor comes foremost, shall not imagine that I have nothing to do in the world outside Vienna. It is true that I would rather serve the Emperor than any other monarch, but I will never stoop to beg for any service. I believe myself to be in a position to do honor to any court. If Germany, my beloved fatherland, of which, as you know, I am proud, refuses me, then must France or England be the richer for a clever German, to the disgrace of the German nation. I need not tell you that the Germans have excelled other nations in almost every art. But where did the artists make their fortunes or their fame? Certainly not in Germany. Even Gluck, did Germany make him the great man he is? Alas, no. The Countess Thun, Count Zichy, Baron van Swieten, and Prince Kaunitz are all vexed with the Emperor for not encouraging men of talent to remain in his service. Prince Kaunitz said to the Archduke Maximilian, speaking of me, that such men only came into the world once in 100 years, and ought not to be driven out of Germany, especially when the monarch is so fortunate as to possess them in his capital. You cannot think how kind and polite Prince Kaunitz was in an interview I had with him. He said when I took leave, "I am indebted to you, my dear Mozart, for taking the trouble of calling on me," etc. You would not believe, either, how anxious the Countess Thun, Baron von Swieten, and other great people are to retain me here. But I cannot wait long, and will not wait on charity, as it were. Emperor though he be, I would rather dispense with his favors than accept them in such a way. His idea, as he let fall now and then in conversation, was to go to Paris for the following Lent. He wrote on the subject to Le Gros, and was of opinion that if he could only obtain engagements for the Concert Spirituel and the Concert des Amateurs, he would have no lack of pupils, and could also do something in the way of composition. His main object would of course be an opera. With this end in view, he had been for some time studying the French language, and had also taken lessons in English, in the further expectation of making a tour in England. He thought he should understand the language fairly well in 3 months. His father was not a little disturbed by this new idea. He opposed it with every argument he could find to his son, and even wrote on the subject to the Baroness von Waldstetten, August 23, 1782. I should be quite reconciled to the marriage if I did not discover a great fault in my son. He is too indolent and easy going, perhaps occasionally too proud, and all these qualities united make a man inactive. Or else he grows impatient and cannot wait for anything. He is altogether ruled by opposite extremes, too much or too little, and no medium. When he is in no pressing need, he is quite content, and becomes indolent and inactive. Once set going, he is all on fire, and thinks he is going to make his fortune all at once. Nothing is allowed to stand in his way, and unfortunately it is just the cleverest people, the exceptional men of genius, who find continual obstacles in their path. What is there to prevent his having a prosperous career in Vienna, if he only has a little patience? Kapellmeister Bonno is an aged man. Salieri will be promoted at his death, and will leave another place vacant. And is not Gluck also an old man? Honored madam, exhort him to patience, and pardon me for asking the favor of your ladyship's opinion on the matter. His remonstrances had the desired effect upon Wolfgang. He was obliged to acknowledge to his father, August 24, 1782, that it would be better to prolong his stay at Vienna, that he could go to France or England at any time. Leopold Mozart, reassured, wrote to the Baroness, September 13, 1782, "My son has relinquished his intention of leaving Vienna at present, in consequence of my letters, and as he now intends to visit me in Salzburg, I shall be able to make the strongest and most necessary representations to him on the subject." These representations were all the more effective, since Mozart had at this juncture every reason to be satisfied with the sympathy and applause of the Vienna public. It is true that on the revival of Italian opera his works were excluded from the theatre, but in the year 1786 the Emperor proved that he had not forgotten him by commissioning him to compose the Schauspieldirektor and Figaro. But when Mozart nevertheless failed to obtain a permanent post, the idea again seriously presented itself of leaving Vienna and going to England. An Englishman named Thomas Atwood (1767 1838) had come from Italy to Vienna in the year 1785 and become Mozart's pupil. By a singular coincidence also the English tenor Michael Kelly and the English prima donna Nancy Storace were engaged at the Italian opera. Stephen Storace the brother was also resident in Vienna as a composer for a considerable time. Mozart was on very friendly terms with them, and his design was thereby strengthened. At the beginning of November 1786 he wrote to his father that he intended, in the latter part of the carnival, to undertake a journey through Germany to England, if his father would consent to receive and take charge of his 2 children and the servants. Constanza was to accompany him. "I have written pretty strongly," Leopold Mozart informs his daughter, November 17, 1786, "and promised to send him the continuation of my letter by the next post. It is not a bad idea, in truth. They may go away quietly, they may die, they may stay in England. Then I may run after them with the children. And as to the payment which he is to give me for the children and servants, etc., basta! My refusal is explicit and instructive, if he chooses to take it so." We see how prejudiced the once tender father had become against his son and his son's wife, whereas his daughter, who had married in 1784, came to his house to be confined, and he afterwards took entire charge of her son Leopold, a fact which he concealed from Wolfgang. Wolfgang's plan was given up immediately on receipt of this letter from his father. But when his English friend left Vienna at the beginning of February 1787, and returned to England, the wish to accompany him rose strong in Mozart. He had become more prudent meanwhile. Atwood was to prepare a settled post for him in London, and to procure him a commission to write an opera or subscriptions for a concert, and then only he would come. He hoped that his father would in this case relieve him of the care of his children until he should have decided whether he would remain there permanently or return to Germany. The English travelers passed through Salzburg and made Leopold Mozart's acquaintance, to their mutual satisfaction. But his objections against Wolfgang's journey were not by any means removed. He wrote to him in a fatherly way, as he informs his daughter, March 1, 1787, that he would make nothing by a journey in summer, and would go to England at a wrong time. He would spend about 2,000 florins, and would certainly come to want, for Storace is sure to write the first opera. Wolfgang would lose heart very soon. Mozart again abandoned his intention, but not before rumors of it had reached the public ear, rumors which showed the Emperor the necessity for giving him a permanent post, in order to keep him in Vienna. Unhappily, Mozart's father did not live to see this end to all his anxieties. He died on May 28, 1787. As there was no Kapellmeister's place vacant, the Emperor appointed Mozart his private musician, Kammermusikus, with a salary of 800 florins. The smallness of the sum was ascribed to the influence of Strack. He was, as usual, appealed to for advice, and humored the Emperor's inclination to parsimony. The appointment was made on December 7, 1787. In August 1788, Mozart assures his sister that he is really appointed, and that his name appears on the official theatrical list as Kapellmeister in the actual service of his Imperial Majesty. Gluck, who had been appointed private composer, Kammerkompositeur, by Maria Theresa on the 7th of October, 1774, with a salary of 2,000 florins, died on November 15, 1787. Mozart naturally took his place, but it does not seem to have occurred to the court that a corresponding rise of salary would have been no undeserved distinction. Mozart himself was not dissatisfied with his pay, since none of the musicians attached to the imperial household received more, but he was justly annoyed at a later date, when he was suffered to draw his pay without having the opportunity given him of producing any important work. He looked upon it as an alms doled out to him, while the opportunity of distinguishing himself as a composer was denied, and wrote bitterly after the customary entry of his income on the official return, "Too much for what I do, too little for what I could do." This was not the right way to remind those in authority that a promise of promotion on the first seasonable opportunity had been held out to him. The cares which beset the closing years of the Emperor Joseph are explanation sufficient of the decline of his interest in music and the drama, and his care for the great composer. This, however, the latter failed to perceive. It was clear also that he did not know how to turn his opportunities to advantage, when in May 1789 he refused the offer of Frederick William II to make him Kapellmeister in Berlin with 3,000 florins salary. With unselfish emotion Mozart exclaimed, "How can I desert my good Emperor?" The king wished him to reconsider the proposal and promise to hold to his word for an indefinite period if Mozart would consent to come. Once returned to Vienna, Mozart thought no more of the matter, and only after much persuasion from his friends was induced to lay it before the emperor and tender his resignation. In unpleased surprise, Joseph asked, "What, do you mean to forsake me, Mozart?" Whereupon Mozart answered with emotion, "May it please your Majesty, I will stay." Upon the question of a friend as to whether he had not taken the opportunity of demanding some compensation, he exclaimed angrily, "Who the devil would have thought of that at such a time?" At the end of 1789 he received the commission to write the opera of Così fan tutte, but Joseph II died February 20th, 1790, before Mozart's position had been permanently provided for. After the accession of Leopold II, he appears to have made an attempt to obtain the post of second Kapellmeister under Salieri. Old Bono had died in 1788, and Salieri had been promoted to his place. But this also was unsuccessful. Convinced that he must now, for the present at least, renounce all hope of promotion at court, he applied to the civic authorities for the post of assistant to the Kapellmeister Hoffmann at the Stephanskirche. The application was granted, with the promise of Hoffmann's lucrative post in case of his death. But the old man survived Mozart, and this hope of an independence fell through with the rest. Under these circumstances, Mozart was thrown back for a means of livelihood upon lessons, concerts, and composition. We know how much he disliked lesson giving, and his dislike was more likely to increase than diminish, and yet he was obliged to lay himself out to give lessons. In May 1790 he wrote to his friend Puchberg, "I have 2 pupils now, and should like to make the number up to 8. Try to spread it about that I give lessons." Mozart was never a fashionable and well-paid music master in Vienna, such as Stefan Kozeluk or Regini. This may excite surprise, since he was so distinguished as a pianist, but he was wanting in the patience and pliability necessary, and perhaps also in steadiness and regularity. When he met with talent or enthusiasm, or when he was personally attracted, he was fond of giving lessons, as for instance to Franziska, afterwards Frau von Lagusius, the sister of his friend Gottfried von Jacquin, to whom he writes from Prague, January 14, 1787, "I kiss your sister's hand 1,000 times, and beg her to practice industriously on her new pianoforte. But the recommendation is unnecessary, for I must own that I never had so industrious and zealous a pupil as herself, and I rejoice in the expectation of giving her further instruction, according to my poor ability." She was considered an excellent pianiste, and one of Mozart's best pupils. He wrote the trio with clarinet and tenor, 498 K., for her, August 5, 1786. He also sent her the Grand Sonata for 4 hands in C major, 521 K., as soon as it was finished, May 29, 1787, with a message through her brother that she must set about it at once, for it was somewhat difficult. They were mostly ladies to whom he gave lessons, for the ladies of high rank in Vienna were cultivated enough to be considered as leaders of fashion, more especially in music. Among them were students in the genuine sense of the word, such as Frau von Trautner, to whom Mozart addressed elaborate written communications on the execution of his clavier compositions, more especially on his Fantasia in C minor, composed for her. For Barbara Ployer he composed, February 9, 1784, the Concerto in E flat major, 449 K, which he did not consider as among his great ones, and the more difficult one in G major, 453 K. And he writes to his father, June 9, 1784, "Tomorrow there is to be a concert at Herr Ployer's country house in Dobling. Fräulein Babette is to play her new concerto in G. I the quintet, with wind instruments in E flat major, 452 K, and then both of us the grand sonata for two pianos, in D major, composed early in 1784, 448 K. I am to take Paisiello, who has been here since May, on his return journey from St. Petersburg, in order that he may hear my compositions and my pupils." No doubt the greater number of his pupils either, like Fräulein Almhammer, cared more for social intercourse with Mozart than for actual instruction, or took lessons for a short time only that they might be able to speak of the great performer as their teacher. The celebrated physician Joseph Frank relates that he took 12 lessons from him in 1790. "I found Mozart a little man with a large head and plump hand, and was somewhat coldly received by him. 'Now,' said he, 'play me something.' I played a fantasia of his own composition. 'Not bad,' said he, to my great astonishment, 'but now listen to me play it.' It was a miracle. The piano became another instrument under his hands. It was strengthened by a second piano, which served him as a pedal. Mozart then made some remarks as to the way in which I should perform the fantasia. I was fortunate enough to understand him. 'Do you play any other pieces of my composition?' 'Yes,' answered I, 'your variations on the theme Unser dummer Pobel meint, 455 K, and a sonata with accompaniments for violin and violoncello.' 'Good. I will play you that piece. You will profit more by hearing me than by playing them yourself.'" It is plain that he had the tact and skill to manage even such pupils as these. He treated those who had the power and the wish to become true artists under his guidance in quite another fashion, and they profited not only by his regular instruction, but still more by his encouragement and incitement to exertion. Johann Nepomuk Hummel came to Vienna in 1785 with his father, who afterwards undertook the conductorship of the opera under Schikaneder. At 7 years of age the young Hummel already created great expectations by his clavier playing. A pupil of Mozart's named Freistatter brought Hummel to him in 1797. The boy played one of the easier sonatas, with which Mozart had no fault to find except as to the hurried tempo, and then one of his newest concertos by heart. Thereupon Mozart decided to undertake Hummel's instruction, but only on condition that he resided with them altogether. We are not told how often or with what regularity he received lessons, but he heard Mozart play, and had to play over to him any clavier music that came into the house. One evening Mozart returned late from some entertainment with his wife, and found a piece of music which he was curious to hear. Young Hummel, who had been awaiting their return, had lain down on a couple of chairs and fallen asleep. "Stanzerl," said Mozart to his wife, "wake Hans, and give him a glass of wine." No sooner said than done, and the boy played the new piece of music, late at night as it was. Mozart's musical instruction was sure to be desultory. Freistatter relates that he generally received Mozart's directions and corrections of his musical exercises sitting at a side table, while a game of bowls was going on. Atwood also tells us that Mozart sometimes persuaded him to join in a game of billiards instead of taking a lesson. The pupils did not consider their master guilty of caprice and neglect, but felt themselves spurred to activity by their intercourse with him. Mozart took young Hummel everywhere with him, made him play, played duets with him, and declared that the boy would soon excel himself as a pianist. Hummel was greatly attached to Mozart, both then and ever after. He remained in his house for 2 years, until in November 1788 his father set out with him on a professional tour. Mozart also gave lessons in the theory of music, sometimes even to ladies. We hear of a cousin of the Abbé Stadler as Mozart's pupil in thorough bass. The exercise book which he used for instruction in thorough bass in 1784 is now in the Imperial Library at Vienna. Mozart wrote down a very characteristic melody, or a bass, or both, which the pupil was to arrange in several parts. Then Mozart corrected the passage with short remarks on the various mistakes, alternately Italian or German, sometimes of a comic nature. For instance, ho l'onore di dirla, che lei ha fatta la scioccaggine, da par suo, di far due ottava tra il secondo violino ed il basso. Or in German, this E is very forced here. It shows that it has only been put in to prevent too rapid a passage from one consonant to another, just as bad poets often do stupid things for the sake of rhyme. You might have gone gradually from C to D very prettily by inserting thirds. These remarks are purely grammatical, and it is evident that Mozart's teaching was of the good old-fashioned kind, which strives first to give the pupil a thorough knowledge of the grammar of his art. From exercise books of this kind, of which Zelter saw one in Vienna, a little handbook of thorough bass was afterwards printed under Mozart's name, and was much in use for some time. With more advanced pupils he naturally proceeded differently. Atwood preserved an exercise book with compositions, which he had submitted to Mozart shortly after his arrival in Vienna. Mozart had crossed out whole passages and rewritten them with the remark, "I should have done this so." When Kelly, the tenor, who made pretty little songs which Mozart admired, imagined that he could make himself into a serious composer by means of studies in counterpoint, Mozart said to him, "If you had studied counterpoint long ago in Naples, you would have done well. Now that you have to give your mind to your education as a singer, you will make nothing of it. Remember that half knowledge is a dangerous thing. You have considerable talent in the invention of melodies. A smattering of theory would ruin that, and you can always find some musician who can help you when you want it. Melody is the essence of music. I should compare one who invents melodies to a noble racehorse, and a mere contrapuntist to a hired post hack. So let it alone, and remember the old Italian proverb, Chi sa più meno sa." Lesson giving might fail greatly to increase either Mozart's fame or his income, but his success as a virtuoso was brilliant and lasting. His father warned him, when he talked of settling in Vienna, of the fickleness of the public, but Wolfgang answered cheerfully, June 2, 1781, "The Viennese certainly love change, but only at the theatre, and my line is too popular not to be supported. This is, in truth, clavier land, and even supposing they were to tire of me, it would not be for several years, and in the meantime I should have made both money and reputation." In this expectation he was not disappointed. The applause which greeted him on his first appearance was repeated as often as he appeared in Vienna. The proper season for concerts and also for private musical parties was Lent, when the theatres were closed. The concerts were generally given in the theatre. Mozart invariably gave a concert in Lent. After the success of the first, 1782, He used to make a common undertaking every spring with a certain Philippe Jacquard Martin. He was a native of Regensburg, who had studied with good old Bullinger at the Jesuit college in Munich, and supported himself with difficulty. Quite a young man, who tries hard to get on in the world by his music, his beautiful handwriting, and especially by his clever head and strong intellect. May 29, 1782. Martin had established an amateur musical society, which gave concerts every Friday during the winter. Mozart writes to his father, May 8, 1782, "You know that there are a number of amateurs here, and very good ones, both male and female. Hitherto there has been no organization among them. This Martin has now received permission from the Emperor, with expressions of the highest approbation, to give 12 concerts in the Orgarten, and 4 grand evening concerts on the finest open spaces in the city. The subscription for the whole summer is 2 ducats. You can well imagine that we shall get subscribers enough, all the more for my being associated with him. Even supposing that we only get 100 subscribers, and that the expenses amount to 200 florins, an outside sum, that means 300 florins profit for each of us. Baron van Swieten and the Countess Thun are taking it up warmly. The orchestra is entirely amateur, with the exception of the bassoons, trumpets, and drums." End of section 19. Section 20 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Married Life, Part 2. The Imperial Augarten replaced the old favorite established by Joseph I in the Leopold Vorstadt of Vienna. It was laid out by Joseph II and opened to the public for their free use in 1775, with the well-known inscription over the entrance, "Public place of recreation dedicated to all men by one who esteems them." The principal building was used as a hotel, and the emperor built for himself a simple little house surrounded by wooden palings, where he sometimes spent several days, and amused himself by walking freely among his people. On Sunday afternoons in especial, all the fashionable population of Vienna strolled there, so that the speculation promised to be a successful one. It provided plenty of occupation for its promoters. Mozart writes, May 25, 1782, "Tomorrow is our first entertainment in the Augarten. At 8:30 Martin is to call for me in a hackney coach, and we have 6 visits to make. I must be ready by 11 o'clock to go to Rumbeck. Then I dine with the Countess Thun. We are to rehearse the music in her garden in the evening. There is to be a symphony by Van Swieten, and another by me. Mademoiselle Berger, an amateur, is to sing. A boy named Turk is to play a violin concerto, and Fraulein von Arnhammer and I the duet concerto in E flat, 365 K. The first concert went off well. Among the audience were the Archduke Maximilian, the Countess Thun, Wallenstein, Baron van Swieten, and many other musical connoisseurs, but we hear nothing further of the undertaking, which cannot have been so brilliant a success as had been hoped. There was no doubt, however, as to the success which Mozart achieved during the Lenten concerts of 1783. He contributed greatly towards the success of a concert given by his sister-in-law, Aloysia Lang, at the theatre on March the 11th. His Parisian symphony for the concert spirituel, 297 K, was performed on this occasion, after which Madame Lang sang the song which he had composed for her in Mannheim, Non so donde vien, 294 K, with new variations for the voice. How many memories it must have awakened in them both! Gluck had the box next to the Langs, he informed his father, March 12, 1783, in which was also my wife. He could not praise enough either the symphony or the song, and he invited us all to dinner next Sunday. In addition, Mozart played a concerto of his own composition. The theater was very full, and I was so well received by the public that I could but feel happy and content. After I had gone away, the clapping was so persistent that I was obliged to return and repeat the rondo. It was a perfect storm of applause. For his own concert on March 22nd, every box was taken, and the theater could not have been fuller. The program of this concert, which he copied for his father, gives us an idea of what Mozart's concerts were. There were performed number 1, the new Hafner Symphony, composed the previous summer, 385 K. Number 2, air from Idomeneo, Ciel Padre per Te, 366 K, sung by Madame Lang. Number 3, the third subscription concerto, then just published in C major, 415 K, number 5. Number 4, the Countess Baumgarten's Sina, 369 K, sung by Adamberger. Number 5, the short Symphonia Concertante of the last Final Music, 320 K. Number 6, the favorite concerto in D, 175, 382 K. Number 7, Sina, Parto m'affretto from Lucio Silla, 135 K, sung by Mademoiselle Tybur. Number 8, Impromptu Fantasia by Mozart, beginning with a short fugue, because the Emperor was there, followed by variations on an air from the opera of Der eingebildete Philosoph by Paisiello, Salve tu, Domine. And when the thunder of applause obliged him to play again, he chose the air Unser dummer Pobel meint from Gluck's Pilgrims of Mecca as a theme for variations. Number 9, a new rondo composed for Madame Lang and performed by her, 416 K. Number 10, the last movement of the First Symphony. This program makes it evident that the demands on a concert giver were far greater then than now, and the public were undoubtedly more patient listeners. What pleased me most, wrote Wolfgang to his father, March 29, 1783, was the sight of the Emperor, and how pleased he was, and how he applauded me. It is always his custom to send the money for his box to the pay place before he comes to the theatre. Otherwise I might certainly have expected more than 25 ducats, for his delight was beyond all bounds. A short time after Mozart played a concerto at Mademoiselle Tybur's concert. Again the rondo was encored. But when he sat down to the piano again, he had the desk removed in order to improvise. This little surprise delighted the audience immensely. They clapped and cried, "Bravo! Bravissimo!" The Emperor did not leave this concert until Mozart had quite finished playing, so the latter in high glee informs his father, April 12, 1783. In Lent, 1784, besides a concert in the theatre, which took place in April, Mozart proposed to give 6 subscription concerts, and he begs his father to send him the score of Idomeneo, because he intended to produce it, December 6, 1783. The pianoforte teacher Richter had established Saturday concerts, which were attended by the nobility only upon the understanding that Mozart was to play. After playing at 3 of them, he raised subscriptions, 6 florins, for 3 concerts of his own, which took place on the 3 last Wednesdays in Lent, March 17th, 24th, and 31st, in a fine hall belonging to Tratnern, a bookseller. The list of subscribers numbered 174 names, 30 more than were procured by the partners, Richter and Fischer. The latter was a violin player, married to Storace, the singer. The first concert on the 17th, Mozart writes, March 20th, 1784, went off well, the hall was crammed full, and the new concerto which I played was very well received. Everyone is talking about the concert. The succeeding performances were equally successful, so that he was able to assure his father that they had been of considerable service to him. Besides the subscription concerts, he gave 2 others in the theatre, which also went off well. Tomorrow should have been my first concert in the theatre, he writes, March 20th, 1784, but Prince Louis Liechtenstein has an operatic performance which would have taken half the nobility from my audience, besides some of the chief members of the orchestra. So I have postponed it in a printed advertisement to April the 1st. He wrote 2 great concertos and the quintet for piano and wind instruments, which was enthusiastically applauded. I myself, he adds, consider it the best thing I ever wrote in my life. I do wish you could have heard it. And how beautifully it was performed! To tell the truth, I grew tired of the mere playing towards the end, and it reflects no small credit on me that my audience did not in any degree share the fatigue. In the following year, Leopold Mozart visited his son in Vienna, and was an eye-witness of his popularity. He writes to his daughter, January 22nd, 1785, "I have this moment received a line from your brother, saying that his concerts begin on February 11th, and are to continue every Friday." He arranged to be in Vienna for this concert, which was given on the Mail-Group, with a subscription list of over 150 at 3 ducats each. He wrote to Marianne at the conclusion of the concert, February 11th, 1784, "Wolfgang played an admirable new concerto, which was in the copyist's hands when we arrived yesterday. Your brother had not even time to try over the rondo. The concerto is in D minor, 466 K, number 8. The second concert, too, was splendid. And at a benefit concert in the theatre, for which Wolfgang wrote the concerto in C major, 467 K, number 1, he made 559 florins, which we had not expected, as the list for his subscription concerts numbers 150 persons, and he has often played at other people's concerts for nothing, as Leopold Mozart writes, March 12th, 1785. He played at Madame Lashy's concert on February 12th, 1785, a splendid concerto which he had composed for the blind pianist in Paris, Marie-Thérèse Paradis, 1759 to 1824. This is probably the concerto in B major, 456 K, number 11, dated September 30th, 1784. "When your brother made his exit," writes the father, "the Emperor bowed to him, hat in hand, and called 'Bravo, Mozart!' He was very much applauded on his entrance." During the Lent of 1786, Mozart had, as he wrote to his father, December 28th, 1785, 3 subscription concerts with 120 subscribers. For these he wrote 3 new concertos, one in E flat major, 482 K, number 6, on December 26, 1785, another in A major, 488 K, number 2, on March 2nd, 1786, and the third in C minor, on March 24th, 1786, the andante of which he was obliged to repeat at the concert of April 7th, the last given in the theatre. In Advent of the same year, as he informs his father, December 8, 1786, he gave 4 concerts at the Casino, for which he composed a new concerto in C major, 503 K, No. 16, dated December 4, 1786. In January of the same year he journeyed to Prague, where he was received with enthusiasm as the composer of Figaro. In obedience to the general desire, he played at a great concert in the opera house to a very crowded audience. Mozart was recalled 3 times, and when at last he improvised variations on Non più andrai, there was no end to the applause. A second concert was attended with equally brilliant results. Madame Storace informed Leopold Mozart, who wrote the news to his daughter, March 1, 1787, that Wolfgang had made 1,000 florins in Prague. Even if it be granted that the honor and profit of these concerts did not equal that which was accorded to celebrated vocalists of the day, yet it would be unjust to maintain that Mozart was not appreciated by the public, and that they failed to express their appreciation in hard cash. Any comparison with the unexampled success attained by great performers of a later day ought not to leave out of sight that the concert visiting public has enormously increased since that time, when this enjoyment was the exclusive privilege of the higher ranks. The growing interest for literature and art was then just beginning to awaken in the citizen class some desire for participation in theatrical performances and concerts, but still the concert public of that time had very little resemblance to that which we now expect to find. The difference shows itself in the private concerts. During the winter, and particularly during Lent, musical performances were the chief means of entertainment among the nobility and wealthy citizens. Amateur theatricals were also very fashionable, and even operas were often given in private. An opera by Prince Liechtenstein has been mentioned before. Mozart's Idomeneo was given in 1786 at the private theatre of Prince Auersperg, where in 1782 an Italian opera had been given in honor of the Grand Duke. Kelly had heard the Countess Hatzfeld sing Gluck's Alceste there incomparably well. Noblemen of high rank often maintained their own musical establishments, and though this did not often consist, as in the case of Prince Esterhazy or the Prince von Hildburghausen, of a complete orchestra, yet the retinue of most of the nobility, especially in Bohemia, were capable of taking part in orchestral music, or there was at least a band of wind instruments to play during meals or in serenades. But for the private performances of which we have just spoken, a complete orchestra was always employed, which was an easier matter then than it would be now that orchestras are so much more fully appointed. This arrangement was of the greatest importance for the musical profession. The frequent concerts gave opportunity for a large number of musicians to educate themselves into good orchestral players, and the composers found constant employment in every branch of their art. Patrons vied with each other in the production of new works by distinguished masters, and above all in the acquisition of celebrated performers. The expense of musical soirées was very great, but custom made it a point of honor among the aristocracy to patronize the art which then surpassed all others in public estimation. Mozart's popularity as a pianist would, as a matter of course, render him much in request at these private concerts. As early as the winter of 1782 he was engaged for all the concerts given by Prince Galitzin, the Russian ambassador, who placed his carriage at my disposal both going and returning, and treated me in the handsomest manner possible. December 21, 1782. During the following winter he again played regularly for Prince Galitzin, also for Count Johann Esterhazy, Count Zichy, etc. He calculates for his father's benefit that from February 26th till April 3rd he would have to play 5 times for Galitzin and 9 times for Esterhazy, to which might be added 3 of Richter's concerts and 5 of his own, besides chance invitations. Have I not enough to do, he asks. I do not think I shall be allowed to get out of practice. When his father was in Vienna in 1785, he wrote to his daughter that Wolfgang's harpsichord had been to the theatre and to different private houses quite 12 times between February 11th and March 12th. What amount of fee Mozart received for his performances in private we have no means of ascertaining. In general, however, the aristocracy were accustomed to reward distinguished artists according to their deserts, and the exceptional position of the Viennese nobility enabled the artists to accept their liberality without loss of dignity, the more so as it was usually founded on sentiments of esteem and consideration. That the friendly demeanor of persons of high rank was highly prized by the artists themselves, there can be no doubt, nor would there be wanting some who sought to merit it by servile adulation. From any tinge of this, Mozart was absolutely free. Not only was he unfettered by the forms of social class distinctions, but he moved in society with all the independence of a distinguished man, without laying claim to the license usually accorded to artists of genius. The etiquette of rank was no bar to his intimacy with Prince Karl Lichnowsky, and another of his true friends was Count August Hatzfeld, who had carefully cultivated a considerable musical talent, and was a first-rate quartet violinist. He became so imbued with the spirit of Mozart's quartets that the latter was said to have declared that he liked nobody's execution of them so well as Count Hatzfeld's. The song in Idomeneo, with obbligato violin, was composed for him. His noble character won for him universal esteem, which was intensified by the calmness with which he met death in his 31st year. Bonn, 1787. Mozart wrote to his father in a very serious letter, April 4th, 1787. On this subject, death and dying, I have already expressed my mind to you on the occasion of the melancholy death of my best and dearest friend, Count von Hatzfeld. He was 31, just my age. I do not mourn for him, but for myself and for all those who knew him as I did. Mozart also gave regular musical performances every Sunday morning in his own house. He used to invite his friends, and musical amateurs were admitted on payment. Kelly relates that he never missed one of these. I find them mentioned elsewhere also, and have heard of them from old people who took part in them during the last years of Mozart's life. They were always well attended, but whether Mozart's public concerts were continued with unabated success after the year 1788, or whether the time had come when he was to experience the fickleness of the Viennese, I have no means of determining with exactitude. He wrote 3 symphonies in June, July, and August of 1788, whence it may be concluded that he was giving concerts during that time, and, by the same reasoning, the absence of any symphonies or concertos composed during the years immediately following would prove that no concerts were then given. His pecuniary embarrassments during those years tell the same tale, and the cutting off of this important contribution to his income seems to have occasioned his journeys to Berlin and Frankfurt. Not until January 1791 do we meet with another pianoforte concerto in B flat major, 595K, number 15, that was no doubt intended for a Lenten concert. The publication of his compositions, which in the present day would have been Mozart's chief dependence, was by no means profitable as matters then stood. The music trade of the day was small and insignificant. Indeed, the first impulse was given to it by the publication of an edition of all Mozart's works soon after his death. During his life, however, compositions were more often copied than printed, and the composer was obliged to keep careful watch lest copies should be distributed which were not ordered from him, and which in consequence he was never paid for. It need scarcely be said that caution such as this was not in Mozart's nature, and that copies of his works were frequently made and sold without his knowledge. Different musical firms, Johann Tregg, Lausch, Torricella, etc., advertised copies of his compositions for sale under his very eyes. Nor was this conduct, however undesirable, thought unworthy of a respectable tradesman. He was careful only of his concertos. Too much depended on his keeping possession of them, and not allowing anyone to play them who chose. His 3 first concertos, indeed, he thought it advisable to publish himself by a subscription of 6 ducats, December 23, 1782. He offered them afterwards to the highly respectable public for 4 ducats, beautifully copied and revised by himself. Even this his father thought too dear, but Mozart thought that the concertos were worth the money, and could not be copied for it. When sending his father those composed in the following year, he wrote, May 24, 1784, "I can wait patiently until you send them back, so long as they do not fall into anyone else's hands. I might have had 24 ducats for one of them today, but I think it will be to my advantage to keep them a couple of years by me, and then to have them printed." He used to take only the orchestral parts with him on his journeys, and to play himself from a clavier part of most extraordinary appearance, according to Rochlitz. It consisted of only the figured bass and the principal motifs, with hints for the passages, runs, etc. He depended on his memory, which never by any chance failed him. In 1788 he advertised copies of 3 quintets for 4 ducats. As far, then, as concertos and symphonies were concerned, the composer made his principal profit by his own performance of them, but he was also called upon to write different things for other people. Mozart wrote many compositions for his pupils, an extraordinary number for his friends and acquaintance, and not a few to order on particular occasions. Among the latter class are the quartets written for Frederick William II in 1789 and 1790, 575, 589, 590K, for which he was doubtless well paid. It was said that he received for the first a valuable gold snuff-box and 100 Frederick d'Or. It is well known that 100 ducats were paid in advance for the Requiem, and something may have come in for the adaptation of Handel's oratorios ordered by Van Swieten in 1788 and 1789, as well as for here and there a commission or dedication. But a closer examination of the long list of Mozart's compositions of this class makes it probable that they were not for the most part profitable to him. A characteristic anecdote is related of him by his widow, which bears out this supposition. At one of Mozart's Sunday matinees there was present a Polish count, who was very much delighted with the new (composed March 30, 1784) pianoforte quintet with wind instruments. He commissioned Mozart to write a trio with obbligato flute, which the latter promised to do. As soon as he arrived at home, the Count sent Mozart 100 half-louis with a very polite note, repeating his thanks for the pleasure the music had given him. The terms of the note left Mozart no doubt that the money was a generous gift, and he returned the politest acknowledgment, at the same time sending the Count, contrary to his custom, the original score of the quintet he had so much admired. A year after, the Count came again to Mozart and inquired after the trio. Mozart excused himself by saying he had not yet found himself in the humor to write anything worthy of the Count's acceptance. Then, no doubt, answered the Count, you will find yourself still less in the humor to return me the 100 half-louis which I paid you for it. Mozart returned the money, but the Count kept the score of the quintet, which was soon after printed in Vienna without Mozart's permission. Against such persons and such behavior Mozart had no weapons but a shrug of the shoulders and "the rascal." It may well be supposed that others besides this Polish Count took advantage of such easy-going good nature. But the publishers must not be credited with more than their share of blame. Variations and similar trifles were doubtless often printed without the composer's consent, and brought in considerable profits in which he had no share. But the more important of his works which appeared during his lifetime were either printed by subscription or trusted for publication to Torricella, Artaria, and Hofmeister. I have only in one case been able to discover the amount paid to him. He wrote to his father, who communicated it to his daughter, January 22nd, 1785, that he had sold his quartets dedicated to Joseph Haydn to Artaria for 100 ducats. This was a considerable sum for those days, and the reception given to the quartets on their appearance might well cause the publisher to fear he had paid too dear for them. It is said that the two beautiful pianoforte quartets in G minor, 478 K., composed in July 1785, and in E flat major, 493 K., composed in June 1786, were only the commencement of a series bespoken by Hofmeister. But the public finding them too difficult, and refraining from buying them, he allowed Mozart to retain the money he had paid in advance, and gave up the continuation. The popularity gained by Mozart's greater works must always have been of gradual growth, since they were considered in every respect too difficult, and it is quite credible that Hofmeister said, as was reported of him, "Write more popularly, or else I can neither print nor pay for anything more of yours." Nor is it less credible that Mozart should have answered, "Then I will write nothing more, and go hungry, or may the devil take me." A note written to Hofmeister on November 20th, 1785, is indeed in quite another tone. "Dear Hofmeister, I have recourse to you, and beg you to assist me with a little money, of which I am much in want at present. I earnestly entreat you to send me what I require as soon as possible. Pardon my troubling you so much, but you know me, and are aware how much I have your affairs at heart, so that I am convinced that you will not be offended at my importunities, but will be as ready to show yourself my friend as I am yours." A very enterprising publisher, Kammersenrath Hummel of Berlin, maintained that, though not musical, he could tell by the look of a composition whether it would suit him. He had a poor opinion of Mozart, and used to boast of having sent him back various works. Rochlitz relates, as an instance of Mozart's ill treatment at the hands of theatrical managers, that Schikaneder paid nothing for the Zauberflaut, and even, contrary to the agreement, sold the score without his knowledge. Seyfried, on the other hand, maintains that Schikaneder paid Mozart 100 ducats, and resigned the net profits of the sale of the score to his widow. Be this as it may, Schikaneder's treatment of Mozart must not be considered illustrative of that which he usually received from his managers. 100 ducats was then the usual payment in Vienna for an opera. This sum Mozart received for the Entführung, for Figaro, and no doubt also for Così fan tutte. For Don Giovanni he had 225 florins. To this were usually added the proceeds of a benefit performance and another for the poet, which of course depended on the popularity of the composer with the public. Mozart does not mention the benefit performance of the Entführung, but both in this case and that of Figaro it must have had considerable results. Bandini paid 100 ducats for Don Giovanni. The Bohemian States, who ordered the Clemenza di Tito for their coronation festival, can scarcely have offered him less remuneration. Even the manager Guardassoni, who was famous for his parsimony, almost agreed, in the year 1785, to give Mozart 200 ducats for an opera, and 50 ducats travelling expenses, as he informs his wife, an agreement, however, which was never carried out. In this respect, therefore, Mozart was not behind contemporary composers. With regard to performances on foreign stages, we have no definite information as to whether his permission was asked or paid for, but we may gather something from the ordinary usages of the time. It was the traditional custom in Italy that whoever ordered the opera should pay for it. What became of the score afterwards was generally left to chance. The impresario remained in possession of it, and usually allowed the copyist to make what profit he could out of the sale of it. But the composer also kept the score, and seems to have distributed it wherever he thought he might gain honor or profit by it. In Germany the case was altered, since there the composer had generally to do with a court theatre. In Mannheim and Munich he retained undivided possession of the score. Mozart rejoiced that Baron Riedesel had asked him for the Entführung and not the copyist. As a matter of course, foreign theatres took the easiest course open to them to obtain possession of the score. When they applied to the composer, it was only because they saw no other way of getting it, or for some special reason. Any question of the composer's rights or the theatrical manager's obligations seems never to have occurred to either party. A careful hold of the score and watchful supervision of the copyist were the only means of protection. These did not go far, nor was Mozart the man to make use of them. When, therefore, his operas appeared on foreign boards without any compensation to himself, he only shared the fate of most of his contemporaries, nor does he seem to have complained of it. He is glad to write to his father, December 6, 1783, that his Entführung had been well and successfully performed in Prague and Leipzig, and he rejoiced again when Figaro was given in Prague and Don Giovanni in Vienna, but there is no mention of payment. If we summarize these financial remarks, we shall arrive at the conclusion that in view of the importance of his works, and the profits afterwards made on them both by the theatres and the publishers, Mozart was very inadequately paid. But this standard cannot be unreservedly applied to them. The conditions and fluctuations of profit to which even artists are subject are ruled by the prevalent type of living among citizens and the higher classes. The close-fisted organization of a community of merchants and traders cares little for the comet-like course of an artistic genius, and is only too likely to give it an altogether wrong direction, or to ruin it at the outset. From a pecuniary point of view, we must acknowledge that Mozart was on the whole as well treated as the majority of his fellow artists, that both as a composer and a performer he was sometimes no worse, sometimes better paid than others, that he had no lack of opportunities for earning money, and that in point of fact he had a very good income. If Mozart had possessed the same capacity for business as his father or Joseph Haydn, he would no doubt have reaped far greater advantages from his position in Vienna. But even on what he actually earned he might have lived in ease and plenty. Without ourselves going into calculations on the subject, we have a trustworthy witness for it in Leopold Mozart. During his visit to Vienna in 1785, he had a watchful eye on the earnings and expenditure of his son, and wrote to his daughter, March 19, 1785, "I believe that, if he has no debts to pay, my son can now lay by 2,000 florins. The money is certainly there, and the household expenses, so far as eating and drinking are concerned, could not be more economical." How far removed was Mozart from such providence! From the time of his marriage we find him in constantly recurring money difficulties. A long list of melancholy documents lets us into the vexations, cares, and humiliations which were the inevitable consequences of his improvidence. Scarcely 6 months after their marriage, the wedded couple were obliged to apply to the Baroness von Waldstatten in the following note, in order to avert a threatened action at law by one of their creditors: "Most honored Baroness, I find myself in a fine position truly. We agreed with Herr von Traner lately that we should have a fortnight's grace. As this is customary with every merchant, unless he be the most disobliging fellow in the world, I thought nothing more of it, and hoped, if I could not pay the amount myself, at least to be able to borrow it. Now Herr von Traner sends me word that he positively refuses to wait, and if I do not pay him between today and tomorrow, he will bring an action against me. I cannot pay him even the half of it. If I had had any idea that the subscriptions for my concert would come in so slowly, I would have fixed the payment for a later date. I pray your ladyship for heaven's sake to help me to preserve my honor and my good name. My poor little wife is feeling poorly, and I cannot leave her, or else I would come myself and beg this favor of you by word of mouth. We kiss your ladyship's hand 1,000 times, and beg to remain your ladyship's obedient children. February 15th, 1783. Wolfgang Amadeus and Constanza Mozart. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Married Life, Part 3. In July of the same year, when he was setting out for Salzburg, and actually in the act of entering his carriage, he was stopped by an importunate creditor for the paltry sum of 30 florins, which nevertheless he found it difficult to satisfy; and not long after his return to Vienna he was disagreeably surprised by a demand for 12 louis d'or, which he had borrowed at Strasbourg in 1778. He was obliged to write to his father, "You will remember that when you came to Munich, where I was writing the great opera, You reproached me for having borrowed 12 louis d'or from Herr Scherz at Strasbourg, with the words, "Your want of confidence in me disappoints me." But enough, I suppose I shall have the honor of paying the 12 louis d'or. I traveled to Vienna, you to Salzburg. What could I suppose from your words but that I need think no more of the debt, or at least that you would write to me if you did not pay it, or speak about it when I saw you in Salzburg? I ask nothing further of you, my dear father, than that you will be my security for a month. Had he demanded payment during the first year, I could have done it at once and with pleasure, and I will pay him as it is. Only I am not in a position to do so at this moment. In the very same year that his father boasts of his finances, we find him in a difficulty which necessitated his applying to his publisher Hofmeister, who put him off with a couple of ducats. But the saddest insight into the embarrassed and humiliating position in which Mozart found himself after the year 1788 is afforded by his letters to his friend Michael Puchberg, a wealthy merchant, musical himself, and with 2 daughters, one of whom distinguished herself as a clavier player. He was a Freemason, and it seems to have been through the lodge that an intimacy was founded close enough to warrant Mozart's constant application to him for assistance. His wish to borrow a sum sufficiently large to be of permanent benefit to him, either from Puchberg himself or by his instrumentality, was not granted, so that when his rent became due, or his wife's doctor's bill, or a stay in the country had to be provided for, he was constantly obliged to claim assistance from his friend. Whenever it was possible, Mozart strove to meet his household embarrassments in a joking mood. In the winter of 1790, Joseph Diener, the landlord of the Silver Serpent, who was of use to Mozart in many of his household affairs, called upon him one day and found him in his workroom dancing about with his wife. On Diener's asking him if he was giving his wife dancing lessons, Mozart answered, laughing, "We are warming ourselves because we are very cold, and have no money to buy fuel." Thereupon Diener ran home and brought them some wood, which Mozart accepted and promised to pay him for as soon as he made any money. But dancing will not satisfy every need, and the faithful Puchberg was never weary of assisting Mozart. He sent him larger or smaller sums which Mozart was never in a position to repay, so that after his death his liabilities amounted to 1,000 florins. Puchberg, who was of great service to Mozart's widow in the ordering of her affairs, postponed his claims for several years, so as to give her the opportunity of paying him by degrees as her circumstances improved. Mozart had recourse to other friends besides Puchberg. In April 1789 he borrowed 100 florins from an aspirant to Freemasonry named Hofdemmel, as is testified by the existing letter and note of hand. It was not likely that assistance of this kind would materially improve Mozart's position. In 1790, when he undertook the journey to Frankfurt, in the result of which he had placed great hopes, he was obliged to raise his traveling expenses by pawning plate and ornaments, and the financial transaction of which he speaks in his letters to his wife, whereby somebody was to hand him over 1,000 florins on Hofmeister's endorsement, shows clearly enough that he had fallen into the hands of usurers, from whom he had striven in vain to free himself by Puchberg's intervention. These facts prove only too clearly that from the time of his marriage Mozart became gradually entangled in a net of embarrassments, without any hope of permanent extrication. His letters show how deeply he felt the cares and humiliations of his position. The circumstances of so public a character could not remain long concealed in Vienna, even had he been less injudiciously open than he was. After his death, ill-natured gossip exaggerated his debts to a sum of 30,000 florins, and the rumor reached the ear of the Emperor Leopold. The widow, informed of this by a friend of high rank, explained the calumny to the Emperor, and assured him that 3,000 florins would cover all Mozart's debts. The Emperor gave her generous assistance as soon as the facts and extenuating circumstances had been made known to him, but he refused a pension. The same charitable dispositions which settled the amount of Mozart's debts were also busy in accounting for the fact of their existence. How could they have been contracted but by dissipation, irregular living, and extravagance? Against such accusations we must listen to Mozart himself, who would hardly have had the face to appeal to his manner of life and well-known habits in applying for help to his intimate friend Puchberg, if he had been conscious of such improprieties as those with which he was charged. Leopold Mozart's testimony is unimpeachable as to the economy of the housekeeping in the matter of eating and drinking, and it was confirmed by Sophie Hebel. It may be thought that the father purposely limits his praise of Wolfgang's economy to matters of eating and drinking, and this is no doubt quite possible. Mozart was very neat and particular in his dress, and fond of lace and watch chains. Clementi took him for a valet de chambre on account of his elegant appearance, and his handsome attire is referred to on various occasions. His father writes mockingly to his daughter from Vienna, April 16, 1785, that Wolfgang and Madame Lang had intended going with him to Munich, but nothing was likely to come of it, although each of them have had 6 pairs of shoes made, which are all standing there now. It may well be then that Mozart was not over-economical in his dress. At the same time, there is no reason to accuse him of extravagant foppery. The excess of which Mozart was mainly accused, however, was not of this kind at all, but lay more in the direction of sensual indulgence. He had always been extremely fond of cheerful society, and the manifold distractions it brought with it. Nay, it was quite a necessity to him, as a refreshment after long sustained mental efforts. Mozart gave no parties at home, but his wife used to organize little musical performances on family festivals, or to amuse her husband. Few friends were present on such occasions, and Haydn's music was generally preferred by Mozart himself. There can have been no lack of opportunities for intercourse with his fellow artists and with the numerous accomplished and wealthy amateurs then in Vienna, and we can well imagine that Mozart's social impulses found constant and lively exercise. Music was the principal object of meeting, and Mozart brought his tribute to the entertainment in the form of improvisation, both grave and gay. He was a lively and cheerful companion, too, in other respects, always ready for a joke, and fond of exercising his gift for improvising comic doggerel verses. Of all amusements, Mozart was fondest of dancing, and found ample opportunity for indulging his passion in Vienna, where dancing was at that time an absolute rage. His wife confided to Kelly, who saw Mozart dance on the occasion of their first meeting, that her husband was an enthusiastic dancer, and thought more of his performances in that line than in music. He was said to dance the minuet very beautifully. His letters have many indications of this partiality, and he gives his father a merry and complacent account of a ball at his own house, January 22nd, 1783. Last week I gave a ball in my own house, but of course the gentlemen paid 2 florins each. We began at 6 o'clock in the evening and left off at 7. What? Only 1 hour? No, no, 7 o'clock in the morning. You will scarcely believe that I could find room for it. He had lately moved, and had taken apartments with Herr von Wetzlar, a rich Jew. There I have a room 1,000 paces long, and a bedroom, then an anteroom, and then a fine large kitchen. There are 2 fine large rooms next to ours, which stand empty at present, and these I made use of for the ball. Baron Wetzlar and his wife were there. So were the Baroness Waldstatten, Herr von Edelbach, Gelowski the boaster, young Stephanie, Adamberger and his wife, the Langs, etc. Still more exciting entertainments were the masked balls, and we have already seen that Mozart possessed both inclination and talent for disporting himself in assumed characters. He writes from Vienna, January 22nd, 1788, begging his father to send him his harlequin's dress, because he would like to go on the redoute as harlequin, but so that nobody should know it, there are so many here, chiefly great asses, who go on to the redoute. Several good friends associated themselves into a compagnie masque, and performed a pantomime on Whit Monday, which filled up the half hour before dancing began. Mozart was Harlequin, Madame Lang Columbine, Lang played Pierrot, an old dancing master named Merck, who drilled the company, took Pantaloon, and the painter Grassi the doctor. The plot and music were by Mozart. The doggerel verses with which the pantomime was introduced by the actor Müller. It might have been better, Mozart thought, but he was satisfied with the acting. I assure you we played very well, he informs his father. March 12, 1783. Of the music for this pantomime, 13 numbers for stringed instruments in parts are preserved. The first violin, written by Mozart, 446 K. It is, as may be imagined, very unpretending, as are also the briefly indicated situations. For instance, Columbine is sad, Pantaloon makes love to her, she is angry, he is gay, she angry, he angry too. Another passion of Mozart's was billiard playing. Kelly relates that he often played with Mozart, but never won a game. He had a billiard table in his own house, and played with his wife in case of need, or even quite alone. This was certainly a luxury, though far from an unusual one in Vienna at that time, and it was occasioned not solely from love of the game, but, as Holmes rightly remarks, from the care of the physicians for Mozart's health. In the spring of 1783 he was seized with cholera, which was raging as an epidemic, and in the following summer he was again seriously ill, as Leopold Mozart informs his daughter, September 14, 1784. My son has been very ill in Vienna. He was very much overheated at Paisiello's new opera, Il Re d'Oro, and was obliged to go into the open air to look for the servant who had charge of his overcoat, because orders had been given that no servants should be admitted to the theatre by the ordinary entrance. This brought on rheumatic fever, which without careful attention might have turned to typhus. Wolfgang writes, I have had raging colic every day for a fortnight at the same hour, accompanied by violent vomiting. My doctor, Herr Sigmund Barisani, was in the habit of visiting me almost daily, even before this illness. He is very clever, and you will see that he will soon make himself a name. Barisani was the son of the Archbishop's physician at Salzburg, an intimate friend of the Mozart family. He was distinguished in his profession, becoming later chief physician at the General Hospital, and a warm friend and admirer of Mozart. A charming memorial of their friendship is preserved at the Mozarteum in Salzburg, in the form of some affectionate verses addressed to Mozart by Barisani, bearing date April 14, 1787. Underneath, Mozart has written the following lines: "Today, September 3rd of this same year, I was so unfortunate as to lose by death this noble natured man, my dearest, best friend, and the saviour of my life. It is well with him, but with me, us, and all who knew him, it can never be well again, until we are so happy as to meet him in another world, never to part again." Barisani, seeing the impossibility of altogether weaning Mozart from the habit of writing far into the night, and very often as he lay in bed in the morning, endeavored to avert the hurtful consequences in another way. He recommended him not to sit so long at the clavier, but at all events to compose standing, and to take as much bodily exercise as he could. His love of billiard playing gave the doctor a welcome pretext for turning this motive into a regular one. Mozart was equally fond of bowls, and he was the more ready to follow the doctor's directions with regard to both games, since they did not interfere with his intellectual activity. It happened one day in Prague that Mozart, while he was playing billiards, hummed an air, and looked from time to time into a book which he had with him. It appeared afterwards that he had been occupied with the first quintet of the Zauberflaut. When he was writing down the score of Don Giovanni in Duschek's garden, he took part at the same time in a game of quoits. He stood up when his turn came round, and sat down again to his writing after he had thrown. But what of Mozart's inclination for strong drink, so often talked of? There can be no doubt that he was very fond of punch. Kelly speaks of it, and Sophie Hebel does not disguise that her brother-in-law loved a puncherl, but she also asserts that he had never taken it immoderately, and that she had never seen him intoxicated. That he was capable of wild excess is contradicted by his whole nature, and by his conduct through life. But these make it probable that he did not disdain the poculum hilaritatis in cheerful society, and that he gave vent to his spirits in a manner more unrestrained than it should have been. But Mozart also fortified himself with a glass of wine or punch when he was in the throes of composition. In one of his apartments his immediate neighbor was Johann Martin Leubel, who was musical and a Freemason, consequently intimate with Mozart. He had a well-filled wine cellar, of the contents of which he was never sparing in entertaining his friends. The partition wall between the houses was so thin that Mozart had only to knock when he wished to attract Leubel's attention. Whenever Leubel heard the clavier going, and taps at his wall between the pauses, he used to send his servant into the cellar, and say to his family, "Mozart is composing again, I must send him some wine." His wife made him punch too, when he was writing the overture to Don Giovanni the night before its performance. Whoever casts a glance over Mozart's scores will see that they could not have been written in the excitement caused by wine. So neat and orderly are they, even to the smallest details, and in spite of the most rapid execution. And those who are in a position to examine any one of his compositions will not need to be told that no intellect overstrained and excited by artificial means could possibly have produced such perfect clearness and beauty. Whether Mozart was right in providing a bodily stimulus in the form of strong drink during a continuous intellectual strain may well be doubted. Experience and opinions differ widely on this point. Goethe advised that there should be no forcing an unproductive mood into activity by external means of any kind. But he answered Eckermann's remark that a couple of glasses of wine were often of great service in clearing the mental vision, and bringing difficult subjects to a solution, as follows: "You know my divans so well that you will remember that I said myself, Wenn man getrunken hat, weiß man das Recht, and that I entirely agree with you. There exist in wine inspiring forces of a very important kind, but all depends upon circumstances and times and places, and what is useful to one does harm to another." Let us now gather into one the separate traits which we have been constrained to discuss, owing to the wide dissemination of those injurious reports against which Němeček has already rightly protested. We have before us the picture of a cheerful, pleasure-loving man, capable of such exertions of productive power and such intellectual industry as have seldom been surpassed in the history of art, and seeking his necessary recreation in social intercourse and the pleasures of the senses to a degree which was equaled by the majority of his contemporaries in Vienna, without exciting any attention at all. He was not by any means a thoughtless, dissipated spendthrift, but a spendthrift he was, if the word be taken to signify one who fails to control his wants and luxuries, so that they may be in proportion to the actual state of his finances. His most dangerous qualities were a good-natured soft-heartedness and a spontaneous generosity. He gave, as it were, involuntarily, from inner necessity. Rochlitz relates that he not only gave free admissions to the chorus singers at Leipzig, to which they had no claim, but that he privately pressed a considerable present into the hands of one of the bass singers, who had specially pleased him. When a poor old piano tuner, stammering with embarrassment, begged for a thaler, Mozart pressed a couple of ducats into his hand and hurried from the room. When he was in a position to give help, he could not see anyone in want without offering relief, even though it entailed future difficulties on himself and his family. Repeated experiences made him no more prudent in this respect. That he was often imposed upon, there can be no doubt. Whoever came to him at mealtime was his guest, all the more welcome if he could make or understand a joke, and Mozart was happy if only his guests enjoyed their fare. Among them were doubtless, as Sophie Hebel relates, false friends, secret bloodsuckers, and worthless people, who served only to amuse him at table, and intercourse with whom injured his reputation. One of the worst of this set was Albert Stadler, who may serve as an example of the way in which Mozart was sometimes treated. He was an excellent clarinet player and a Freemason. He was full of jokes and nonsense, and contrived so to ingratiate himself with Mozart that the latter constantly invited him to his house and composed many things for him. Once, having learnt that Mozart had just received 50 ducats, he represented himself as undone if he could not succeed in borrowing that very sum. Mozart, who wanted the money himself, gave him 2 valuable repeater watches to put in pawn, upon condition that he should bring him the tickets and redeem them in due time. As he did not do this, Mozart gave him 50 ducats, besides the interest, in order not to lose his watches. Stadler kept the money and allowed the watches to remain at the pawnbrokers. Nowise profiting by this experience, Mozart, on his return from Frankfurt in 1790, commissioned Stadler to redeem from pawn a portion of the silver plate which had been pledged for the expenses of the journey, and to renew the agreement for the remainder. In spite of a very strong suspicion that Stadler had purloined this pawn ticket from Mozart's open cash box, the latter was not deterred from assisting him in the following year towards a professional tour, both with money and recommendations, in Prague, and from presenting him with a concerto, 622 K, composed only a few months before Mozart's death. No doubt all this shows culpable weakness on Mozart's part, weakness incompatible with his duty to himself and his family. His household burdens were increased by many misfortunes, especially by the repeated and long-continued illnesses of his wife, necessitating an expensive sojourn in Baden for many successive summers. Her delicacy doubtless prevented such personal supervision of the household as was essential to its economical management. She failed also to acquire such an intellectual influence over her husband as to strengthen his capacity for the proper conduct of his affairs, and she had not strength of mind or energy to take the management of the household entirely into her own hands. She felt the discomfort keenly, saw the causes of it, but could not strive against them for any length of time. Without wishing to reproach her, we may say at least that had Constanze been as good a housekeeper as Mozart was a composer, things would have gone well with him. It must not be supposed that Mozart was blind to the advantages of good household management, or wanting in the will to effect it. From time to time he made earnest endeavors after economic reform. In February 1784 he began an exact catalogue of his compositions, in which he carefully entered every one of his works, until a short time before his death, with suggestions of the theme. At the same time he began to keep an account book of his income and expenditure. André observes as to this account, which unhappily I have not been able to see, that Mozart entered his receipts, which included the profits on some concerts, on lessons to different persons of rank, and on a few of his compositions, on a long piece of paper. His expenditure he noted in a little quarto book, which he afterwards used for writing English exercises and translations. His entries, while they lasted, were exact and minute. For instance, on one page we find: May 1st, 1784, 2 lilies of the valley, 1 kreutzer. May 27th, 1784, a starling, 34 kreutzers. Then comes the following melody. Page illustrates notes, with the remark, "Das war schon." It is easy to discover what so delighted him. On April 12th he had composed his pianoforte concerto in G major, 453 K, and soon after played it in public. The subject of the rondo is... Page notes are depicted. The pleasure he felt at hearing it, piped so comically altered, induced him to buy the bird. He grew very much attached to his Vogelstarl, as indeed he was to all animals, especially birds, and when it died he erected a gravestone to its memory in his garden, with an epitaph in verse. The excessive neatness of the account books leads us to fear that they were not persevered with for any very long time, and indeed it is almost surprising that Mozart should have kept them for a whole year, from March 1784 to February 1785. After that he handed them over to his wife, and the entries soon cease. Certainly Němeček is right in saying that Even if the same indulgence be granted to Mozart that we must all wish to see extended to ourselves, he cannot be put forward as an example of carefulness and economy. Whoever, like Mozart, begins his housekeeping with nothing at all, or even with debts, and is dependent upon an uncertain and fluctuating income, has need of the strictest economy and regularity, amounting even to parsimony, if he is to extricate himself from his difficulties or attain to competence. Otherwise, occasional strokes of good fortune are seldom of use, indeed are sometimes positive hindrances. Regularity and economy were, as we have seen, qualities not in Mozart's nature, and he never acquired them. Their absence sufficiently accounts for his constant financial embarrassments. He atoned for his errors and weakness by poverty and want, by sorrow and care, by shame and humiliation. He was spared none of the punishment which life ruthlessly inflicts on those who do not conform to the laws of her iron necessity. But death has wiped out the stain, and the misrepresentations of envious detractors and petty fault-finders have no power to touch that which is immortal. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Mozart's Family and Friends, Part 1. Mozart's relations to his father, which had hitherto, one may say, filled his whole mental life to a most uncommon degree, had been seriously affected by his marriage. It was not till after long opposition that Leopold Mozart voluntarily, although most unwillingly, gave his consent, and how deeply he was wounded will appear from the answer he made to a conciliatory letter addressed to him by the Baroness Waldstatten, August 23, 1783. I thank your ladyship most heartily for the interest you are pleased to take in my affairs, and more especially for your ladyship's extraordinary kindness in celebrating so handsomely my son's wedding day. When I was a young fellow, I imagined that those were philosophers who spoke little, laughed seldom, and maintained a surly demeanor towards all the rest of mankind. But my own experience has now fully convinced me that I am myself a philosopher without knowing it. I have done my duty as a father, have made the clearest and most comprehensible statements in many letters, and I am convinced that he knows my painful circumstances, made doubly so by my advanced age and unworthy position in Salzburg. He knows that I am sacrificed morally and physically by his behavior, and there now remains no resource to me but to leave him, as he has so willed it, to himself, and to pray the Almighty to bestow my paternal blessing on him, and not to withdraw his divine mercy. As to myself, I will endeavor to preserve what remains of my native cheerfulness, and still to hope for the best. Putting ourselves in the place of Leopold Mozart, we must acknowledge that his reproaches and misgivings were in some respects well founded. But nevertheless he went too far in that he could not make up his mind to recognize his son's independence, and gave way to a bitterness of feeling which made him hard and unjust, and which unhappily was never altogether effaced from his heart. Wolfgang, on the contrary, betrayed no shadow of resentment. His love and reverence for his father remained the same to the end, unabated by unsparing and often unjust fault-finding. If his letters were less frequent or shorter than formerly, he had ample excuses to offer. either of illness or the numerous occupations and distractions which were unavoidable in his position. When, for any of these reasons, customary congratulations were neglected, an apology was sure to follow. For instance, January 4th, 1783, "We both thank you heartily for your New Year's wishes, and willingly acknowledge ourselves stupid blockheads for having forgotten our duty in this respect. Being so far behindhand, we will dispense altogether with a New Year's wish, only offering you our general everyday wish, and so let it pass." Being quite convinced that his Constanza could not fail to impress his father and sister favorably, and that personal acquaintance would efface all unpleasant feeling, he was very anxious to take her to Salzburg as soon as possible. But many difficulties came in the way, for which his father did not always make due allowance. Mozart was particularly desirous of passing his father's fête day in Salzburg, November 15th, 1782, but the time was too short for him. He had promised to play at a concert for Fräulein Ornhammer on November 3rd, and he must be in Vienna again at the beginning of December, that being the best season for lessons and concerts. To these objections might be added the impassable state of the roads, and such severe cold as rendered it undesirable to travel with his wife. In short, the journey must be postponed until the spring. In spring, however, the approaching confinement of his wife again put it out of the question. At the last moment Mozart invited his father to stand godfather, June 7th, 1783. I had no idea that the joke would so soon turn into earnest, and therefore postponed falling on my knees, clasping my hands, and humbly begging you, my dearest father, to stand godfather to my child. But as there may still be time for it, I do so now. Nevertheless, in sure hope that you will not refuse my request, I have taken care that in case of need somebody shall stand at the font in your name. Whether the child shall be generis masculini or feminini, it is to be called Leopold or Leopoldine. Soon after the birth of the child, however, at the end of July, 1783, they actually set out. Mozart and some of his friends had misgivings lest the Archbishop should seek to detain him in Salzburg, because he had never received any formal dismissal from service, for a priest is capable of anything. With this idea he proposed a meeting in Munich, but his father appears to have reassured him. Before Mozart was married, he had made a vow in his heart that if he succeeded in bringing Constanza to Salzburg, he would compose a mass to be performed there. A proof of the sincerity of this vow, he wrote to his father, January 4th, 1783, is afforded by the score of the half of my mass, which is laying before me in full hope of completion. He took with him to Salzburg only the Kyrie, Gloria, Sanctus, and Benedictus, composed on a scale of great splendor, 427 K. The missing movements were probably supplied from an older mass, and the whole was rehearsed at the Kapellhaus on August 23rd, and performed at St. Peter's Church, the Archbishop having apparently refused the cathedral, on August 25th, Mozart's wife taking the soprano part. Mozart was not by any means idle during this visit to Salzburg. The revival of Italian opera had suggested to him to look about for a libretto for an opera buffa, and even before he came to Salzburg he had entered into negotiations with Varesco through his father. Varesco declaring himself quite ready, it only needed the visit to Salzburg to concert the plan of the opera L'Oca del Cairo. Varesco prepared a detailed account of the plot, and carried out the first act in full. Mozart set himself with equal zeal to its composition, and took back to Vienna a sketch of part of the act. We shall have to do later with the fate of this opera. At the same time he found leisure for a service of love to Michael Haydn. Haydn had been ordered by the Archbishop to compose some duets for violin and tenor, perhaps for his special use, but owing to a violent illness, which incapacitated him for work during a lengthened period, he was unable to finish them at the time appointed. The Archbishop thereupon threatened to deprive him of his salary. When Mozart heard of the difficulty, he at once undertook the work, and visiting Haydn daily, wrote by his bedside to such good purpose that the duets were soon completed and handed over to the Archbishop in Haydn's name. These two duets, 423 and 424 K, show no signs of hasty composition, but are worked out with evident affection, partly no doubt from desire to do credit to himself and his friend, but partly also from the interest which the difficulties of the task presented. There is no small amount of art required to give the clear-cut outline and well-defined divisions which are essential in works of this kind, and yet to bestow full attention on light and shade and delicate touches of detail. The art consists chiefly in the free disposition of parts, which is partly imitative, where independent movement is necessary, and so managed as also to bestow an original and striking character on the passages which form the accompaniment. This is all the more striking because the limited number of parts only occasionally gives scope for full harmonies, the effect of which must be attained by means of skilful adjustment. It is a task requiring all the resources of art and genius to employ the stiff monotony of broken chords, and at the same time to gratify the sense of hearing by such a sense of harmony as can only be given by the absolutely free play of the different parts. This task is here accomplished with as much ease as was compatible with the limited means at disposal. Variety in form is carefully provided for. The first duet in G major consists of a broadly designed allegro, a short beautiful adagio, and an animated but more than usually serious rondo. In the second, in B flat major, a light allegro is introduced by a short adagio. Then follows an adagio in the form of a Siciliana, and the conclusion is made by very graceful variations. The melodies and harmonies are free and original, the composition is broad, fresh, and lively, and a multitude of delicate touches betray the master's hand. Michael Haydn treasured the original as a memorial both of artist and friend, and Mozart himself set considerable store by the work. Mozart found several new inmates in his father's house. "My son is in Vienna and intends to remain there," writes Leopold Mozart to Breitkampf, April 29, 1782. "I have therefore arranged that 2 pupils shall reside with me for their education, viz., the son 12 years of age, and the daughter 14 of Herr Marchand, theatrical manager in Munich. I hope to make a great violinist and pianist of the boy, and a great singer and pianiste of the girl." These pupils were joined by another of 9 years old, Johanna Brochard, daughter of the celebrated actress, who profited by Leopold Mozart's instruction during 1783 and 1784. Wolfgang took a lively interest in all this youthful talent. He says of Margarethe Marchand, whom he met afterwards in Munich as Frau Danzy, October 31, 1783, Her grimaces and affectations are not always pleasant. Only blockheads would be taken in by them. I myself would rather have the most boorish manners than such exaggeration of coquetry. According to what we hear of her performances afterwards, she must have followed good advice and altered her style. Wolfgang took great interest in her brother Heinrich, and sent him word, December 6, 1783, that he had spoken in his favor both at Linz and Vienna. Tell him to rely chiefly on his staccato, for that is the only way in which he can avoid comparison with La Motte at Vienna. There was also in Salzburg at that time the blind pianiste, Marie-Thérèse Paradis, who was an acquaintance of Leopold Mozart, and now became known also to Wolfgang, who afterwards wrote a concerto for her. But the object of Mozart's visit, which lay nearest his heart, was the establishment of friendly relations between his wife and his father and sister, and this unfortunately in great measure failed. A superficial friendship seems to have resulted from the visit, but there are many indications that neither the father nor sister felt attracted by Constanze. Mozart appears to have been aggrieved that his wife was not presented with any of the trinkets that had been given him in his youth. This trait is characteristic as a proof that Leopold Mozart thought himself justified in showing in the plainest manner disapproval of his son's marriage and of the wife he had chosen. And it can scarcely be wondered at that Constanze, conscious of the want of anything like sympathy in her husband's family, should not have encouraged his sense of dependence on their advice and opinions. But this sense was too deeply implanted in his heart to be ever altogether eradicated, and his letters, though not so frequent as formerly, continued to the end to breathe the same spirit of childlike love and reverence. After a stay of almost 3 months, the young couple returned home. Mozart sends his father the following account of their journey from Linz. We arrived here safely yesterday, October 30th, at 9 o'clock in the morning. We passed the first night at Backelbruck. The following forenoon we arrived at Lambach, and I was just in time to accompany the Agnus Dei of the office on the organ. The Herr Pralat, who had received Mozart kindly in 1767, was very delighted at seeing me again. We remained there the whole day, and I played on the organ and a clavichord. I heard that at Ebersberg on the following day Herr Steurer was to give an operatic performance at which all Linz would be present, so I determined to proceed there at once. Young Count Thun, brother to the Thun at Vienna, called on me and said that his father had been expecting me for the last fortnight, and that I was to stay with him. The next day, when we arrived at the gate of Linz, we were met by a servant to conduct us to the residence of old Count Thun. I cannot say enough of the politeness with which we are overwhelmed. On Tuesday, November 4th, I shall give a concert in the theatre here, and as I have not a single symphony with me, I am writing one for dear life to be ready in time. My wife and I kiss your hands and beg your forgiveness for having troubled you during so long a time. Once more we thank you heartily for all the favors we received from you. What symphony it was which Mozart composed at Linz cannot be exactly ascertained. Holmes conjectures that it may be a symphony in C major, 425 K, score 6, which, according to Němeček, was dedicated to Count Thun. This fact would support the conjecture. André, however, believes that the unprinted symphony in G major, 444 K, may be the one composed in Linz, the more so as the score is in Mozart's handwriting only as far as the first half of the Andante. and has then been completed by a copyist. This is very probable because Mozart, in order to gain time, only wrote out the parts of the last half, as was his custom when in haste. The smaller orchestra also, the narrower dimensions, and the lighter character of this symphony, all point to it as the one in question. That in C major is more striking and important both in style and treatment. Nevertheless, the two symphonies both belong to the same time and style, and indicate in a curious way a transition in Mozart's instrumental music. The positive influence of Haydn's symphonies is nowhere so clearly apparent as in these two works. The very fact that in both cases the allegro is preceded by a pathetic, somewhat lengthy adagio is very significant. This is a well-known arrangement of Haydn's, but was only exceptionally made use of by Mozart. The same influence is visible everywhere, in the lively, rapid, and brilliant character of the whole, in the effort to please and amuse by humorous turns and unexpected contrasts of every kind in the harmonies, in the alternations of F and P, and in the instrumental effects. A remarkable instance of this is the Andante of the Symphony in G major. The very theme, the simple bass, the triplet passage for the second violin, then the minor with the figure in the bass, and the sharp accentuation, are all completely Haydn-like features. The counterpoint of the finale of both symphonies reminds us of Haydn's manner. It need scarcely be said, however, that there is no trace of servile imitation in either work, and that Mozart's originality asserts itself here as elsewhere. A comparison of the symphony in E flat major, 543 K, composed June 26, 1788, shows also many more points of resemblance to Haydn's style than other works of the same date. But Mozart's individuality is here so overpowering as to have given its distinguishing stamp to these very features. The fact that Mozart wrote a symphony within the course of a few days will excite no surprise. It is worthy of note that during his stay in Linz he copied an Ecce Homo, which made a great impression on him, for his wife with the inscription Dessiné par W. A. Mozart, Linz, ce 13 Novembre 1783, dédié à Madame Mozart, son épouse. She preserved it as a proof that he had some talent for drawing, as she wrote to Hartel, July 21, 1800. In the year 1785, Leopold Mozart returned the visit of his son and daughter-in-law, and remained their guest from February 10th to April 25th. He convinced himself that their income ought to be more than sufficient for the support of the household, and took great delight in his second grandchild, Karl, now 6 months old, a healthy, lively, merry child. But on the whole he appears to have been dissatisfied with his visit, and very little inclined to accede to Wolfgang's wish that he should take up his residence with them in Vienna. His pleasure in his son's performance and admiration of his genius were as great as they had ever been. During the whole of his visit, one concert followed close on another, and Wolfgang was engaged almost as a matter of course for them all. His father took equal pride in his playing and his compositions. At one concert Wolfgang played the splendid concerto he had composed for Paradis, 456 K. I had a very good box, writes his father to Marianne, and could hear every gradation of the instruments so perfectly that the tears came to my eyes for very joy. So thoroughly did the old man appreciate and relish artistic beauty. The day after his father's arrival, Mozart invited Haydn to a quartet party at his house. On such occasions, Mozart, who in later years discontinued his practice of the violin, usually took the tenor part. Kelly tells of a quartet party at Storrs, when Haydn took the first violin, Dietersdorf the second, Mozart tenor, and Van Hal violoncello, a cast unique of its kind. Leopold Mozart writes to his daughter, "They played 3 of the new quartets, those in B flat, A, and C major, 458, 464, and 465 K. They are perhaps a little easier than the other 3, but admirable compositions. Herr Haydn said to me, 'I assure you solemnly and as an honest man that I consider your son to be the greatest composer of whom I have ever heard. He has taste, and possesses a thorough knowledge of composition.'" Leopold Mozart knew the value of such an opinion from such a man. It afforded him a confirmation of his faith, and of the conviction to which he had sacrificed the best powers of his life. Such a testimony to his son's genius was the father's best reward, and one of the brightest spots of his life. Leopold Mozart obtained much credit also through his pupil Heinrich Marchand, who accompanied him and played with great success at several concerts. Nor were other entertainments and enjoyments altogether wanting. He heard Aloysia Lang, whose beautiful voice had once been a source of anxiety to him, in Gluck's Pilgrims of Mecca, and in Grétry's Zemire and Azor, her favorite part. She sang and played admirably on both occasions. He visited the Baroness Waldensten, whose acquaintance had gratified him so much, in the convent of Neuburg, where she was then staying, but we do not hear anything of the future course of their friendship. It is an important fact, and one of grave significance in the case of a man of Leopold Mozart's tone of mind and thought, that he was led by his son's influence to enter the order of Freemasonry. The strong national feeling which existed in him, side by side with devotion to the tenets of his church, regulating his conception of moral duties and influencing all his critical judgments, makes it conceivable that he should seek for enlightenment through an association which numbered among its members some of the most considerable and highly esteemed of his friends. I am not aware how far he was satisfied by the disclosures made to him, nor whether he remained an active member of the order after his return to Salzburg. His daughter saw grounds for believing that his subsequent correspondence with Wolfgang turned mainly on topics connected with Freemasonry. From Vienna, Leopold Mozart traveled by way of Munich, where he had a pleasant visit, back to Salzburg. There he found awaiting him an announcement from his gracious master that, as he had already exceeded his 6 weeks' leave of absence, if he did not report himself before the middle of May, no salary should be paid to him until further notice. We can enter into the complaints he made to his daughter of the dullness of his life in Salzburg. He never saw his son again. A faint hope expressed to Marianne, September 16, 1785, that Wolfgang, not having written for a considerable time, meant to surprise him with a visit, was not fulfilled. He himself, accompanied by Heinrich Marchand, paid a flying visit to Munich in February 1787, but did not go on to Vienna. His paternal pride was gratified by the intelligence of Wolfgang's brilliant success in Prague, and he did not neglect to inform his daughter when Peter Edmund, who had been on a visit to Vienna, declared on his return that Wolfgang had the reputation of being the first of living musicians, February 3, 1786. He watched with anxious sympathy over the course of his son's worldly affairs, but refused with consistent severity any substantial support, the right to which Wolfgang had clearly forfeited by his independent attitude. Paternal advice, in its most unsparing form, was always at his service. Leopold Mozart transferred to his daughter the tenderness and active participation which was now denied to him in his intercourse with his distant son. Thus he remained to the end true to his principles, but not untouched by the weakness and suffering of old age. He answers one of Marianne's anxious inquiries after his health, February 24th, 1787. An old man must not expect anything like perfect health. He is always failing, and loses strength just as a young man gains it. One must patch oneself up as long as one can. We may hope for a little improvement from the better weather now. You will of course find me very much thinner, but after all that is of no consequence. He had still a pleasure to come in the visit of the Storaces and Kelly. Mademoiselle Storace had packed up Wolfgang's letter entrusted to her so carefully that she could not get at it. But verbal intercourse with such intimate friends of his son must have been ample compensation for this. Soon afterwards he fell ill, on hearing which Wolfgang wrote as follows, April 4th, 1787. I have this moment heard what has quite overwhelmed me, all the more since your last letter allowed me to imagine that you were quite well, and now I hear that you are really ill. How earnestly I long for reassuring news from your own hand I do not need to tell you, and I confidently hope for it, although I have learnt to make it my custom to imagine the worst of everything. Since death, properly speaking, is the true end of life, I have accustomed myself during the last 2 years to so close a contemplation of this, our best and truest friend, that he possesses no more terrors for me, nothing but peace and consolation. And I thank God for enabling me to discern in death the key to our true blessedness. I never lie down in bed without remembering that perhaps, young as I am, I may never see another day. And yet no one who knows me can say that I am melancholy or fanciful. For this blessing I thank God daily, and desire nothing more than to share it with my fellow men. I wrote to you on this point in the letter which Mademoiselle Storace failed to deliver, apropos of the death of my dearest friend, Count von Hatzfeldt. He was 31, just my own age. I do not mourn for him, but for myself and all those who knew him as I did. I hope and pray that even as I write this you may be already better. But if, contrary to all expectation, this should not be the case, I conjure you by all that we hold most sacred not to hide the truth from me, but to write at once, in order that I may be in your arms with the least possible delay. But I hope soon to receive a reassuring letter from yourself, and in this hope I, with my wife and Karl, kiss your hands 1,000 times, and am ever your most dutiful son. This letter puts the seal on the beautiful, genuinely human relations existing between the father and son. In the presence of death they stand face to face like men, calm in the assurance that true love and earnest efforts after truth and goodness reach beyond the limits of our earthly existence. Leopold Mozart apparently recovered from this attack, and wrote to his daughter on May 26th that he should expect her and her family to spend Whitsuntide with him. But this pleasure was denied to him. On May 28, 1787, a sudden death ended the career of a man who had accomplished, by means of a singular union of shrewdness and industry, of love and severity, the difficult task of educating a child of genius into an artist. The personal relationships which resulted from Mozart's marriage not only affected his mental and social condition, but had also considerable influence on him as a composer. It is indispensable, therefore, to take them into account in any consideration of his artistic career. His relations with his mother-in-law were, as might have been expected, unfavorable enough at first. She did not indeed live in the same house with them, as Mozart writes for his father's consolation, August 31, 1782. But even at the second visit which he paid her with his wife, she scolded and disputed until Constanza was reduced to tears, and they resolved in consequence only to visit her on family fête days. This state of affairs was afterwards improved, since we can well understand that it was impossible for a man of Mozart's genial and loving nature to keep up offense. Mozart and our late mother became more and more attached to each other, writes Sophie Hebel. He used often to come running to our house with little packets of coffee and sugar, saying as he handed them out, "Here, mamma dear, take a little Joss" (afternoon coffee). He never came to us empty-handed. Constanza's youngest sister, Sophie, was in very frequent intercourse with them. Her sister's constant illness rendered her help in nursing, which she was always most willing to bestow, quite invaluable; and during Mozart's last illness we find her constant in attendance at his bedside. Mozart's intercourse with Aloysia Lang and her husband seems to have been friendly and unembarrassed. The Langs did not live happily together, and though Lang himself laid the blame upon backbiters, it was notorious that their disunion arose from his unreasonable jealousy, a jealousy for which his wife had far more cause than he. But as far as Mozart was concerned, Lang's jealousy must have been unprovoked, or he would hardly have taken the part of Pierrot in the pantomime already noticed, allowing his wife to play Columbine to Mozart's Harlequin. She acknowledged later that, as a young girl, she had underestimated Mozart's genius, and she learnt to look upon his music with admiration and reverence, and upon himself with friendship and esteem. We find many indications in the letters of friendly intercourse between the Mozarts and the Langs. It was natural, therefore, that they should have afforded each other professional help whenever opportunity arose. On April 10, 1782, Mozart composed a song, 383 K, for his sister-in-law, the words of which showed it to have been intended for a benefit performance by way of farewell. Neemt meinen Dank, holden ganer, so vurig als mein Herzen spricht. Whether Madame Lang was about to leave Vienna on a tour, or had merely come to the end of an engagement, I cannot say. The composition, in G major, takes the form of a ballad in 2 verses, and is very simple, easy, and pleasing. Original features are not wanting, as for instance suspensions and transition notes on an organ point, which even modern musicians would find piquant. The accompaniment is easy but delicate. The stringed instruments play pizzicato throughout, a device not often employed by Mozart. The flutes, oboe, and bassoon, employed as solo instruments, but without any bravura, enliven the simple design. In the following year, January 8, he composed a rondo, 416 K, Part 1, Mia Speranza Adorata, which she first sang at a concert at the Melkgrube. The distinguishing qualities of this song are delicacy and tenderness. It depends for effect more upon a sympathetic delivery than on the compass and executive powers of the singer. In March of the same year, Madame Lang and Mozart mutually supported each other at their concerts. After the revival of the Italian opera, it often happened that Mozart was requested to compose detached pieces for insertion. When, in 1783, Anfossy's opera of Il Curioso Indiscreto, composed in 1778, was represented, Madame Lang and Adamberger, who, as German singers, had to contend with much opposition, knew that they could not fail to make an effect in music of Mozart's composition, and begged him to write 2 songs for their debut. He was, as ever, quite ready to grant their request, but he had yet to learn that even in Italian opera he could not assert his claims without opposition. We have his own account in a letter to his father, July 2, 1783. The opera was given the day before yesterday, Monday. None of it pleased except my 2 songs, and the second, a bravura song, was encored. But you must know that my enemies were ill-natured enough to spread about beforehand that Mozart had undertaken to correct Anfossy's opera. I heard of this, and sent word to Count Rosenberg that I would not produce the songs unless the following notice in German and Italian was printed in the opera book. Notice: the 2 songs, page 36 and page 102, are composed not by Signor Anfossy, but by Herr Mozart, at the desire of Madame Lang. This announcement is made out of respect and consideration for the fame of the celebrated Neapolitan composer. This was done, and I handed over the songs, which did as much credit to myself as to my sister-in-law. So my enemies are caught in their own trap. Now I must tell you of one of Salieri's tricks, which did not hurt me so much as poor Adamberger. I think I wrote to you that I had also composed a rondo for Adamberger. At one of the early rehearsals, before the rondo was ready, Salieri called Adamberger aside and told him that Count Rosenberg was not pleased at the idea of his inserting a song, and he should advise him as a friend to abandon it. Adamberger, exasperated against Rosenberg, answered with a stupid display of ill-timed pride. I flatter myself that Adamberger's fame is so well established in Vienna that he has no need to seek the favor of the public by songs written on purpose for him. I shall sing what is in the opera, and never insert any song as long as I live. And what was the consequence? Why, that he made no effect at all, and now repents, but too late. For if he were to come to me today for the rondo, I would not give it to him. I can use it very well in one of my own operas. But what most provokes him is that my prophecy and his wife's turns out correct, viz., that neither Count Rosenberg nor the manager knew a word of the affair, so that he was simply tricked by Salieri. Adamberger might certainly have made a brilliant display of his powers in the song 420K, Part 8, Per pietà non ricercata. It is broad in design, and affords the singer opportunities for a display of voice, delivery, and execution. It maintains a certain dignity of tone throughout. A very effective use is made of the wind instruments, and a comparison of their full satisfying sound with that of the wind instruments in the song quoted will show how closely connected in a true work of art are the tone coloring of the instruments and the nature and development of the motifs. The first of Madame Lang's 2 songs, Vorrei spiegarvi, o Dio, 418 K., was composed on June 20th, and is broad in outline, the first slow movement in especial being delicately elaborated in detail. It expresses the painful hesitation of a mourner who would fain express her grief but dares not. And this idea is well expressed by the broken phrases of the voice part, leaving the thread of the music to be carried on by the accompanying orchestra. A simple accompaniment, delivered pizzicato by the second violins and tenors, forms the canvas for the design, in which the oboe supports the principal motif, sometimes accompanying the voice, sometimes relieving it. An easy figure twines round the chief subject, sustained throughout by the first violins muted, while the horns and bassoons in sustained chords give consistency and shading to the whole. The situation and subject of the song necessitate restless and varied modulation, and this opening movement affords an example of Mozart's art in projecting a design and maintaining it throughout with the utmost delicacy and variety of detail. The allegro which follows is more directly suggestive of opera buffa in its impulsive haste and in its dramatic characterization. But the skill is worthy of note with which the elevated tone of the first movement is preserved, and the bravura of the singer is placed in the most favorable light. The second song, Noche non se capace, 419 K., which is allotted to the same character, Clorinda, is a bravura song, in the very fullest acceptation of the term. The passages of two allegro movements mount to the highest heights like rockets, bursting from a groundwork of declamatory and dignified melody. The orchestra, too, is tolerably noisy, but so managed as always to spare the voice. Mozart was very much gratified when the Langs selected his ENTFÜHRUNG aus dem SERAIL for their benefit performance prior to a month's leave of absence, and he takes care to acquaint his father with the fact, December 10, 1783. The choice was of course made chiefly in their own interests, since the opera was a favorite, and the part of Constanza might have been written for Madame Lang. Kelly, who admired her as one of the first vocalists of the day, and repeats Stephen Storris's comparison of her voice and execution to those of the Bastardella, was of opinion that the part of Constanza was of the exact compass for her voice. When she reappeared after a severe illness in the same opera on the 25th of November, 1785, she was deservedly well received, and the part was one which she frequently played later with the greatest applause, bestowed especially on the bravura songs. Mozart wrote another song for her on March 14, 1788, 538 K., A sen ciel benin stelle, from Metastasio's Enro Sinisi, apparently as a concert piece. It is long and elaborate, well calculated to display great compass of voice, and more of bravura than the previous songs, but as regards invention and mechanism, it is of less importance than those already noticed. It is not wanting in interesting harmonic details, nor in expressive passages, but they stand apart and are not blended into a harmonious whole in Mozart's usual manner. A very favorable idea of Aloysia's vocal powers may be formed from the songs composed for her in Vienna. The promise of the young girl had been amply fulfilled. The fabulous height of her voice, which reached with ease to high notes, was moderated in the second song to lower notes. But the low notes appear to greater advantage, and we are surprised by intervals such as illustrated notes. The flexibility of the voice appears to have been cultivated to an astonishing degree in every direction, and though the merit was chiefly Mozart's that these passages were interesting, expressive, and in good taste, yet their execution required a cultivated and accomplished singer. Hufeland wrote in 1783 that Madame Lang's voice was one of the finest he had ever heard, unusually pleasing and sympathetic, although somewhat weak for the stage, and in this judgment Kramer concurs. It was no doubt from consideration for the distinctive tone coloring of the voice that Mozart did not make use of the whole body of wind instruments, particularly not of the clarinets, but allowed the gentler oboe to predominate in the accompaniment. Mozart's eldest sister-in-law, Josepha, made her first appearance as a singer at Schikaneder's theatre, after her marriage with the violinist Hofer. With the exception of a high and flexible voice, a common inheritance apparently of all the Webers, she had no special gifts nor musical cultivation, and Mozart seems to have taken great pains in practicing her parts with her. He wrote a bravura song for her on September 17, 1789, 580 K, Schon nach der holde Frühling, which she, as Rosina, was to insert in the German adaptation of Paisiello's Barber of Seville. Only portions of the score remain. It has no special significance, and reminds us in its embellishments of the Queen of Night's songs, which it resembles in other respects. Mozart interested himself also in his brother-in-law Hofer, studying his quartets with him, although Hofer was an indifferent musician. He took him with him on his last professional journey to Frankfurt, that the name of Mozart might facilitate his public appearance, and be of use to him in his very narrow circumstances. Mozart was always ready to lend a helping hand, even where family considerations had no influence. When Nancy Storace, the original Susanna in Figaro, was leaving Vienna, he composed for her the beautiful song with obbligato pianoforte, 505 K, Part 6, which he played himself at her concert. He selected the words of the song, which had been composed for Idamante in the Vienna performance of Idomeneo, Non temer amato bene. The circumstance that Idamante addresses laments and endearments to Ilia, who is present, perhaps suggested the appropriateness of an obbligato accompaniment. And, in point of fact, the piano part represents the lover in the most charming and expressive manner, appearing now to assent, now to reply to the expressions of the singer. In this respect, as well as in its tone and sentiment, this song is far in advance of the earlier one with obbligato violin. The spirit of Figaro moves over it, and we seem to recognize the depth of feeling and the tinge of sentimentality which characterize the Countess. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Mozart's Family and Friends, Part 2. Mozart's comparative failure in his attempt to insert songs in Anfossi's Curioso Indiscreto did not prevent his coming forward as soon as another opportunity of the same kind offered itself. On November 28, 1785, Bianchi's Villanella Rapita was produced for the first time, and Mozart was induced to give the opera the support of some ensemble movements of his composition. The beautiful Celestine Coltellini, second daughter of the poet Coltellini, who had written the libretto of Mozart's first opera, was engaged in 1783 by the Emperor Joseph II himself at Naples, where she had been singing with great success since 1779. She first appeared on April 6, 1785, in Cimarosa's Contadina di Spirito, and took the place of Mademoiselle Storace, who had temporarily lost her voice, in the first performance of Storace's opera Gli Sposi Malcontenti, on June 1, 1785. Her voice was not first rate, and her compass only moderate, but she had been thoroughly well trained, sang with ravishing expression, and fascinated her audience by her acting, especially in comic parts. These qualities were made prominent in Mozart's charming terzet and quartet. Her part is that of a peasant girl, simple even to silliness, who receives presents from a count without being in the least aware of his intentions, nor of the rage and jealousy of her betrothed and her father. In the terzet, 450 probably 480 DW, Mandina Amabile, composed November 21, 1785, the delight with which she accepts the money, and, at the request of the count, gives him her hand with the words "Ecco servitevi," is not given with any particular refinement by the poet, but Mozart has thrown so much grace and roguery into the action that it becomes an excellent point for a clever actress. The opening has a certain resemblance to the duet between Don Giovanni and Zerlina, although the latter stands several degrees higher, in accordance with the different characters of the personages. A comparison of the two pieces affords a proof of Mozart's skill in basing his characterization on the conditions of the dramatic situation. Even when the lover interferes with jealous violence, and the count seeks to excuse himself with as good a grace as possible, she fails to perceive what is passing before her. And Mozart does not neglect the opportunity of combining these opposing elements into a well proportioned, animated whole. The effect is excellent when the key, after the duet has pursued its rollicking course in A major and the nearly related keys, passes into A minor, and then with rapid transition into C major. Even when it has reverted into A major, the minor key constantly recurs in discords, suggestive of jealousy. The quartet, 479 Dite almeno in che mancai, composed November 15, 1785, has a less strongly marked situation. Mandina confronts her indignant lover and father with innocent simplicity. When the count enters, a violent altercation arises between the men, of which she cannot understand the cause. But, anxious at any sacrifice to restore peace, she begs with really touching earnestness for pity and forgiveness. Her calmness, in opposition to the voluble excitement of the men, gives the movement its distinguishing character, which it was the task of the performer to throw into relief. Her part, especially in the tender and beseeching passages, is full of feeling and charm. As to the other parts, the ever-increasing tumult of an animated dispute is represented with very simple, well-calculated expedients, in a manner which is thoroughly Italian. A striking instance of this is the joining in of the orchestra, when the wrangling is at its height, with the preservation of all the delicate comic effects. The masterly treatment of the orchestra, both in detail and in effects of grouping, would alone suffice to raise these two pieces far above similar movements of the then commonly received opera buffa type. More excellent even than the brilliant and characteristic sound effects is the independent and copious construction of the instrumental parts, which nevertheless are kept within their proper provinces as foils to the voices. Of the voice parts it need scarcely be said that they are delicately and characteristically treated, and move freely and with animation side by side, producing at the same time an effective whole. There is no bravura, and the treatment of the voices indicates moderate capabilities on the part of the singers. Coltellini's part never goes above illustrated notes, rarely so high, and calls for no great amount of execution. Among the male singers, Mandini was by far the most important. The part of Almaviva was afterwards written for him, and the passionate expressions of the lover Pippo in the terzet remind us of that part. The tenor Calvesi, Count, and the second bass Bussani, Biagio, were of less account. These ensemble pieces were the mature and graceful products of Mozart's fully developed genius, and nothing but their simplicity of design and construction points them out as pieces inserted in an opera, and dependent upon it for their peculiar character. We can well believe that Mozart composed songs to please the singers, male and female, who appeared in his operas. He was not only ready to write additional pieces for them in his own operas, but frequently offered songs as an acknowledgment to the performers who sang for him. Louise Villeneuve appeared on June 27, 1789, as a new performer in Martin's Arbore di Diana, and was received with well-deserved and genuine applause on account of her pleasing appearance, her expressive acting, and her artistically beautiful singing. When she was about to appear as Dorabella in Così van tutte in August 1789, Mozart wrote for her an aria to Cimarosa's opera I due baroni, 578 K, Alma grande in nobil curore, a forcible expression without making any great demands on the voice. More original, although not very deep, are the two songs composed for the same singer in October 1789 for insertion in Martin's Burbero di Buon Cuore. The first, 582 K, Chissà, chissà quale sia, is a single andante movement, very moderate in tone. The second, 583 K, Vado ma dove, begins with a short, passionate allegro, with which is connected an andante, simple in design and construction, but with a wonderfully beautiful and expressive cantilene, the effect of which is much heightened by the splendid instrumentation. A bass song composed for Signor Franco Albertarelli in Anfossy's Le Gelosi Fortunate, May 1788, was occasioned by the singer's connection with the performance of Don Giovanni. It is a cheerful, thoroughly buffo aria, and the principal melody, illustrated, has been employed again by Mozart, with a slight but expressive alteration, in the first movement of the C major 1 symphony, the only instance of the kind known to me. Similar demands were made upon Mozart's generosity when he came into connection with Schikaneder's theatre. He composed, March 8, 1791, for the bass singer Garl, who sang Sarastro in the Zauberflaut, an aria 612 K, Per questa bella mano, with an obbligato double bass accompaniment, which was played by Pichelberger with extraordinary execution. The combination reminds us of other similar Schickanader-like effects, and the interest of the song depends mainly on the executive powers of the double bass player, which are nevertheless confined within narrow limits. The limitation has in some degree influenced the treatment of the voice part, and this pleasing and, for a powerful bass voice, effective song can only be regarded as a curious occasional piece. Another occasional composition is Gleim's German war song, Ich mochte wohl der Kaiser sein, 539 K., composed March 5, 1788, for performance by the favorite comedian, Friedrich Baumann, Jr., at a concert in the Leopoldstatter Theater on March 7th, with special reference, no doubt, to the Turkish war which had just broken out. This accounts for the running accompaniment of Turkish music to an otherwise simple and popular song. To sum up, it would appear that during Mozart's residence in Vienna, from 1781 to 1791, he completed 5 ensemble movements of different kinds, besides at least 30 separate songs for various occasions, among which there is not one which does not possess artistic interest, and a great number which may be placed in the first rank of works of the sort. His genius was at the service of others besides vocalists. We have already seen that he wrote a pianoforte concerto for the blind performer Mademoiselle Paradis. An artist similarly afflicted from early youth was Marianne Kirschgassner, born 1770, who had attained extraordinary proficiency on the harmonica under Schmidtbauer's instruction. When, in the course of a grand professional tour, she came to Vienna, May 1791, she excited Mozart's interest so greatly by her playing that he composed a quintet for her, which she frequently afterwards performed with great success. The combination of instruments, flute, oboe, tenor, and violoncello, with the harmonica, produces an originality of sound effect which is seriously impaired when, as usually happens, the piano is substituted for the harmonica. The latter instrument is limited in compass, having no bass notes, and requires for its due effect a melodious and expressive style of execution. Mozart has given the adagio a sentimental, love-sick tone, which is sometimes a good deal overdrawn; but the second movement is cheerful and pleasing, and without forming too strong a contrast, it leads to a sound and agreeable conclusion. With just discrimination he has given the piece a very well defined and firmly constructed form, relying for original effect on the tone coloring and harmonic transitions, which are often extremely bold. Mozart gave his support to another young artist who had no such claim to pity as the two just mentioned. Regina Strinasacci of Ostiglia, 1764 to 1839, was a pretty, amiable girl, and an accomplished violin player, who came to Vienna in 1784. Mozart extols her taste and feeling to his father, who confirmed the praise when Strinasacci appeared at Salzburg in December 1785. Every note is played with expression, even in symphonies, and I have never heard a more moving adagio than hers. Her whole heart and soul is in the melody which she delivers, and her power and beauty of tone are equally remarkable. I believe, as a rule, that a woman of genius plays with more expression than a man. I am just writing, continues Wolfgang, a sonata, 454 K., which we shall play together at her concert on Thursday, April 24th, 1784. But the sonata was not ready in time, and Strinasacci with difficulty extorted her own part from Mozart the evening before the concert, and practiced it without him on the following morning. They only met at the concert. Both played excellently, and the sonata was much applauded. The Emperor Joseph, who was present, thought he could distinguish through his glass that Mozart had no music before him. He had him summoned and requested him to bring the sonata. It was blank music paper divided into bars, Mozart having had no time to write out the clavier part, which he thus played from memory without even having heard the sonata. Mozart found an old Salzburg acquaintance at Vienna in the person of the horn player Joseph Lütgeb. He had settled in Vienna, as Leopold Mozart writes, December 1st, 1777, and bought a "snail shell of a house" in one of the suburbs, upon credit. Here he set up business as a cheesemonger, from the profits of which he promised to repay a loan, which, however, was still owing when Wolfgang came to Vienna. He begs his father's indulgence for Lütgeb, who was then wretchedly poor (May 8, 1782). He was a capital solo player on the French horn, but was wanting in higher cultivation. Mozart was always ready to help him, but he frequently made him the butt of his exuberant spirits. Whenever he composed a solo for him, Lütgeb was obliged to submit to some mock penance. Once, for instance, Mozart threw all the parts of his concertos and symphonies about the room, and Lütgeb had to collect them on all fours and put them in order. As long as this lasted, Mozart sat at his writing table composing. Another time Lütgeb had to kneel down behind the stove while Mozart wrote. The manuscripts themselves bear traces of good-humored banter. One, 417K, has the superscription: "Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart takes pity on Lütgeb, ass, ox, and simpleton, at Vienna, March 27, 1783. Another, 495K, is written alternately with black, red, blue, and green ink. While he is writing down a rondo, he amusingly imagines the player before him, and keeps up a running commentary on the supposed performance. The tempo, too, is jokingly indicated as adagio for the horn part, while the accompaniment is allegro. Lütgeb's inclination to drag is alluded to in the remark at the close of the ritornello, "Alle, signor Asino," in the ejaculations on the theme, "Animo, presto, su via, da bravo, coraggio, e finici gia," at the conclusion. He goes on the same strain, "Bestia, o che stonatura, chi ome," at a repeatedly recurring F sharp. "Bravo, poveretto, o seccatura de coglioni," when the subject recurs. "A che mi fai ridere," "Aiuto," at a repeated E flat. "Respira un poco," at a pause. "Avanti, avanti, questo poi val meglio," when the theme reappears. "E non finici nemmeno, a porco infame, o come sei grazioso, carino, assinino, ha ha ha, respira, ma intoni almeno una, cazzo," at a repeated C sharp. "Bravo, evviva, e vieni a seccarmi per la quarta, e Dio sia benedetto per l'ultima volta," at the fourth repetition of the theme. "A termina, ti prego, a maledetto, anche bravura," at a short run. "Bravo, ah, trio di pecore," at a shake. "Finici, grazie al ciel, basta, basta." Lütgeb was quite willing to submit to his friend's banter as the price of 4 concertos, 412, 417, 447, 495, cf. also 514K. They are rapidly put together and easy of execution, without any great originality. Their brevity enables the instrument to preserve its true character as one unsuited for display of execution. In the last movement, which is the regulation rondo in 6/8 time, the original nature of the horn as a hunting instrument is made apparent, which at that time when hunting music was thought more of than at present, was no doubt found very entertaining. In other respects the customary concerto form is preserved. The first movement is an allegro in sonata form, kept within narrow limits. The second is a simple romanza, followed by the rondo. The accompaniment is simple, to allow due prominence to the horn as the solo instrument, but Mozart seldom refrains from adding touches of life and character to the whole by means of a freer movement in the accompaniment. The quintet for the horn, violin, 2 tenors and bass (407 K.) was also written for Lutgeb, who possessed the autograph. The horn part is throughout concertante. The stringed instruments serve only as accompaniment, but are very independent and characteristic, so that the whole has some approach to the quartet style. The piece is altogether more important and finer than the concertos. Far more important both as to compass and substance is the concerto for clarinet in A major, 622 K., which Mozart wrote or adapted for Stadler towards the close of his life, between September 28th and November 15th, 1791. There exist 6 pages of a draft score of the first movement, composed much earlier for the basset horn, in G major, and available for the clarinet with a few alterations in the deeper notes. It has not been ascertained whether this concerto was ever finished, but it is scarcely probable. It was to be expected that Mozart, who was the first to do justice to the capabilities of the clarinet as a solo instrument, would deal with it with peculiar partiality; the more so as he had so distinguished a performer to work for. The brilliant qualities of this splendid instrument are, in point of fact, thrown into the strongest relief. The contrasts of tone coloring are made use of in every sort of way, especially in the low notes, here much employed in the accompaniment passages, whose wonderful effect Mozart was, as far as I know, the first to discover. The capacity of the clarinet for melodious expression, tunefulness, and brilliant fluency, and for the union of force with melting tenderness, is skilfully taken into account; and as Mozart invariably brings the external into harmony with the internal, we find in this work that the grander and broader forms and the greater execution are the natural outcome of brilliant and original ideas. It is not too much to say that this concerto is the basis of modern clarinet playing. Mozart composed on September 29, 1789, for the same fickle friend the Stadler's Quintet for clarinet and strings, 582 K., which was first performed at the concert for the Musicians' Charitable Fund on December 22, 1789. The distinct and frequently overpowering effect of the clarinet, in conjunction with stringed instruments, would necessitate its treatment as a solo instrument; and Mozart's loving efforts to display to the full its singular beauties and rich powers serve to isolate it still more completely. Although he avoids with equal taste and skill the danger of treating the stringed instruments as mere accompaniment, or of emphasizing the clarinet unduly, and combines them to a whole often with touches of surprising delicacy, yet the heterogeneous elements are not so completely incorporated as are the stringed instruments when they are alone. The whole mechanism is therefore loose and easy, the subjects are more graceful than important, and their development less serious and profound than usual. This quintet, therefore, cast as it is in the most beautiful forms, and possessed of the most charming sound effects, fully justifying the praise bestowed upon it by Ambros, Limits of Music and Poetry, in Goethe's words, "Its whole being floats in sensuous wealth and sweetness, yet falls below the high level of the stringed quintets." The Andante in A major to a violin concerto, dated in the Thematic Catalogue, April 1st, 1785, 470 K, must certainly have been written for a virtuoso, perhaps for Janowitz, who was then in Vienna. Mozart sometimes bestowed improvised compositions in the form of alms. One day a beggar accosted him in the street, and claimed a distant relationship with him. Mozart, having no money, went into the nearest coffee house, wrote a minuet and trio, and sent the beggar with it to his publisher, who paid him what it was considered worth. His ever ready good nature must have made Mozart a great favorite among his fellow artists, and yet he had only too often to complain of the ingratitude to which his very good nature subjected him. Between him and the majority of Italian opera singers there existed nevertheless an innate antagonism. They complained of his compositions as being far too difficult and not telling enough. There can be no doubt that he made many concessions to display of execution, but these were not considered extensive enough at the time, and Mozart, scorning so cheap and easy a way of gaining the applause of the public, sought to attain his end by other and better means. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, that the Italians in Vienna, for the most part, objected to singing in Mozart's operas, the more so as their disinclination was fostered by outsiders. Mozart, on his part, disliked the then prevalent style of singing. "They rush at it, and shake and make flourishes," he said, "because they have not studied, and cannot sustain a note." He was fond of mocking in his sarcastic style at this kind of composition and performance, and used to imitate offhand at the piano grand operatic scenas in the style of well-known masters, with the most telling effect. Such exhibitions would not tend to increase the number of his friends. Mozart was cutting, schlimm, as we know, and took no pains to restrain his jesting moods, which were doubtless often taken in far worse part than they were meant. But he also pronounced many a sharp censure in earnest upon artists who felt the more bitter as his own superiority made itself incontestably felt. Soon after his settlement in Vienna, his father was informed that his boasting and criticisms were making him enemies among musicians and others. But this accusation Wolfgang indignantly repelled (July 31st, 1782). Nevertheless, we find him writing not long afterwards (December 23rd, 1782), "I should like to write a book, a short musical criticism with examples, but of course not in my own name." There was a rage at Vienna for the discussion and criticism of all imaginable subjects by means of pamphlets and brochures. That which tempted Mozart to take pen in hand was the downfall of German opera, which was a serious blow to him. He was conscious of what he, as a German, might have accomplished for German art, and it pained him to see the universal preference for Italian art and artists. From early youth he had been aware of the unworthy devices often employed in Italian music, and his aversion to "all Italians" continually betrays itself, but very seldom to the extent of making him unjust towards individual persons or performances. His healthy judgment and inexhaustible flow of human kindness preserved him from this danger. Joseph Frank relates that, finding Mozart continually engaged on the study of French opera scores, he once asked him if he would not do better to devote himself to Italian music, which was then the fashion of the day in Vienna. Mozart answered, "As regards the melodies, yes, but as regards the dramatic effects, no. Besides which, the scores that you see here are by Gluck, Piccini, Salieri, and, with the exception of those by Grétry, have nothing French in them but the words." This was true, and we may allow that Mozart did not require to learn melody from the Italians. His judgments of various composers might offend at the time, but we are now ready to endorse them as not only striking but fair. We have already learnt his opinion of Righini. Of Martin, the universal favorite, he said, "Much in his work is really very pretty, but 10 years hence he will be quite forgotten." How ready he was to acknowledge merit in any performance which had something in it, is plainly shown in a letter to his father, April 24, 1784. Some quartets have just appeared by a man named Pleyel. He is a pupil of Joseph Haydn. If you do not already know them, try to get them, it is worth your while. They are very well and pleasantly written, and give evidence of his master. Well and happy will it be for music if Pleyel is ready in due time to take Haydn's place for us. This was just at the time when he was busy with his own quartets, where he showed how one master learns from another. When he found nothing original in any work, he put it aside with the words, "Nothing in it," or vented his mocking humor on it. Rochlitz relates that once at Dole's he made them sing the mass of a composer who had evident talent for comic opera, but was out of place as a composer of sacred music, parodying the words in a very entertaining manner. The description which Mozart gives to his father of the celebrated oboist Johann Christian Fischer (1733 1800) is characteristic of his sharp and involuntary comic criticism. Fischer had come to Vienna from London, where he enjoyed an extraordinary reputation. April 4, 1787. If the oboist Fischer did not play better when we heard him in Holland, 1766, than he plays now, he certainly does not deserve the reputation which he has. But, between ourselves, I was then at an age incapable of forming a judgment. I can only remember that he pleased me as he pleased all the world. It would be quite reasonable to contend that taste has altered since then to a remarkable degree, and that he plays after the old school. But no, he plays in fact like a miserable learner. Young André, who used to learn from Fiala, plays 1,000 times better. And then his concertos of his own composition. Every ritornello lasts a quarter of an hour. Then enter the hero, lifts up one leaden foot after another, and plumps them down on the ground alternately. His tone is all through his nose, and his tenuto is like the tremulant stop on the organ. Could you have supposed all this? And yet it is nothing but the truth, the real truth, which I tell you. Mozart's amiability and good nature prevailed in his personal intercourse with fellow artists, even where reserve or irritated feeling would have been excusable. When the Italian opera was reopened, from which Mozart had been purposely excluded, he did not withdraw his friendship from the composers, whom he might justifiably have considered as interlopers. When Paisiello came to Vienna from St. Petersburg in 1784, he was treated with a distinction never bestowed upon German masters. His Barbiere di Saviglia was at once put upon the stage, and the emperor lost no time in commissioning him to compose an opera, for which Casti, as the most distinguished comic poet, was to provide the libretto. The opera was Il Re Teodoro, for which Joseph himself suggested the subject as a satire, it was said, on the visit of Gustavus III of Sweden to Venice in the year 1783. Such active participation from the emperor assured the maestro a brilliant position, both pecuniary and social, during his stay in Vienna. Mozart, whose judgment of Paisiello's light music was very favorable, made friendly advances towards him. Kelly was present at their introduction and testifies to their mutual courtesy and esteem. And we have already seen how pleased Mozart was to have his compositions performed before Paisiello by a talented pupil. Paisiello, on his part, begged for the score of Idomeneo for his own study. Mozart was equally complaisant to Sarti, who was in Vienna at the same time, on his way to St. Petersburg. If Maestro Sarti had not been obliged to set out today for Russia, he writes to his father, June 9, 1784, he would have gone out with me. Sarti is a straightforward, honest man. I have played a great deal to him, ending with variations on one of his airs, 460 which gave him great pleasure. The honest man afterwards wrote a most malicious criticism on some passages in Mozart's quartets, concerning which, indignant that barbarians without any sense of hearing should presume to think they can compose music, he exclaimed, "Can more be done to put performers out of tune? Si può far di più per far stonare I professori." He points out error after error, which could only be made by a clavier player, who can see no difference between D sharp and E flat, and concludes with a flourish, "This is, in the words of the immortal Rousseau, de la musique pour faire boucher ses oreilles." A charming instance of Mozart's benevolence towards younger artists is supplied by Gyrowetz. He relates in his Autobiography how he was introduced to the most distinguished artists of Vienna at some grand soirée. Mozart appeared to be the most good-natured of them all. He observed the youthful Gyrowetz with an expression of sympathy, which seemed to say, "Poor young fellow, you have just embarked on the ocean of the great world, and you are anxiously looking forward to what fate may have in store for you." Encouraged by so much affability and sympathy, the young artist entreated the master to cast a glance over his compositions, which consisted of 6 symphonies, and to give his opinion of them. With true benevolence, Mozart granted the petition, went through the works, commended them, and promised the young artist to have one of his symphonies performed at his concert in the hall at the Melkgrube, where Mozart gave subscription concerts during that year, 1785. This took place on a Thursday. The symphony was performed with great applause. Mozart, with his native courtesy and kindness, took the young composer by the hand and introduced him to the public as the author of the symphonies. Beethoven made his appearance in Vienna as a youthful musician of promise in the spring of 1787, but was only able to remain there a short time. He was introduced to Mozart and played to him at his request. Mozart, considering the piece he performed to be a studied showpiece, was somewhat cold in his expressions of admiration. Beethoven, remarking this, begged for a theme for improvisation, and, inspired by the presence of the master he reverenced so highly, played in such a manner as gradually to engross Mozart's whole attention. Turning quietly to the bystanders, he said emphatically, "Mark that young man, he will make himself a name in the world." Mozart does not appear to have become intimately acquainted with Dittersdorf, who at that time was paying only passing visits to Vienna. But his way of mentioning Mozart shows appreciation and esteem. The same may be said of Gluck, who, as we have seen, showed himself on several occasions well disposed towards Mozart. But the difference of their natures, perhaps also Salieri's close connection with Gluck, prevented anything like intimacy between them. That, notwithstanding so much goodwill, Mozart should have met with envious critics and detractors among the artists of Vienna is scarcely to be wondered at. We have already noticed one of his most determined opponents, Kriebig. Another, equally implacable, was Leopold Kozeluk, a pianist of some brilliancy, and a fashionable teacher, especially after he gave lessons at court. He had a passing reputation, too, as a composer, but vanity and stupidity were his chief claims to distinction. He was fond of magnifying his own merits by paltry criticism of his fellow artists, especially of Haydn. Once, when a new quartet of Haydn's was being performed in a large company, Kozeluk, standing by Mozart, found fault, first with one thing and then with another, exclaiming at length with impudent assurance, "I should never have done it in that way." "Nor should I," answered Mozart, "but do you know why? Because neither you nor I would have had so good an idea." Henceforth Kozeluk became Mozart's avowed and determined opponent. And what better revenge could be taken by the man, who never praised anyone but himself, than to pronounce the overture to Don Giovanni good but full of faults, and to exclaim condescendingly, after hearing the full rehearsal of the overture to the Zauberflaut, "Ah, our good friend Mozart is trying to be learned this time." When they were both at Prague, at the coronation of Leopold, Kozeluk expressed his enmity to Mozart so obtrusively that he forfeited a great share of the interest with which hitherto every Bohemian had been proud to own him as a fellow countryman. The most charming instance of Mozart's reverence and love for Joseph Haydn is the dedicatory epistle wherein he offers him his 6 quartets as the fruit of long and painful study, inspired by his example, as a father entrusts his children to a tried and valued friend, confident of his protection and indulgence towards them. These expressions of reverence came from the very depths of Mozart's heart. To a friend who made some remark on the dedication, he answered, "It was due from me, for it was from Haydn that I learnt how quartets should be written." It was quite affecting, says Niemetschek, to hear him speak of the 2 Haydns, or any other of the great masters. One would have imagined him to be one of their enthusiastic pupils, rather than the all-powerful Mozart. The Haydn so honored of Mozart was not by any means the Father Haydn of a later time, reverenced and loved by all. It was not until after his residence in London that Haydn met with general admiration and veneration in the Austrian capital. In earlier years the opposition to his originality was nowhere stronger than in Vienna. His very position in the service of Prince Esterhazy and his residence in Hungary prejudiced the musicians of the capital against him. The music-loving public enjoyed his fresh and jovial creations with unrestrained delight, but the artists and connoisseurs took grave exception to them. Humor in music was as yet unrecognized, and the dispute as to whether and in what degree it could be justified had just begun. The freedom, well considered as it was, with which Haydn treated traditional rules, was looked upon as a grave fault. At the head of his opponents stood the Emperor Joseph. He would have nothing to say to his playful oddities, and we can scarcely wonder that the royal example was widely followed, and that Haydn had good cause to complain of his critics and enemies. It required an artist as genial and as incapable of envy as Mozart fully to understand and appreciate him. And Haydn was equally prompt to discover the greatness of Mozart, and to accord him his full share of admiration and esteem. We have seen the testimony which he bore of Mozart to his father, and he lost no opportunity of expressing his conviction of Mozart's artistic greatness. When it was proposed to produce an opera by Haydn at Prague, together with Mozart's Figaro and Don Giovanni, Haydn wrote to the commissary Roth, "You wish an opera buffa from me. With all my heart, if it will give you any pleasure to possess some of my vocal compositions. But if it is your intention to place the opera on the stage in Prague, I am sorry that I cannot oblige you. My operas are inseparable from the company for whom I wrote them, and would never produce their calculated effect apart from their native surroundings. It would be quite another matter if I had the honor of being commissioned to write a new opera for the theatre in question. Even then, however, it would be a risk to put myself in competition with the great Mozart. If I could only inspire every lover of music, especially among the great, with feelings as deep and comprehension as clear as my own, in listening to the inimitable works of Mozart, then surely the nations would contend for the possession of such a jewel within their borders. Prague must strive to retain the treasure within her grasp, but not without fitting reward. The want of this, too, often saddens the life of a great genius, and offers small encouragement for further efforts in future times. I feel indignant that Mozart has not yet been engaged at any imperial or royal court. Pardon my wandering from the subject. Mozart is a man very dear to me. This letter was written in December 1787, and the news of Mozart's appointment as imperial private composer had not yet reached Haydn in Esterházy. The uncertain position of his friend evidently affected him greatly. In the year following, when controversy was rife in Vienna on the subject of Don Giovanni, Haydn found himself one evening in the midst of a company discussing the faults of omission and commission of the new opera. At last he was asked for his opinion. "I cannot decide the questions in dispute," said he, "but this I know, that Mozart is the greatest composer in the world." It must not be imagined that because Haydn set so high a value on Mozart's operatic compositions, he had by any means a small opinion of his own. Forgotten as they now are, he himself was not inclined to rank them below the performances of the majority of his contemporaries. He writes to Artaria, May 27, 1781, Monsieur Le Gros, directeur of the Concert Spirituel, writes me many compliments on my Stabat Mater, which has been performed 4 times with great success. The management were surprised at this revelation of my powers as a vocal composer, but they had had no previous opportunity of judging of them. If they would only hear my operetta, L'Isola Disabitata, and my last opera, La Fedeltà Premiata, I assure you such works have never yet been heard in Paris, and perhaps not in Vienna, but it is my misfortune to live retired in the country. He says of the Armida in March 1784 that it has been produced with signal success, and is considered his best work. It is doubly significant, therefore, that Haydn should have acknowledged himself so completely overshadowed by Mozart as an operatic composer, and not in this branch of their art alone did he accord him superiority. He gave way even where they might justly be considered as rivals, and declared that, if Mozart had written nothing but his violin quartets and the Requiem, he would have sufficient claim to immortality. He assured a friend, with tears in his eyes, that he could never forget Mozart's clavier playing. It came from the heart. To the end of his life he missed no occasion of hearing Mozart's music, and used to assert that he had never heard one of his compositions without learning something from it. In 1790, when he had returned to his solitude at Estores, he writes how the north wind had waked him from a dream of listening to the Nozze di Figaro. The personal intercourse between the two was simple and hearty. Mozart used to call Haydn Papa, and both Sophie Hebel and Gressinger mention their use of the pronoun du to each other, a habit less frequent in those days than at present between friends of such difference in age. But while Mozart lived in Vienna, Haydn had his fixed residence at Eidenstadt or Esterhaus, and only came to Vienna for a few months at a time with his princely patron, who was not fond of the capital, and shortened his stay there as far as was practicable. Haydn sometimes obtained leave of absence for a flying visit to Vienna, but the prince always gave it unwillingly. It was not until the Kapelle was broken up on the death of Prince Nicolaus in 1790 that Haydn took up his abode in Vienna, and in December of the same year Salomon persuaded him to undertake the journey to London. Mozart agreed with others of Haydn's friends in considering this expedition a great risk, and drew his attention to the difficulties he was sure to encounter as an elderly man, unused to the world, amidst a strange people, whose language he did not understand. Haydn replied that he was old, certainly; he was then 59, but strong and of good courage, and his language was understood by all the world. Mozart spent the day of Haydn's departure with him, and as they took leave he was moved to tears and exclaimed, "We are taking our last farewell in this world." Haydn himself was deeply moved, thinking of his own death, and sought to console and calm Mozart. A letter from Haydn to Frau von Genzinger, October 13, 1791, shows that calumniators sought to sow enmity between the friends in their separation. My friends write, what I cannot, however, believe, that Mozart is doing all he can to disparage me. I forgive him. Mozart must go to Count von Fries to inquire about the payment. When the news of Mozart's death reached London, Haydn lamented his loss with bitter tears. The sight of these two great and noble men extending to each other the hand of brotherhood, and remaining true to the end, untouched by professional envy or intrigue, is as pleasant as it was rare in the Vienna of those days. Each understood and appreciated the other, each freely acknowledged his indebtedness to the other from a musical point of view, and each, in his own consciousness of power and independence, found the standard for estimating the worth of his brother artist. Those who strove to raise the dust of dissension between them are for the most part forgotten or relegated to their due position in the background of musical history. Mozart and Haydn stand side by side on the heights, witnessing forever to the truth that the greatness of a genuinely artistic nature attracts and does not repel its like. End of Section 23.